Button Press presents Love in Audio, an autumn novel in the Seasons of Sugar Creek series. Written and narrated by Cynthia Gunderson. Copyright 2023, Button Press. Chapter 1. Megs slumped against the espresso machine and brushed her curls behind her ears. He actually called you that? Swear on my life. Haley, perched at the counter, waved her muffin like a judge's gavel. Her dark hair framed her face in a symmetrical blunt bob, accentuating her almond eyes and dark brows. I guess that's what I get for giving him my number. Paul had a dirty mind even back in 7th grade. I mean, fair. Megs grinned as Haley took an eager bite of her blueberry muffin and wiped the crumbs from her lips. Did he show up at Juicy? Haley nodded. Right at closing. Haley had built her juice empire in small-town Vermont from scratch, and Meg secretly, or not so secretly, idolized her. Though, as best friend to her effortlessly cool older sister, Haley didn't have to try much to reach goddess status. How's Bobby? Meg sighed. Not sure, actually. I haven't talked with her since last week. I think she's swamped with post-production drama. The past few weeks had been an anomaly. Megs and her older sister had talked more since Bobby had taken her internship-turned-full-time gig with a production company in Vancouver than they had in the past 4 years of their lives combined, including the time Bobby lived in Sugar Creek. Oh, the life of the rich and famous. Haley took another bite. Megs laughed and dragged out the top rack of the dishwasher to finish loading. Closing time was in 5 minutes, and Green Mountain Grinds had been empty for the last half hour. She may actually get out of here early today, thanks to the pumpkin patch opening this morning. Speaking of showing up at closing, Haley nodded toward the front door, and Megs groaned. She'd forgotten to lock up and turn off the open sign. Hey, I'm so sorry, but... Meg started, then froze as she took in the man striding through the door. He was tall, dressed in a collared shirt and fitted charcoal slacks with a leather messenger bag slung over his shoulder. His dark hair was mussed in an I just ran my hands through this kind of way, and as he pushed his tortoiseshell glasses up his nose, Megs momentarily forgot how she'd intended to finish that sentence. He approached the counter. Afternoon. Megs bobbed her head, then realized her mouth was hanging open and closed it. He glanced down and pulled out his wallet. Can I get a latte, please? The man's deep voice made Megs's heart flutter like a butterfly trapped in a net. She cleared her throat. Actually, the shop is about to close. Haley cut in. You snuck in right before the buzzer. Megs shot her a look as Haley hopped off her stool to go lock the front door. You like basketball? The man called after her. Haley glanced back in confusion, but Megs didn't miss a beat. The buzzer comment, Hales. She turned to start on the coffee. Do people still watch that? Watch what? The man asked behind her. Basketball. He shrugged. Based on the ads I see, Naismith's legacy seems to be far from fading into obscurity. You know those ads are curated, right? Megs looked over her shoulder and grinned. Whipped cream? No, thank you. He smiled, revealing a dimple on his left cheek. Who was this guy? She knew 90% of the people who came into Green Mountain on any given day, and she wouldn't have forgotten a face like his. I don't trust anyone who says no to whipped cream. Haley slid back onto her stool. He sighed. People with dairy allergies. So sketchy. Meg snorted as steam hissed through the coffee maker. Anyone with a dairy allergy would not be ordering a latte. The man smirked as Haley finished her muffin, brushed off her hands, and pushed the plate toward the sink behind the counter. Thanks for keeping me company. Meg scrubbed the counter and took Haley's saucer. If you pay me in gluten-free blueberry muffins, I'll keep you company every day. Haley grinned, then mouthed, Good luck, to Megs as she walked toward the door. See you when? Sunday night? Maybe. Not sure. Megs pulled a coffee cup from the rack. Not sure about karaoke? I'm horrified, but I'll let the comment pass this time, as long as you're there at 7. Haley waved and pushed out onto the street. As the door closed, Megs's awareness of the man standing at the counter behind her skyrocketed. Her mind wandered to 1,000 different possibilities. Lawyer from Chicago sent to purchase a plot of land and ruin a small business? Recently divorced? From California, looking to start over and find himself in a small town? No. The glasses screamed writer. Megs blushed and hoped dark hair and glasses guy would ascribe her pink cheeks to the molten hot liquid pouring into the mug in front of her. She twirled a spoon in the foam and set the coffee cup on a saucer, then handed it to him. Your allergenic coffee, sir. Perfect. The man studied her for a moment. You're not actually lactose intolerant, right? Megs braced herself with both palms on the counter. No, just making a point. Broadening minds about coffee preferences one shop at a time? The man laughed, then turned to find a table, which wasn't difficult since the entire place was empty. He paused and glanced back. Do you want me to take this to go? I didn't realize you were closing. No. As long as you don't mind me cleaning up in the background, you're welcome to stay and enjoy the peace and quiet. He nodded once, then strode to the booth in the corner. It was her favorite spot. Megs had curled up there more than once after her closing shift to decompress, and the golden light that poured in through the front windows this time of year, pure magic. Mystery Man set his latte on the table and pulled out his laptop. Writer. Definitely a writer. Megs cleaned and sanitized the espresso machine, then loaded Haley's plate into the dishwasher. She was in the middle of mopping the galley floor when she noticed the man's messenger bag. Champlain Community College. The insignia was emblazoned on the leather flap. Champlain. Megs paused next to the table. I used to go there. Really? He looked up from his screen. Small world. Her skin heated as his eyes met hers. It is small. Speaking of which, I don't think I've seen you here in town before. Her mouth wouldn't form the words. Mm-hmm. He looked over her shoulder at the clock on the wall. Megs knew exactly what it read. 3:30. He ran a hand through his hair, confirming her suspicions about his perfectly tousled look. I didn't realize what time it was. I'll finish this and get out of here so you can close up. Was he working on an assignment? He looked too old to be a student, though who was she to judge? Megs held up a hand. I didn't come over here to push you out the door, I promise. I still have to finish mopping. How long will that take? Hours. She would keep mopping for hours if it meant he would sit in this booth. About 20 minutes, give or take. He nodded and glanced down at his latte. Great coffee, by the way. Megs gave a small bow, and he chuckled. He cleared his throat and glanced down at his fingers still hovering over the keyboard. Where'd you go after Champlain? Megs blinked. Oh, nowhere. I only took a few classes. He paused. Sorry, I assumed. No, I get it. I'm sure most people attend and then move on to bigger and better things. He nodded. Why'd you leave then? Megs motioned at the empty shop. Because I got an offer I couldn't refuse. His dimples came out in full force and Megs's heart raced. College isn't right for everyone. And Megs knew what that meant. Her mom had made it clear for the past few years who everyone in that sentence referred to. Everyone who was lazy. Everyone who had no stick-to-itiveness. Everyone who couldn't hack it. What were you studying? He asked as his fingers resumed their dance over the keys. Megs gripped the mop handle a bit tighter. Hadn't gotten that far. Life had other plans, I guess. Life didn't seem to have any plans besides picking off her plans, one by one. He picked up his cup and took a sip of his latte. Always throwing curveballs when we least expect it. Megs grinned. You like baseball? He laughed, and his coffee sloshed over the edge of the cup. Megs gasped and lurched forward, dropping the mop as she yanked his laptop off the side of the table. Sorry, No, thanks for saving the important stuff. He slapped a napkin over the spill and then attempted to soak up the coffee that had splashed over his fingers. Megs caught a glimpse of the words, grade submission, on his screen as she set the laptop back on the table in front of him. Professor? If she'd had a teacher like him, maybe she would have stayed enrolled. Gideon looked up from his laptop every so often, stealing glances at the curly-haired employee as she pushed the mop over the wood floors. She was charming. Funny. Though she was probably like that with everyone who walked through the door. The sign of a good barista and insurance for tips. He finished the email he'd been crafting for his intro to audio class and pressed send. The first assignment he'd given was due over the weekend, and while he didn't make a habit of coddling his students, he liked to ease them into things at the beginning of the semester. The skin between his fingers was still a bit sticky as he folded up his laptop and tucked it inside his messenger bag. The barista picked up the mop and headed back behind the counter, which meant it was time for him to go. He slung the strap of his bag over his shoulder and moved to pick up his used napkin and coffee cup. "I can get that." The woman stopped and set the mop up against the wall, then walked over and tucked her auburn curls behind her ears. She was adorable, in her light-washed jeans, cream apron, and loose floral t-shirt. Against the brick walls and hanging plants, she looked like she could be a permanent design fixture. "Thanks again." He handed the cup to her, but kept the dirty napkin wadded in his fist. He'd throw his own trash in the bin on his way out the door. "And good luck with whatever life throws at you next." "Thanks," she replied, a smile playing on her lips. She had great lips. "You too." He opened his mouth to ask her name, but she'd already turned to take his coffee cup to the sink. Her curls bounced against her shoulders, and Gideon watched her retreating figure as long as he could before he worried she'd glance back and catch him gawking. He should say something. Ask for her number? The idea made his hands tingle. Any past relationship he'd been in had happened naturally, and he didn't have practice with being confident and bold. He walked toward the trash center and tossed his napkin in the slot marked compost. He'd be back in Sugar Creek in 2 weeks to help with another class at the Champlain Satellite Campus. Maybe he could stop in at Green Mountain and work on an action plan. "Have a great evening," the woman called out behind him. His throat was thick as he turned and waved. He only caught the coffee shop hours plastered to the glass in vinyl on the door as it closed behind him. 2:30. They closed at 2:30 on Wednesdays. Megs walked to her car over an hour late without an ounce of regret. Her feet ached, and she needed a neck massage, something fierce, but she felt lighter than she had all week. Why hadn't she asked for his number? Or at least his name? She'd thought about it more than once, but then the timing hadn't been quite right. Timing. Hadn't that always been her problem? People like Haley didn't wait for good timing. They spoke up and asked for what they wanted. She sighed. That was the problem, wasn't it? Megs was never sure what she wanted. The one time she'd felt that burning in her gut and tried to fight for a dream, it had landed her right back here. 25. Living in her childhood bedroom. Her agent had texted right as she was locking up. She had an audition for a dog food spot, and it paid well. If she recorded her self-tape video right when she got home, the lighting would still be good. Auditions had been slow all summer, so this was a good sign. Maybe things were picking up before the holidays. Meg slid into the driver's seat of her 2008 Honda Civic, then pulled away from the curb. She blew out a breath and mentally calculated what she'd have in her savings account come Friday's paycheck. Should be just enough to finally pay back the loan her mom had helped her get after high school to move to Chicago. 11 months. That was all the time it had taken to send her packing for home. Now, after dropping out of Champlain, it was community theater, Green Mountain grinds, and commercial acting work until she could figure out what to do next. Until she knew what she wanted. That was a joke. She knew what she wanted. She just couldn't seem to get it. Megs pulled into the driveway and walked through the front door. She looked up, surprised to see her mom sitting on the couch with a laptop on the coffee table. Sylvia DeBose was an intimidating woman with her scrutinizing stare and over-the-top dramatic energy. Her attention to detail made her an excellent director and a bulldozer of a mother when she wasn't distracted. "You're home early?" Meg slipped off her sneakers. "Where have you been? I thought you closed at 2:30. Her mother looked more frazzled than usual. especially since she wasn't in the middle of a musical run. September meant auditions for community theater, the honeymoon stage of any show. And this autumn, her mother was producing Into the Woods. Megs was surprised she hadn't been nudging her to throw her hat in the ring for the baker's wife. I had to stay late. Megs unclipped her leather waist bag and set it on the end table, then slumped into the love seat across from her mother. She turned the computer screen to face her, and Megs's eyes lit up. Bobby? I didn't know you were video chatting today. Her sister laughed. Yeah, thanks to you, I've had to shoot the breeze with Mom for at least a half hour. A man with dark hair dipped into view of the camera. Hey, Megs. Megs waved. Hey, Ben. He kissed Bobby's cheek and disappeared from the frame. Well, they seemed happy. A twinge of envy made her pucker. She would never want Bobby to be unhappy, and was thrilled things had worked out between her and Ben last Christmas. That hole in her chest was entirely a her problem. Megs looked between Bobby and her mom. So, to what do we owe this pleasure? Is everything okay? Bobby shrugged. Things are fine here. Busy. Mom's the one who said she needed to talk. Sylvia pulled the laptop back to face her and motioned for Megs to cross the room and sit next to her on the couch. I had something to tell you girls, so I called Bobby, but then you didn't get home on time. Megs frowned and slipped past the coffee table to sit down in front of the screen. Her mom wasn't one to make a big deal out of things. She was intense, but she didn't create drama out of nothing and wasn't one to keep information under wraps. If she'd waited to share until both girls were present, it had to be something big. Mom, are you sick? Megs whispered, and Sylvia slapped her leg. No, I'm not sick. She drew a deep breath and pushed her curls back from her face. Girls, I've made a decision, and I'd love for you to be supportive. Bobby leaned in closer to the camera on her phone. Truthfully, this is going to impact you, Megs, more than your sister. Her mom turned to her with an apologetic smile. Frank and I are moving in together. Bobby squealed. Megs's eyes widened. She'd buried herself so deep in the mental rabbit hole of illness, layoffs, or any other existence-shattering piece of bad news, she hadn't even considered something good. Wow, Mom, that's amazing, Megs blustered and threw her arms around her mom's shoulders. After years of obvious interest, Frank had finally asked Sylvia out after Bobby left Sugar Creek. When Megs had woken up to Frank having a bowl of cereal at their kitchen table on multiple occasions, it had been obvious their relationship was progressing. This shouldn't have come as a surprise, but Meg still found herself mentally adjusting to the news. Frank would be moving in here? That meant no more walking around in her bra and underwear, but she'd gladly give that up for her mother's happiness. Did you think we'd be upset about this? Megs asked as she pulled back. Her mom's brows pulled together. That's not exactly the part I was worried about. Megs frowned, and Bobby's eyes narrowed. I'm selling the house. Frank's house is better suited for us, especially with the shop and with prices going up. It makes the most sense to sell now, before the holidays. Sylvia continued talking, but Meg stopped listening as a low ringing sounded in her ears, and the floor seemed to drop out from under her. Selling the house? Frank wasn't moving in here. Her mother was moving in with him. She was selling her childhood home. She was selling her adulthood home. That meant... How soon? Megs cut in. Sylvia swallowed and clasped her hands in her lap. 1 month. Do you already have offers? Bobby asked through the screen. Her mother nodded. 3. I know which one I'm going to accept. I only have to work out a few details with the realtor. Both of us have to be out on October 7th. Chapter 2. Meg sat on the edge of her bed, her mother's announcement echoing in her head like a boy band song from the 90s on repeat. The late afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm autumn glow over her room. A room that wouldn't be hers for much longer. Megs fiddled with a loose thread on her comforter as her thoughts spiraled. You can't afford an apartment right now. You've wasted years and a stupid amount of money trying to make acting work, and you've got nothing to show for it. You're 25, making $16 an hour, the same as a starting wage for a high schooler at Chipotle. Megs groaned and flopped onto her back. She'd put all her eggs into one basket. To be fair, she had tried other baskets. She'd taken college courses, and that experiment had sucked out her soul through an aluminum straw. She'd started the process to get her real estate license, until she realized passing the test would require more memorization than high school biology, which she'd barely passed with a D. Becoming an esthetician had crossed her mind for a hot minute, until she'd shadowed her mom's friend Colleen at the hair salon and left with a headache, wax fused to her fingernails, and her nasal hairs singed beyond recognition. Megs blew out a breath. It was her. She was the problem. She had no resiliency or self-discipline. Her mom had been passive-aggressively sending that message through the ether for years, and maybe it was time to admit she'd been right. She'd hoped that signing with Lake Talent would be her turning point, but so far her agent had only managed to get her a few commercials. It had been enough to pay her mother back gradually, but wasn't a consistent amount to support herself with. So, she was finally about to be debt-free. And homeless. Fantastic! Megs grabbed her phone and scrolled through her contacts, scrambling for a lifeline. Her mother hadn't offered for her to move with her, and Sylvia DeBose did nothing haphazardly. Megs got the message loud and clear. Her mother was ready to move on with her life, and she was done giving her oldest daughter a free ride. Megs didn't blame her. She hadn't planned on living in her childhood bedroom in her mid-20s. She hadn't even planned on returning to Sugar Creek, Vermont. Always throwing curveballs when we least expect it. Her heart stuttered at the thought of that guy in the shop this afternoon. Add that missed opportunity to the growing pile. She sighed as her thumb hovered over Kiara's name in her contacts, one of her high school friends she'd actually remained close with. They'd talked about moving in together before, but when Kiara offered her a room in the spring, Megs had declined, wanting to save money over the summer. Kiara lived in one of the most affordable complexes in Sugar Creek, which meant it rarely had openings. How had she been so short-sighted? Megs tapped on Kiara's contact info and hit the call button. Maybe they had another room open up. She tugged on the loose thread as the phone rang. Megs! Kiara's smile was audible. What's up? They exchanged pleasantries while Megs mustered enough courage to bring up the room. So, funny story, she began, trying to sound light-hearted. My mom's selling our house, and I need to find an apartment by the beginning of October. Wow, that's sudden, Kiara replied. Everything okay? Yeah, better than okay, actually. My mom has a serious man friend. What? A sugar daddy? I like the sound of that. Meg snorted at the low growl in her friend's throat. You would. Kiara sighed. Dude, I wish I could help, but that room is taken. I can ask if anyone is planning to give up their contracts. That would be great, but no worries. I just thought I'd check in case anything had changed. I could kick Jeter out. Megs barked a laugh. Why, because you're starting to admit you have feelings for him? Kiara groaned. No, because he refuses to take his laundry out of the dryer. I love that for you. Hey, can someone get the door? Kiara called out, brushing her cheek against the microphone. Sorry, Megs, I think the guy who's supposed to be fixing our router is here. I'll keep you posted. Thanks. I appreciate it. Ooh, and in the meantime, I want pics. Of what? Kiara scoffed. Of Sylvia's man. Megs laughed. Of Frank? That's his name? Wait, are you talking about Frank as in Mr. McGinnis? Megs, bye, Kiara. Megs pressed the red circle with Kiara's protestation still spewing from the speaker. She shook her head and stared at her screen. Her mom and Frank had been fairly low-key for the past year, but once they moved in together, She couldn't wait for the comments from her friends who took social studies with Mr. McGinnis to come rolling in. How is Sylvia planning to earn extra credit? Megs chuckled to herself, then chewed on her lower lip as she flipped through her mental Rolodex. Most of her close friends were scattered across the country, either finishing up post-secondary degrees or already working their dream jobs. But what about Bobby's friends? She found Haley's contact and started to text. After writing and rewriting it 3 times, she gave up and pressed the call button. "Megs?" Haley answered. "Don't tell me. You went out with tall, dark, and studious from the coffee shop, and he turned out to be a murderer." "How did you know? He left me in an abandoned warehouse with my phone barely within reach." Haley laughed. "Oh, and I'm your first call?" Megs laughed. "But seriously, anything happen after I left?" Megs groaned. "It should have, but no. I chickened out." She rolled onto her side and checked the clock. 5:42. No wonder her stomach was grumbling. "Hales, I know this is kind of out of the blue, but I've got a bit of a housing situation, and I was wondering if you knew anyone who might have a spare room or something." She hoped Haley would read between the lines. By someone, she meant her. Haley had an extra room in the new apartment she'd moved into in June. Megs knew this because she'd helped carry her boxes up the 3 obnoxiously long flights of stairs of her apartment complex when the elevator was broken. "Well, normally I would, but my cousin is moving in with me in 2 weeks to work at St. Ambrose for the ski season." "You have a cousin?" "Everyone has cousins, Megs." "Not cousins you let come live with you." Haley scoffed. "I shouldn't let me live with myself. Maisie is neurotic enough my place will probably be cleaner with her in it." She took a bite of something, and her next words came out muffled. "But hey, have you checked out the town newspaper? They sometimes have listings for roommates in the classifieds." Megs wrinkled her nose. "You'd move in with a complete stranger?" "Why not? Probably easier in some ways than rooming with someone you know." Megs considered this. She had a point. "Unless they end up being a murderer." "Well, exactly, but they could end up in your coffee shop in the middle of the afternoon." "No guarantees." There was a clatter of dishes, and Haley cursed under her breath. "Sorry, Megs, I just dropped a bowl." "Just leave it, and wait for 2 weeks till Maisie can clean it up." Haley barked a laugh. "See you Friday." "Good night, Hales." The call dropped, and Megs deflated like a balloon. Was she really going to have to find an apartment in the classifieds? Who posted in the classifieds besides dental offices and 80-year-old women giving away fabric they'd hoarded in a closet since the 60s? Out of curiosity and desperation, Megs dragged herself off the bed and down the hall. Her mom always kept her copy of the Sugar Creek Star on the corner of her desk, and sure enough, last Friday's issue was folded neatly right where she expected it. She unfolded the paper, but before she could flip to the back page, the featured article caught her eye. "Love in Audio. Local romance author seeks audiobook narrator for new series." Megs's heart felt like it had been hit with jumper cables. Sugar Creek? Get ready to immerse yourself in the enchanting world of love as our beloved local romance author Oscar Calloway sets the stage for a captivating new adventure. With his pulse-pounding prose and heartwarming tales, Calloway is now on the hunt for the perfect voice to bring his latest series, aptly titled Heart Song, to life through audiobooks. And what's more, there's a chance for one lucky resident to strike gold. That's right, folks. Calloway, renowned for his swoony stories that never fail to make this author's heart flutter, is hosting a competition to find the next audiobook narrator for his upcoming series, with a grand prize of $5,000 and the chance to continue narrating the rest of the series. This opportunity is sending airwaves of excitement throughout our cozy little town. In true Calloway fashion, this competition promises to be as dreamy as the novels themselves. The competition guidelines are simple yet spellbinding. Aspiring narrators are invited to submit their dulcet voices, accompanied by a short audio sample, to Oscar Calloway at oscarcalloway.com Before the stroke of midnight on the 16th of this month, our very own Cupid of words will carefully select the winning voice to embark on this romantic journey. Love knows no bounds, and its melody should be carried on the wings of a captivating voice, Calloway shared, with a twinkle in his eye. I'm thrilled to give someone from our close-knit community the chance to share their talents with the world and become the voice that brings my tales of love to life. In an exclusive scoop, we've learned that the finalists for this coveted audiobook narrator role will be announced right here, in the pages of our very own Sugar Creek Star, by yours truly. That's right, folks. The chosen few will see their names gracing these hallowed pages as their dreams inch closer to reality. But wait, dear readers, the romance-filled tale doesn't end there. It seems that Calloway has planned a series of enchanting autumn events designed to immerse the finalists in the essence of the story and its captivating characters. Picture a romantic train ride through colorful foliage and romance by the fire at the fall festival under the starry sky. Our small town will become the backdrop for these romantic escapades, ensuring that the chosen narrator truly captures the heart and soul of Calloway's literary creation. For those who may be hesitant to step into the limelight, fear not. Our esteemed romance maestro Oscar Calloway will personally provide guidance and coaching to help the narrator perfect their craft. It's an opportunity to refine their talents and become a voice to be reckoned with in the world of romance literature. So, if you have a voice that can paint a masterpiece of love, whisking listeners away on romantic waves of adventure, don't miss this chance to be a part of a literary legacy. Submit your voice and let the magic of romance echo through our earbuds. Sugar Creek eagerly awaits the unveiling of the voice that will bring Calloway's enchanting series to life. Might it be you? Stay tuned, dear readers, and prepare to be swept off your feet. Signing off with more than a touch of romance, Julie B. Sugar Creek, where life is always sweeter. Megs's eyes darted back over the black and white type as her brain latched onto the idea of a quick $5,000 like a leech. What if she could do this? It wasn't just the initial money either. The article said Calloway was hiring for the rest of his series. Based on the number of women around Sugar Creek she'd seen carrying novels with his name on it, he was prolific, which meant this could be a steady gig. No, Megs. That familiar feel of her heart racing in her chest, her eyes dilating to the size of saucers. This had preceded every single one of her terrible decisions to date. Excitement over an opportunity didn't equal positive results. In fact, in her world, it was usually the opposite. Megs had lost all trust in herself, and rightly so. That rush in her head, the bloom of energy in her chest, all of it led to one thing: failure. And the idea of adding one more of those to the pile made her want to throw up the bagel sandwich she'd eaten on her lunch break. She closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. Megs wouldn't win this competition. She'd never done any voiceover work before, mostly because she didn't have a home studio, and these days everyone and their dog had a microphone set up in their closet. If Sugar Creek published this story, it was only a matter of time before other news outlets picked it up. Actors from here to Chicago would be emailing their audio samples, and Megs jumped when she heard the floorboards creak behind her. She folded the paper and placed it back neatly on the corner of the desk, then plastered a smile on her face as her mother entered the room. "Mom, I thought you had already left for auditions." "I was just on my way out." Sylvia peered over the rim of her glasses. Megs shot up from the chair and ran a hand through her curls. "You surprised me." The crow's feet around her mother's eyes deepened as she studied Megs's face. There was that hawkish focus. Megs tried to breathe normally as her mom walked through the room and picked up her purse from the side table. Megs flipped over the paper and walked toward the kitchen. She did not want to field comments and questions from her mother if she saw what she'd been reading. Acting isn't a backup plan, Megs. It's something you do after you have a steady income. "Think you'll find your Cinderella tonight?" Megs asked, following her mother into the kitchen. Sylvia sighed and pulled an iced coffee from the fridge. "The women won't be the problem." She cracked open the lid and took a sip. Why aren't there more men in Sugar Creek who do theater? Why aren't there more men in Sugar Creek? Megs waggled an eyebrow. Her mother laughed and leaned against the counter. Megs, I wanted to apologize for blindsiding you with the news about Frank. Our realtor is convinced now is the time to sell the house, before everything slows down with the holidays. I get it, Mom. Megs swallowed the lump in her throat. Sylvia crossed her arms over her chest. Do you think you'll be able to find a place? Megs bristled, even though she had no right to be frustrated. She'd lived here rent-free for 3 years. She hoped her mom felt she'd pulled her weight with chores and meal prep, but even as she thought it, she knew she hadn't, especially in that first year after coming home from Chicago. I'll find something, Mom. Meg smiled and sat down on a stool at the counter. With my paycheck Friday, I'll make that final loan payment. Her mother beamed at her. That's great. Good for you. Megs waited for the next sentence, and for a second, her heart swelled with hope that it might not come. It did. And you're planning to keep working at Green Mountain? Megs exhaled, her arms beginning to tinkle. It's a good job. But not one that can support you. Not with rent prices this high. I'm looking for a roommate. Megs groaned internally, realizing she'd been so distracted by the audiobook article she hadn't even made it to the classifieds. Even then, Sylvia registered the look on Megs's face and snapped her mouth closed. Her jaw worked. Then she set her coffee down and slumped down to rest her elbows on the counter. I don't want to keep having this fight. Tears pricked the corner of Megs's eyes, and she blinked. Was this a fight? Or was it simply a 6-week recurring one-sided conversation? I'm not going to keep having this fight. Sylvia pushed up and slapped her hands on the counter. Megs, you know I love you. This is your life, and you can live it how you want. Megs frowned. Was her mother washing her hands of her? That thought stung more than her constant badgering. Sylvia turned and riffled in her purse, then pulled out her phone. Her thumbs began hammering out a message on the screen. I told you Dr. Straight's office in town is hiring. Yes, Mom, but I know, but they're looking for someone with medical coding experience. The pay is double what you currently make, not with tips. And, slightly important detail, I don't in fact have medical coding experience. Sylvia's phone made a swooping noise as she set it on the counter. Exactly, which can be easily remedied. Megs's phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and found a message from her mom on the screen. It's $350 total for the certification, and you'd only need 3 weekends of classes at Champlain Community. With that, you could get a job anywhere, even if you hate the idea of working in town. You could probably work virtually if you wanted. Meg stared at the screen, the words swimming before her eyes like fish darting in the shallows. Medical coding certification, September 15th. That's this Friday night. It's last minute, but they still have spots. I checked. A part of Megs wanted to recoil, to reject the notion of sitting in class and willingly learning long strings of insurance codes. But another part, the part that was tired of scraping by and disappointing her mother, yearned to want this. To be the good, practical daughter who said, "This is a rational, intelligent, simple decision, and of course I'll do it. If you complete the certification, I'll pay your first month's rent and security deposit." Her mother spun on her heel and exited the room, leaving her glass of half-drunk iced coffee collecting condensation on the counter. Chapter 3. Gideon stood at the front of his classroom, his tortoiseshell glasses perched on the bridge of his nose as he scribbled a final note on the whiteboard. He'd taught Introduction to Audio Engineering every semester for the past 4 years, which meant he was mostly on autopilot. This semester he'd added learning DAWs and recording techniques to his class load, and he already felt like a drained battery. It was the second week of classes. All right, he announced, turning to face the 15 students lined up in haphazard rows before him. That wraps up today's class. Remember, your assignments are due this weekend. Don't wait until the last minute, and because I know you will, make sure you have access to good Wi-Fi on Sunday night. A chorus of groans, chuckles, and laptops snapping closed echoed through the room, but Gideon's mind was already wandering to his ultimate frisbee game over the lunch hour. Thank the gods for Friday. He was itching to get outside and throw a disc. Two students chattered excitedly at the back table, and as one of them passed over an earbud to share their recording, Gideon couldn't help but smile. Those moments were what made teaching worth it. When his students were so proud of a track they'd created, they couldn't wait to share. It was exactly what he'd done at their age, before he'd realized killer tracks didn't pay the bills. In high school, he'd spent hours on the weekend with his friends, brainstorming and writing songs. Then in college, he'd spent hours mixing and producing samples. Inspiration had flowed like water from a tap. Gideon gazed at his half-empty coffee cup, the fading foam swirling into a murky abyss mirroring his own bleak creative existence. Wow. He needed to get out more. That or start taking a stab at writing lyrics again. That was always Matt's job, but with morose prose like that running through his head. He rubbed a hand over his face and gathered his things. Professor? He looked up to see one of his students lingering by the door. A pretty brunette with long legs. She leaned against the frame as if striking a pose for a selfie. Gideon dropped his eyes. Hey, Jennifer. She'd been the first one to class and the last one to leave for the past 2 lectures. Her eyes brightened at the sound of her name, and he cleared his throat. What can I help you with? Actually, I was wondering if you could show me some of your personal work sometime. Her voice dripped with honey. I learn better by doing. She pressed her cherry-glossed lips together, and Gideon couldn't help but notice Jennifer's friends waiting for her in the hall, giggling and whispering to each other. Gideon shoved a hand in his pocket and exhaled. It had only taken until the 4th class this time. A new record. I don't share my personal work with students, unless I use an example in class. I found one of your samples, a blonde called from the hall. It was used on Chameleon's single, Need You. You're in the credits. Gideon nodded. His samples had been purchased regularly once, but it wasn't often they showed up in projects his students would recognize. He didn't know how to feel about them finding his work out in the wild. Totally get it, Professor. Jennifer somehow drew her mouth simultaneously into a smile and a pout. She waved goodbye and sauntered out to join her friends, leaving Gideon gripping the strap of his messenger bag. Gideon waited a moment, then exhaled and walked to the back of the classroom to shut off the lights. If only he got this much attention from women his own age, or women whom he wouldn't get fired for flirting with. Apparently, he tracked well with 18-year-old girls and 85-year-old women. If his grandmother's friend's insistence on kissing his cheek and running their hands up and down his arms each time he visited her in the nursing home was any indication. He shuddered and closed the door, then strode down the hall toward the staff lounge. He hadn't gone far when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Gideon pulled it out to find a text message from his friend Matt. Hey, G, heard about my audiobook narrator competition? Might be right up your alley. Gideon shook his head at the string of smiley face emojis. If people could see Matt the way he did, they wouldn't be as obsessed with him and his steamy romance novels. Well, that might not be true. They'd probably find him down to earth and only fall more in love with him. Matt had adopted Oscar Calloway years ago, and his public persona lived up to the suave pen name. He was smooth, charming, wavy blonde hair, cornflower blue eyes, and a purposeful 5 o'clock shadow left more than high school graduates and octogenarians swooning. But to Gideon, he was still that goofy high school bandmate who stuffed whole burritos in his mouth and wrote his best lyrics when he had an insatiable crush on Melinda Stapley. Thanks for the heads up, but you know acting has never been my thing. It has been your thing. I saw you in My Fair Lady, remember? I was forced into that. You would have made a better Higgins. But then you wouldn't have had the chance to kiss Stacy Miller. Gideon laughed and turned the corner. That was Grease, and our lips tasted like watermelon Sour Patch Kids. Isn't that something you'd write? If I wrote that, I'd lose my publishing contract. Seriously, G, think about it. Auditions due Sunday the 16th. Details on my site. Gideon gave the text message a thumbs up and slid the phone back into his pocket. He couldn't help but smile, even as a familiar twinge of envy nestled against his ribs. Details on my site. It was impossible not to compare himself to Matt. They'd grown up together, dreamed together, made music together. Matt Stevens was approachable, but Calloway? That guy had sold over 1 million copies of his most recent romantic suspense novel and had just purchased a refurbished ranch house 30 minutes south of here in Sugar Creek. Did he have horses now? Probably. Gideon walked into the lounge and grabbed a protein bar, then headed for the bathroom to change into shorts and a t-shirt. Megs gripped the steering wheel of her car and pulled onto the highway. She still smelled like freshly ground coffee beans and old whipping cream after her 6-hour shift, but at least she was going to be on time. Plus, she'd submitted the dog food audition, so already winning at life for the week. The first autumn leaves danced across the road like burnt orange confetti. Fall in Vermont was stunning. There was no way around it. It was only September, but the weather had already shifted, and the trees had gotten the memo. She sighed as she passed rustic wooden signs along the road advertising fall events in Sugar Creek, apple cider donuts at the farm, the Sugar Creek Fall Festival, and pumpkin patch. What was it that article had said? This competition promises to be as dreamy as the novels? That right there was the reason she didn't read Calloway's books, or any other romance novels for that matter. As a kid, she'd loved hayrides and bobbing for apples. But now? It was because of romance stories that she couldn't show up at a fall festival and do those things alone. Why did holiday fun have to be stuffed into the romance category? Why couldn't having allergic reactions to dried grass and shoving your face in dirty water be for single girls, instead of 10-year-olds and couples looking for an excuse to touch each other? Megs pulled her lead foot off the gas until her speed dropped back to the limit just in time for a red traffic light to force her to slam on her brakes. Glancing down, she noticed her dirty apron still wrapped around her waist, streaked with coffee stains and crumbs. Beads of sweat broke out on her forehead as she stripped off the apron and shoved it under the passenger seat. She flicked on the AC and refocused on the road. A half-hour later, a noticeably less sweaty Megs turned into the main parking lot at Champlain Community. She parked and jogged toward the front door, just as her phone dinged to let her know it was 5 o'clock. Made it just in time. A woman with gray hair and oversized glasses smiled as she held the door open, just under the buzzer. Megs' stomach flipped as she thought of the hot guy in the coffee shop Wednesday. "I assume you're here for the certification. That's the only class in this building after 4:30. "Yes, thanks." Megs pushed her curls behind her ears. "Your name?" The woman shuffled behind the welcome desk and picked up a clipboard. Megs DeBose." "I've got you, honey. Right in there." The woman pointed to the classroom down the hall on her left. Meg strode toward the door and paused. There were 6 other students there, all of them seated at tables with their laptops and notebooks ready. She drew a deep breath and reminded herself that this was her choice. Sure, Sylvia had played dirty, but nobody was forcing her to be here. It was only 3 weekends of her life for a month's rent and a security deposit. And a job she'd hate waking up for. Who could pass that up? "Welcome, everyone. Please find a seat, and we'll begin." The instructor's belly pushed over his belt, stretching the pattern of his plaid shirt. He greeted the class with a warm smile and waved for Megs to find a seat. Her pulse sounded in her ears as she took a spot at the back, pulling her tablet from her bag. The same bag she'd used when she'd attended here last year. Triggering. She should have used one of her mom's theater satchels. Thankfully, they didn't have to go around and introduce themselves or talk about their life goals. The instructor dug straight into the material, and Megs lost herself in note-taking. The instructor projected a course map on the screen. "As you can see, in Module 1, we'll cover anatomy and medical terminology. In Module 2, next week, we'll introduce medical coding systems." Megs logged into her course syllabus and followed along. 4 modules, 3 weekends. She could do this. Megs pulled up the slides for tonight's lecture and clicked on one of the links. So many words. Her eyes skimmed as she tried to force them to slow over one sentence at a time. She leaned back in her chair and drew a deep breath, waiting for the instructor to finish with his course introduction. When he did, he launched into Module 1 and Megs buried herself, doing her best to follow and keep track of everything she'd need to study before tomorrow's class. At least for now, memorization wasn't required, only convenient to make her better and faster at her job. Her initial panic faded, and pretty soon, she was flowing along to the gentle rhythm of the instructor's voice. When he went on a tangent about the importance of accurate and precise communication, Megs' thoughts wandered back to the article sitting on her mother's desk. Why hadn't she ever tried voiceover work before? Sure, there was competition, but at least she could have put herself out there. She'd never considered doing audiobooks, though she'd listened to plenty. Not romance, but thrillers, mysteries, a couple of horrors Kiara had recommended. Those were abjectly awful, though the narrator had been decent. How much would equipment be? Megs pulled out her phone and typed recording equipment into her search bar. A map pulled up and Megs frowned. Was she in her map app instead of her browser? A red and white bubble with the title Audio Engineering Department appeared on the screen next to her blinking blue circle. They had an audio engineering department at Champlain? Meg zoomed in and clicked on the website. Welcome to the Audio Engineering Building, nestled within the vibrant campus of Champlain Community College. Our state-of-the-art facility is dedicated to providing aspiring audio engineers with the perfect environment to hone their skills and unleash their creative potential. Whether you're an aspiring sound technician, music producer, or audio enthusiast, our building offers a range of cutting-edge resources and educational opportunities to help you excel in the world of audio engineering. Meg scanned the list of services and features and sucked in a breath. Recording studios. Immerse yourself in our professionally designed recording studios, equipped with top-of-the-line sound equipment and acoustically treated spaces. From capturing live performances to producing studio-quality tracks, our studios offer the ideal setting for your audio projects. She scrolled over mixing and mastering suites and sound design labs to land on the next bullet point. Equipment rental. Need to access professional-grade equipment? We offer equipment rental services, allowing you to experiment and perfect your craft using industry-standard tools. Holy crap! There was professional recording equipment available a mere 5-minute walk from where she was currently sitting, both a studio and rentals. And with that, let's take a break. 10 minutes and then we'll get back to it. Megs looked up from her phone to see the professor guzzle from his water bottle. She'd zoned out. Hopefully he hadn't said something too life-altering in the past 5 minutes. She drew a breath and leaned back, continuing to scroll as her classmates stood to stretch and walk out into the hall to use the bathroom. At the bottom of the page, she found what she was looking for. Admission information and bingo. For professional inquiries, please contact Professor Gideon Adams. His email was listed. Megs felt that glow in her chest as she clicked on it and started to type. Dear Professor Adams, my name is Megs DeBose. Her thumbs flew over her phone's keyboard as her thoughts raced. What was she doing? This wasn't a good idea, but she couldn't stop herself. Was she going to try and submit for this audiobook competition? No, this was simply informational. For future projects. For fun, because she was sitting here in a classroom to form a solid life plan. If she was able to use these recording studios, she could tell Lake Talent to submit her for voiceover projects in her spare time. After, she spent 8 hours a day for weeks on end submitting medical claims while locked in the back room of her childhood doctor's office. A knot settled in her stomach. Worst case scenario, this professor doesn't reply and you're back where you started. Totally fine. Nothing to lose. Megs hesitated before closing her email and opted to add a personal note. I have a passion for voice acting and narrating, and I truly believe that access to the right equipment could make all the difference in turning my dreams into a reality. Too much? She deleted the voice acting and narrating section and replaced it with simply acting. Then at least she wasn't pretending to be something she wasn't. Thank you so much for your time, she concluded. Best, Megs. Her finger hovered over the send button, her heart pounding in her chest. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tapped. Chapter 4. Gideon pulled out the sandwich he'd picked up at the deli on the corner and took a bite. Nobody had booked the first recording session tonight, which meant he could eat his dinner in peace. He moved his mouse to wake up his sleeping screen and checked his inbox. 2 messages from his department head and one he didn't recognize. An email from someone named Megs. Did he have a Megs in any of his classes this semester? He clicked on it and read the short message. Someone interested in audio, possibly a recording session. Gideon swallowed and set his sandwich down, then brushed his hands on his pants before copying and pasting his response from his saved form messages. Thanks for your interest. Here's the admission process for the program. If you're looking to book a recording slot, here's the website. Students didn't have to be enrolled in a recording or audio class to take time in the studio, but Gideon's students always took precedence. Hopefully, she'd jump on it. It would be infinitely easier to find an open time in the next week or two before his assignments were in full swing. Gideon pressed send, then picked up his sandwich. With 10 minutes left before 8 o'clock, Megs checked her email. She sat up straight in her chair, and the instructor narrowed his eyes at her before continuing to talk about patient charts. Professor Adams had already written back. She opened the message and scanned the text. Admissions to the program, blah, blah, blah. Studios were available for students. She only needed to book a time slot at the given link. A brief thought flickered, suggesting she wait until class ended to click, but Megs brushed it away. Her instructor was droning on about the assignment due tomorrow, and she already had the gist of it. With a rush of adrenaline, Megs clicked on the link and navigated through the school's website, and for a moment, she felt like Alice tumbling headfirst into Wonderland. Red flag. Megs loved and hated that feeling. She paused, her finger hovering over the recording studio booking button as an empty void expanded within her. She could not press it. She could set her phone down and listen to her instructor for the last few minutes of class. The emptiness would fade. At least she had enough life experience to know that. But was this irresponsible? It wasn't costing her anything besides the gas to drive up here, and she could try to book it when she was coming up for class anyway. Maybe they'd have a slot tomorrow, which would give her enough time to submit an audition for the competition. Theoretically. If she were entering. She clicked, and relief flooded her system as the screen changed. A calendar opened up. Tomorrow. They had openings on Saturday, but only... Megs's heart dropped. Only starting at 5 o'clock? Who opened up recording sessions on a Saturday night? Meg scanned the time slots and realized they opened at 1 p.m., but the other slots had already been booked. There was a single opening, 5 to 6 o'clock. Her certification class started at 5:30. She slumped in her chair and rested her head on her hand, idly drawing circles around the button with her mouse. How long did it take to record a short audition? Did she even know what the audition was? Meg sat up and searched for the Oscar Calloway audiobook competition. The first hit was the author's website. She clicked and stared at the man beaming back at her on the banner at the top of the site. Was this guy real? His dirty blonde hair was thick and wavy, his skin tanned, and his eyes a striking pale blue. He looked like he'd just walked out of a surfing magazine, donned a linen suit, and was caught mid-very intriguing conversation. This was Oscar Calloway? She scrolled down until she found the PDF of the audition scene from the female main character's perspective, and clicked. Elena's heart pounded as she confronted Nathan in the dimly lit room. She stared into his piercing eyes, her voice trembling with pent-up anger and hurt. "How could you do this, Nathan? I trusted you." Nathan's face contorted with guilt, but there was still that flicker of defiance dancing in his eyes. That fire was what kept her in his orbit, even when she should be clawing to break free. He took a step closer, his voice laced with regret. "Elena, I never meant to hurt you. I made a mistake and I'm sorry, but you have to understand." "Understand? Understand what, Nathan? that you can just waltz back into my life, leaving chaos in your wake?" Her voice caught on the last word as their eyes locked. Yes, that's exactly what he would do. What he'd always done. The air crackled between them, and as Nathan inched forward, Elena knew that no matter what came out of his mouth, she'd already lost. "It's because I love you, Elena. I've always loved you. But I thought I had to protect you, keep you safe." "From what?" "From me," he exploded. "From who I am, who I've become. I don't need a protector, Nathan." "Don't you?" He took another step. "Not from you." Her words were barely more than a whisper. Nathan stopped so close, Elena could feel his hot breath on her cheek. Heat from his body washed over her, eroding the walls she'd built around her heart. "But what if I want to protect you? What if I want?" Nathan's eyes softened, his gaze filled with longing and a touch of desperation. He reached out, his hand trembling as it caressed her cheek. Elena caught his hand in hers. "You left me, Nathan. You left and didn't say a word." Nathan dropped his head and pressed his forehead to hers. "Because there was too much to say." Elena tilted her head, and as Nathan's mouth pressed closer, the room seemed to fade away, leaving only the pulsating energy between them. His lips pressed against hers in a searing kiss, obliterating the dam of pent-up desire she'd built brick by brick, and sending fire through her veins. Elena's fingers tangled in Nathan's hair, pulling him closer. Their tongues danced with, "Miss?" Megs jolted in her seat and stared up into her instructor's face. Her cheeks flamed, and she slammed her laptop closed. "Yes, I'm sorry." She shifted in her seat and swallowed hard. "I was very into the, charts." His eyes lit up. "The example patient charts? I spent a lot of time on those. I'm glad you found them helpful." Meg smiled a little too brightly and glanced around the room. She was the only one still seated. "Is class over?" He nodded, and Megs hopped up, nearly tripping over her chair as she crammed her belongings into her backpack. "I'm so sorry I kept you, Mr. Fletcher." "Right. Thank you so much for the class, Mr. Fletcher." She slung her backpack over her shoulders. "I'll see you tomorrow evening." He nodded and watched her curiously as she exited the classroom. Megs chewed on her lower lip as she drove the 30 minutes home, her excitement at booking the studio unraveling like the bag she'd knitted for herself in 9th grade. The audition wasn't long, but she knew nothing about recording. A flurry of questions bombarded her mind. Would she be able to figure out the equipment? Would it plug into her computer to record there, or would she need a separate device? Would her voice sound good through the mic? The scene couldn't take longer than 10 minutes to record, so if she studied ahead of time and knew exactly what to do, she wouldn't even have to be late to class. Megs pulled into the driveway and locked her car, then took her backpack inside and flicked on the living room light. It was dark in the house, which meant her mom was either at the theater or already in bed. It was only 9, but stranger things had happened. She set her bag down and grabbed an apple from the fridge, then the jar of peanut butter from the cabinet. She sliced the fruit and dipped it straight into the jar. When she was halfway through her snack, she pulled her laptop from the bag and set it on the counter. The screen lit up, and she stared at the Book Now button under the 5 o'clock slot. Megs's heart thumped wildly in her chest. 0 risk. She could do this. With a deep breath, she clicked the button, almost expecting a triumphant fanfare to ring through the air. Instead, a message blinked onto her screen. Booking not allowed. You are not a currently enrolled student. Megs looked at the top right corner and saw her avatar symbol. She was logged in, and she was enrolled in the certification program. She flipped back to her email and scrolled through Gideon's message. She hadn't misread it. Any enrolled student was supposedly allowed to book a recording studio, even if they weren't enrolled in an audio class. Megs clicked back and tried again, only to get the same message. She exhaled in frustration and dipped another slice of apple into the peanut butter jar as she glanced at the clock. 9:30. She couldn't call the registration office, and they'd likely be closed all weekend. But the audition was due Sunday night. Flipping back to her email, she composed a new message to Gideon. He was a professor, which meant he likely wouldn't see this until Monday either. But since he had studio time available over the weekend, maybe there was a chance? Megs hit send, then ate another slice of apple. She stared at the screen and refreshed it twice before spinning around and searching for a distraction. The dishes. She would unload the dishes and clean the frying pan that was still soaking from breakfast. She thought about turning on an audiobook or podcast, but couldn't handle more input above the clanging of her own thoughts. She'd thought she didn't care about this audition, but the idea of missing it made her feel like someone was scooping out her insides. Meg stacked the plates and lifted them into the cupboard, then went back for the silverware. It was stupid. She would be going up against actual voice actors, and Calloway, or whatever staff he'd hired to judge the auditions, would be able to tell the difference. Still, her fingers trembled, and she sent a silent prayer up into the universe that Professor Adams would see her message and respond with a fix to her problem. When the dishwasher was empty, she turned to the sink and saw it. A new email at the top of her inbox. RE, booking a recording slot. Megs almost choked on her spit as she lunged for her laptop and opened the message. Dear Megs, I apologize for the inconvenience you've encountered. Unfortunately, the recording studio is reserved for currently enrolled students only. I took the liberty of taking a look at your student ID and saw that you are enrolled for our medical coding certification course. However, this is not a semester course. It's considered a community class that happens to be taught here at Champlain. My hands are tied in this matter. Next semester, if you'd like to enroll in a semester course, you'll be able to use the link provided. Best, Professor Adams. Meg stared at the screen and ground her teeth. Not a semester course? Stupid! So stupid! She was taking the class on campus and she'd paid her tuition for the certification through her student portal. My hands are tied in this matter. Were they, though? How hard would it be for him to let her record a 10-minute audition when no students were using the recording studio anyway? Meg slammed her laptop closed, cleaned up her peanut butter and apple core, then stomped to her bedroom. The next evening, Meg strode purposefully toward the arts building, her curls bouncing around her face with every step. The autumn leaves crunched underfoot as Megs mentally rehearsed everything she'd learned after going down a narration rabbit hole on the internet last night. Consistent distance from the mic and pacing, sound conversational, maintain even volume. Knowing wasn't the same as doing, and though she'd practiced the audition sides multiple times, her heart still stuttered as she opened the door and strode down the hall. Her heart tapped a staccato rhythm as she scanned the area. This tiny act of rebellion, wanting something she knew she shouldn't, and acting on it, woke her up in ways that both thrilled and frightened her. It was like she'd been viewing the world through dirty windows, and someone had come and washed them clean. But that crystal clarity came at a cost. When her bid to the universe didn't work out, because it never did, she'd have to walk back behind the filmy glass, revert to living in a world of grayscale. Megs shook her head. There wasn't an information desk here like in the main building, and she hadn't thought to look up a map. A student strode past with pants hanging so low on his hips, she was sure they'd drop to his knees at any second. Excuse me? Megs put out a hand, and he pulled the earbud from his right ear. Do you know where Professor Adams's office is? He pointed down the hall. Just past the bathrooms. Thank you. She continued down the hall, searching the placards as soon as she passed the bathroom doors. Professor Gideon Adams. Megs faced the door and clenched her hands into fists, then raised her arm and knocked. For a moment, she wondered if his office was empty. It was only 5:15, but maybe the first slot had been filled in the time it had taken her to walk here from the parking lot. Maybe he didn't arrive early, or maybe he wouldn't come at all since his last appointment wasn't booked. She was about to turn when the door swung open. Megs's breath caught. Standing there in front of her, his hair mussed, his tortoiseshell glasses perched on his nose, was the hot guy from the coffee shop. Chapter 5. Professor Adams? The barista from the coffee shop in Sugar Creek said his name. Gideon blinked, trying to make sense of what was happening. Why was she standing here at his door? On campus? Yes. He pushed the door open and propped it, willing his brain to stop short-circuiting. She wore faded jeans and a loose sweater that hung lopsided on her shoulders. Her auburn curls brushed her skin. Should he say something? Did she even recognize him? I thought you were done with classes at Champlain. Her cheeks flushed as she followed him into his office. Was. She stopped and drew a deep breath. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting you. Warmth bloomed in his chest. She did remember. It quickly cooled when he realized her shock meant she hadn't shown up here for him. He put out a hand. Gideon Adams. She straightened her shoulders and took it. Megs. The name rang a bell, but he was too distracted by her emerald eyes to interrogate the thought further. He cleared his throat. What brings you to campus? I know it isn't the coffee. She breathed a laugh. No, definitely not. I actually sent you an email last night. I didn't know I was emailing you, but the recording studio. Her name clicked into place. The student looking for a recording slot. The one who wasn't currently enrolled. He thought back through his emails, wishing he'd known who he was corresponding with. I'm sorry I couldn't help with that. She sat in the chair across from his desk and set her bag on the floor, then teased her teeth over her lower lip. I was kind of hoping you still could. Before he could protest, she continued in a rush. I know I'm not technically an enrolled student, but I only need the studio for 10 minutes or so. There's this audition for an audiobook narration, Calloway. Her eyes lit up. You've heard about it? Gideon nodded as his shoulders tensed. Oh, he'd heard about it. Randall, another friend from his college performing days, had texted him every day since Matt announced the competition, giving him new reasons why he should submit. We could hang out at the fall festival like old times, G. He'd laughed at that. They'd played a gig at a fall festival once, but hadn't ever hung out there. And they'd never willingly spent time in a small town like Sugar Creek. Megs ran fingers through her curls, and Gideon felt like a dog that had just spotted a squirrel. It's due Sunday night, and I wasn't planning on submitting, but I needed to be up here anyway for this medical coding certification. Why are you taking that? He hadn't meant to cut her off again, but her showing up here had put him off balance. He wasn't thinking straight. Megs blew out a breath. Insurance companies give better tips. Or so I've heard. Gideon chuckled. Ouch. Megs's eyes widened and she leaned forward. No, I didn't mean you left a bad tip. I know, I'm kidding. Gideon crossed his arms over his chest, subconsciously shielding himself from the magnetic field he suddenly found himself in. I wish I could help, but the studios are only for students. Her lips twitched. Like you couldn't even bring a friend in there? Let them try it out? Are you saying we're friends? Her cheeks stained a deeper shade of pink. I meant hypothetically. Gideon propped his elbows on his desk. He should say yes. Just take her back there, let her do her audition, and then what? Ask for her number? Make her feel like she owed him something? If somebody saw him making an exception after the mass of emails sent out to the staff at the end of August, he'd never hear the end of it. Especially for a woman who he'd never be able to pretend he wasn't attracted to. Hypothetically, no. No? He held up his hands. There are too many people who want to use the studios and avoid paying rental fees. It became a huge problem last semester, so they're cracking down. I'm not trying. I know, I wasn't saying you were avoiding fees, just explaining the situation. Her expression clouded, and Gideon's eyes were drawn to the slight pout on her lips. He hated that he put it there. So, there's nothing you can do? My hands are tied. Right, I know. Megs's expression hardened as she bent over and pulled a laptop from her bag. She flipped up the screen. That's fine, I'll just... She murmured to herself, the light of her screen reflecting in her eyes. Gideon's eyes narrowed. What was she doing? If she was going to book a recording studio off campus, he doubted they were open this late. If there's anything else I can... Nope, you don't need to do anything. She leaned closer to her screen, her eyes narrowing. Intro to audio engineering. You teach that, right? Gideon frowned. Yes, but... Perfect. I'm enrolling in the class. Gideon blinked. She was enrolling in the class? He picked up his phone from the desk to check the calendar. They were already 2 weeks into class, which meant the ad drop date is tomorrow, so I'll enroll now and then... She smiled and looked up. I'll drop it in an hour. Gideon opened his mouth and then closed it. I'd like to book the 5 o'clock recording session, please. I think if you check your roster, my name will show up now. Gideon moved his mouse to wake up his computer. Here, I'll save you the trouble. Megs turned her screen to show him her enrollment confirmation page. He shook his head. In awe or frustration, he couldn't tell. It wasn't that he didn't want her to use the studio. He wasn't trying to be stubborn, but he'd never been a rule breaker. Even running a yellow light made his heart rate spike. But it was inventive. And if it meant he could spend more time with her without risking the ire of his administration, Gideon was on board. Okay then, Megs. Follow me. Megs had just paid $300 to enroll in a class she didn't need. She pushed down her nerves as she followed Gideon to the recording studios. She hadn't paid $300. Not yet. She'd enrolled in the class, and as soon as she recorded her audition, she'd disenroll. Was that a word? Unroll? She'd get out of it, and her money would probably never leave her bank account. She should have asked if she could have just borrowed equipment, but that was likely only for enrolled students as well. This is it. Gideon pushed through a door, and Meg scanned the small booth. There was a door that led into the recording area. Past the glass, 2 guitars rested on stands in front of the corrugated foam walls. Gideon hadn't said much since they left his office, and she couldn't tell if he was annoyed. He probably should be. She'd just told him straight up she was going to drop his class after getting what she wanted, what he refused to give her. Despite the fact that she wanted him to like her, she was proud of herself. This was a Haley move for sure. She'd landed on something she needed and had made it happen. 1 small step for an average human, 1 giant leap for Megs. Okay, Gideon said as they entered the studio. Let's get started. He hit a few buttons, then strode through the door into the recording area and adjusted the microphone. Let's get started? Was he planning to stay here while she recorded? Meg's heart galloped. She'd practiced in her room alone, but hadn't read in front of anyone before. She'd stopped allowing her mom to work on her self-tapes for auditions by the time she was 14, and hadn't shown anyone besides coaches and casting directors her work in years. She certainly wasn't going to start with coffee shop guy. If you just show me what to do, I can... You'll stand here. Gideon motioned for her to approach the mic. I assume you have your material on your phone? Megs nodded, and Gideon held up a cord. If you plug it in here, the text will display on the screen. Make it a bit easier to read. Meg stepped closer and pulled up the audition script. Her fingers brushed Gideon's as she took the cord from him, sending the same pitter-patter of energy past her wrist as when they'd touched in the coffee shop. She cleared her throat. And then I can plug in my laptop? In the booth? Gideon nodded. Do you have recording software already downloaded? If not, we can use the computer there and use a drive to transfer the files to your computer after. That might be easier. Megs hadn't downloaded any software. and her confidence was draining out of her faster than a bathtub with a pulled plug. This was all foreign to her, and what was supposed to be a simple, no-fuss audition now felt like a sandbag strapped to her back. But Gideon was standing right there, and after the show she'd put on in his office, she couldn't pick up her things and walk out. Meg swallowed. "Should I just come find you when I'm done?" Gideon frowned. "I'll be in the booth." Megs's throat constricted. "The whole time?" He smiled and quirked an eyebrow. "Yes. Did you think we let students who've only been enrolled in class for 5 minutes run rampant here?" Spots appeared in Megs's vision. Was she going to have to read a steamy romance scene in front of this man? He was going to watch her lips form those words and hear her pant and... "Megs, you okay?" She nodded, her cheeks on fire. "It's just that I've seen the audition material." Gideon's throat bobbed. "If that's what you're concerned about?" Megs glanced up and met his eyes. "Kind of embarrassing to read that in front of another human being." A hot human being. A human being I'm already feeling quite self-conscious in front of. "I promise you won't even know I'm there. I'll make sure it's recording, then scroll on my phone or something." Megs laughed. "Do you have headphones?" Gideon's blue eyes glinted. "Sure." She opened her mouth to ask for clarification on that answer, but Gideon was already through the door and settling down in front of the control panel. He pressed a button, and his voice piped in through speakers. "Start whenever you're ready." Megs nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. Simple. Consistent space from the microphone. Conversational. Just read. She started, and after a few sentences paused and asked if she could start again. Gideon nodded through the glass. When he gave her a thumbs up, she began afresh. This time she stared at the text on the screen and imagined herself standing in a darkened room, rain pattering against the window panes. The man she loved standing across from her, his hair matted to his face since he'd run through the storm to get to her. Meg started reading. She stumbled here and there, but just restarted the sentence, never allowing herself to drop out of character. Her cadence evened out as she moved further into the text. Elena caught his hand in hers. She read, "You left me, Nathan. You left and didn't say a word." Nathan dropped his head and pressed his forehead to hers. "Because there was too much to say." Elena tilted her head, and as Nathan's mouth pressed closer, the room seemed to fade away, leaving only the pulsating energy between them. His lips pressed against hers in a searing kiss, obliterating the dam of pent-up desire she'd built brick by brick, and sending fire through her veins. Elena's fingers tangled in Nathan's hair. Their tongues danced with reckless abandon, and she couldn't pull him close enough, couldn't press her body against his hard enough. "I've waited too long." Her breath caught in her throat as Nathan dragged his hands over her and lifted her from the floor. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he buried his mouth against her neck. Meg stopped at the end of the page, coming up for air. Was that it? She scrolled up, but the page didn't move. She stepped back from the microphone and wet her lips, then glanced up at the glass for the first time since she'd started again. Gideon's eyes were on her. He wasn't wearing headphones. He leaned into the mic and his voice piped in. "Got it. Did you want to re-record anything?" Megs shook her head, her cheeks on fire. "As long as you think it's okay to submit." She didn't know what she'd do differently if she tried. He nodded, and she unplugged her phone, picked up her bag, then strode through the door into the booth. Was that workable? She tried to stay casual, professional, as if she read romance scenes in front of hot college professors regularly. When Gideon looked away, she wiped her sweaty palms on her jeans. Gideon clicked through screens on the computer. I'm just saving the files." He didn't meet her eyes as he put out a hand. "If you give me your laptop, I can transfer them." Megs nodded and pulled it from her bag, her heart sinking. Was it that bad? He hadn't said anything about her performance. Though, why would he? He was there to help her record. He wasn't an acting coach. Still, that need for validation plunked down unsatisfied in her chest. She opened the laptop and signed in. "Thank you. I really appreciate your help." Gideon transferred the files, then handed it back to her. "All set?" Megs put the computer back in her bag and only then thought about the time. She pulled her phone from her back pocket and her eyes widened. "I'm late." "Late?" "For that certification course. It started at 5:30. Her pulse quickened. It was 5:40 and she still had to walk to the next building. How had it taken her 40 minutes to record? She started the mental math. Even though she'd been early to Gideon's office, she'd wasted some time trying to convince him and signing up for that class. Still. "I'm so sorry, I have to run. Thank you again." "Pleasure having you as a student for an hour." Megs flashed a smile, then darted out into the hall and sprinted. She thought of the woman standing at the door last night, telling her she'd just gotten there in time. Someone would still be there, wouldn't they? If not at the door, then at the desk down the hall. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Her shirt drooped off her right shoulder by the time she reached the doors. Megs adjusted the strap of her backpack and pulled on the handles. Locked. She tried the other set without luck, then cupped her hands against the glass and peered inside. Her heart raced as she searched for anyone who might be walking down the hall, but there was no movement. Megs cursed under her breath and dropped her bag to the walkway, leaning it against the brick. She knocked and waited. Nothing. Someone had to walk by at some point. She'd just have to stand there and be patient. 10 minutes went by, and her heart rate had finally returned to normal. She dialed the administration office, and it went straight to after-hours voicemail. After 20 minutes, her sweat began to chill on her skin. 30, and Megs was close to tears. She couldn't miss this class. There were only 6 lectures, and Mr. Fletcher had been very clear in his initial presentation on course expectations that absences weren't acceptable. Why had she thought that half an hour would be enough time? What was wrong with her brain? After an hour and a half, Meg sat slumped next to her bag, her knees pulled against her chest. Nobody had come out to the main hall during their regular break. And why would they? The water fountains, vending machines, and bathrooms were all at the other end of the building. Why hadn't she made friends with someone in class the night before? Exchanged information? Megs shivered and wrapped her arms around her knees. It was dark and cold, but she couldn't bring herself to go to her car. If she could get in there, even for the last half an hour of class, maybe she could convince her instructor to let her make up the lecture time. There had to be some way to salvage this. She couldn't fail a 6-day certification course on top of everything else. Zero risk. She wanted to laugh, but tears were already welling in her eyes. She'd convinced herself doing this audition would cost her nothing, and now here she was, screwing everything up again. "Megs?" Her head snapped up to see Professor Adams approaching on the walkway, his leather bag slung over his chest. Meg scrambled up from the sidewalk. "What are you doing outside? I thought you had—" "I got here, and the doors were locked." She blinked and pushed her curls back from her face, then snatched her bag from the ground. Gideon frowned. "You've been sitting outside since you left the studio?" Megs nodded, willing her desperation not to show on her face. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a card, then swiped it over the lock. The small red dot above the handles turned green. "You've got to be kidding me." Megs's heart leaped as she yanked on the handle and rushed inside, not even thinking about thanking Gideon. She rushed down the hall, turned left, and found her classroom. 35 minutes left. She opened the door and slunk in, taking a seat at the back. Mr. Fletcher nodded, but didn't pause or interrupt his lesson. She was grateful for that. The less attention drawn to her, the better. She pulled out her computer and opened her notes, but couldn't make her fingers work. Whatever Mr. Fletcher was saying drifted behind the blood rushing in her ears. By the time she convinced her jaw to stop clenching, class was ending. Megs waited for the other students to filter out, then gathered her things and approached the front of the room. "I'm so sorry. I arrived a few minutes late and the doors were locked." Mr. Fletcher nodded. "It's listed in the course expectations that—" "I understand. It was my fault I was late, and I hoped I could make up the work." His lips drew into a line as he gathered his teaching materials. "I'm sorry, but we only have 6 classes. The expectations were clear." "And nobody ever has a medical emergency or something?" Meg started to panic. Mr. Fletcher's expression softened. "Was this a medical emergency?" Meg swallowed. She was plenty of things, but a liar wasn't one of them. She shook her head. He exhaled and nodded. "I'm sorry. We'll have another opportunity to take this course after the holidays." Meg searched her head for another solution, some argument that could make him change his mind. Hadn't she just been patting herself on the back for being assertive, for finding what she wanted and making it happen? "I need this certification, Mr. Fletcher. If there's anything I can do—" "I'm sorry, but part of being prepared for a job in this industry is learning how to be reliable." A stone settled in Megs's stomach. Now she was being talked down to like she was some flighty teenager. She wasn't great with long-term commitments, but when she accepted a position somewhere, she was reliable. How dare he judge her like that because of one missed class? Megs nodded and whirled before she said something she knew she'd regret. 10 minutes. She'd been 10 minutes late, and now she was being kicked out of this course? Megs wanted to scream as she stormed down the hall toward the main doors. Yes, she'd miscalculated. But was there no room for error in life? No flexibility? She either had to do things perfectly or it was all a waste. Either color inside the lines or rip up the paper and start again. Did some people actually thrive living like this? She punched through the main doors and charged toward her car in the parking lot. When she caught sight of a man with dark hair and glasses leaning against his vehicle, looking at his phone, she slowed. What was Gideon still doing here? He glanced up. Hey. Hey! Isn't it pretty late for a professor to still be on campus? Gideon slid his phone into his pocket. You seemed upset, so I thought I'd wait and make sure everything was okay. He stood straight and crossed his arms over his chest. He'd waited for her? You didn't have to do that. She walked forward and stowed her bag in the passenger seat of her car. He paused, and a muscle in his jaw flexed. I contributed to you being late, I think. Megs rounded the front of her car and sat on the hood. Are you saying you regret not breaking the rules and sneaking me in there? No, but I regret not asking for your number in the coffee shop the other day. Megs's heart skipped a beat. She repeated his words in her head to make sure she hadn't imagined them. Was this happening? Had he been just as attracted to her as she'd been to him that afternoon? The fact that he'd come out and said it made her stomach swoop like she'd just driven over a surprise bump in the road. Her tongue felt thick. I regret it too. That you didn't ask me, I mean. Gideon chuckled and ran a hand over his neck as he nodded toward the building. What happened in there? Megs exhaled. I was told I'd have to sign up for the next certification course after the holidays. Because you missed one class? One class. Not even the entire class. And she was out. Megs pushed off the hood. Rules, Professor Adams. You of all people should understand how important they are. Gideon dipped his head as if to say, low blow. I'm sorry, Megs. He remembered her name. She waved him off and turned toward the car door. It's fine. I'll figure it out. She wouldn't figure it out. How could she? All she had was an audition recording that needed editing. No promise of a better job, no leads on an affordable apartment, and in 3.5 weeks, she was going to have to admit all of that to her mother. Gideon cleared his throat. Are you hungry? Megs paused with her fingers on the door handle, and her heart rate kicked up another notch. Starving. I know a great burger place not far from here." She looked over her shoulder. "Is that where you take all your students?" Gideon's eyes widened and Megs laughed out loud. "I'm kidding. I'll drop your class in the car." His shoulders relaxed. "Then I'll wait." Chapter 6. Gideon shifted gears and headed south, checking the rearview mirror to make sure Megs was still following him in her Civic. The sun had already dropped below the horizon, and the city was alive. Downtown Shelburne on a Friday night was lively and bustling, especially at Sammy's. The burger joint was severely underrated on review sites, but the line stretching out the front doors and into the parking lot was proof that the locals knew its value. He'd asked Megs out after only meeting her twice. As Gideon turned and pulled into a parking spot, he couldn't help but think back to his last date, if you could even call it that. He'd taken Elaine, a fellow professor at Champlain Community, out for coffee one afternoon. There had been plenty of conversation. She'd filled him in on a grant proposal she was working on for the biology lab, and they'd speculated on departmental politics. It was nice, comfortable. Nothing like the way he felt speaking to Megs, or the way he felt when Megs spoke. He'd nearly forgotten to stop the recording. He'd been so enraptured by her performance. He'd given the audition materials a cursory glance when Matt texted him, and knew it was a typical romance novel. Lots of longing, insatiable desire. But when Megs read it... He parked and turned off the car. Gideon's heart stuttered as Megs stepped out of hers. What was it about her? It wasn't just that she was objectively attractive, though she certainly was that. There was a wildness about her, an unpredictability, like she was in the exact moment he was, but experiencing it on a different vibration. He opened the door and stood as she approached. "Am I going to catch Hep A eating here?" Megs nodded at the worn-down sign. Gideon laughed. "This is still Vermont. You know that, right?" "I was beginning to wonder." Gideon locked his car and strode toward the line at the door. Sammy's is an institution. Megs trailed behind him. "For professors on a budget?" "You're going to owe Sammy and me an apology after you try the food and fall in love." Megs scoffed. "I don't fall in love that easily." Gideon smirked as they took their place in line. Is that a challenge? Was he flirting? The corner of her mouth curled as they shuffled forward, waiting to enter the small dining room. It was true. Sammy's wasn't much to look at. Old diner-style booths with pictures on the wall that were most likely last dusted in the 80s. It didn't inspire confidence. "So, Professor Adams," "Please don't call me that." Megs batted her eyelashes. "But Professor..." Gideon groaned and Megs laughed out loud. "Okay, fine, I won't torture you, but it does have a certain ring to it." Gideon raised an eyebrow and she grinned. "Doesn't every girl have a secret fantasy that their favorite teacher will fall for them?" Gideon snorted. "I hope not." "Oh, come on. You must have adorable young adults lined up at your office for extra recording hours." Gideon's cheeks reddened and Megs grinned. "You do, don't you?" "They're ambitious, that's all." "Uh-huh. Fascinated by the course material." Meg swept her curls from her face and he held his breath. Her eyes danced. "Champlain should have forced you to get a bit older before hiring you. Or insisted you teach something less sexy, like accounting." Gideon coughed a laugh. "Trust me, what I teach is anything but sexy. Lots of boring dials and settings." He held the door as they followed the line into the building. "And how old do you think I am?" "Barely 30. "I turned 30 in January." Megs beamed at him and tapped her head. "See? I don't need college." The smoke from the grill and clatter from the kitchen melded with loud conversation and music, washing over them as they approached the counter. "How old are you?" Gideon asked, praying she didn't say something that ended with teen. Megs didn't look or act like a 19-year-old, but he'd learned never to make assumptions. 25. My birthday's in the summer." He breathed a sigh of relief. 25 was still young, but socially acceptable. Not that he wouldn't date someone younger if it was the right fit. He just didn't believe it would be. He was stable. He owned an apartment and had worked the same job for years, not months. It was too difficult to try to build a relationship with someone who wasn't at that stage of their life. Gideon looked up at Megs, watching her as she scanned the off-kilter letters on the menu board above the registers. Based on what she'd said at the coffee shop and in his office, she was still figuring things out. So why hadn't he gotten in his car at Champlain and driven home? She put her hands on her hips. What do you recommend to avoid dysentery? If your previous assessment of your hunger level was accurate, I'd suggest the double bacon cheeseburger, and the garlic fries are a must. Is that what you're getting? I'm feeling the chili burger tonight. Megs wrinkled her nose. Like chili? Gideon laughed. I'm not sure how to respond to that. The employee waved for them to move forward in order, and Megs took his advice, adding a chocolate raspberry shake to his recommendations. He couldn't wait to see her face when she saw the size of the burger. If she could eat more than half of it, he'd be impressed. When Megs pulled out her wallet, Gideon leaned in and said, I've got it, then gave the employee his order. He took their ticket and waited off to the side. You didn't have to do that either. Megs fiddled with the strap of her bag. I couldn't let you pay for your own gastrointestinal bug. Megs snorted, scanning for an open booth. Ooh, go! She nudged him when an older couple began to gather up their trash. They swooped in and sat. Meg set her purse on the bench next to her. So, tell me more about yourself, Gideon. Gideon leaned back and exhaled. My story isn't very exciting. She tilted her head to the side as if to say, I doubt that. I grew up in Burlington. Parents still live up north. Siblings? 3. I'm the oldest. Of course you are, she muttered. His eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Continue. She clasped her hands on the table in front of them and pursed her lips in a secretive smile. He let it go only because he wasn't sure how far he could press her yet. I wanted to go into music production, and I still do some of that on the side, but eventually found myself getting a master's degree, working at Champlain. Seems college was right for you. Megs looked down at the table. Gideon crossed his arms and leaned in. Don't do that. Megs' self-deprecating smile slipped. Don't pretend I'm better than you because I got a degree. Multiple degrees. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. It was a thing I did because it made sense, not because I'm somehow more intelligent or noble. Megs fixed her eyes on him, a slow smile starting at the corners of her mouth. So you're not passionate about inspiring the future generations? I enjoy teaching, but passionate? Gideon shook his head. That got beaten out of me a long time ago. She opened her mouth to say something, then glanced down at their ticket as an employee called out a number. That's us. Gideon stood to retrieve their tray, and when he sat back down, Megs stared at the monstrosity in front of her. Do I look like someone capable of eating this? Gideon laughed. He picked up his burger and took a bite, slopping chili out the side and onto the plate. Megs wrapped her hands around the burger as if approaching a feral dog, then squeezed the buns together in an attempt to make it fit into her mouth. You can't watch me. She grimaced and picked it up. Oh, I'm going to watch you. Gideon swiped a napkin across his lips. Megs looked affronted, but when he didn't back down, she swallowed her pride and shoved the burger into her mouth. Bacon grease dripped down her chin, and barbecue sauce squeezed onto her fingers. Gideon took another bite to make sure they stayed at the same level of disgusting. So? He asked with his mouth full. Megs grinned, trying to chew without letting her mouth gape open. She swallowed, then looked from the burger in her hands to Gideon, and then back again. I owe you an apology. Gideon chuckled and took a drink of his soda. Good, right? Megs didn't answer, just leaned in for another bite. Her eyes sparkled, and Gideon felt the tightness in his chest ease from earlier. Yes, he'd quite possibly ruined her night at Champlain, But he'd put this expression on her face, too. The conversation took a pause as they finished their burgers. Megs ate more than half, and Gideon gave the appropriate amount of praise, then resumed as they worked on their garlic fries and drinks. Even the shake is good. Meg sighed as she took a drink. Everything is good here. He tried to hide his pleasure at her reaction to the food, but wasn't very successful. Bringing someone new here was a risk for obvious reasons. He was thrilled the choice had paid off with Megs. How have I not heard about this place? I grew up in Sugar Creek. It's not that far. She grabbed another fry. Gideon leaned back in his seat. But why would you come up here unless you had a good reason? Fair, Meg sighed. If only I still had a class to attend so I could visit again. Gideon took a drink and set his cup on the table. Do you think you could talk to someone? Maybe they'd make an exception? Doesn't seem like showing up and talking to people is working well for me at the moment. She flicked her eyes to his, and Gideon felt her silent judgment. Maybe you'll find someone who's not quite as stubborn as me. Megs laughed and took a drink of her shake, then glanced at her watch. She sighed. I think I better head home. I have an early shift tomorrow. Coffee shop? She nodded. You going to come visit me there again? Why would anyone go to Sugar Creek unless they had a reason? He teased, and Megs raised an eyebrow in challenge. What was your reason anyway? I know it wasn't the coffee. Gideon organized the trash on his tray and stood. I was meeting with the high school principal. Champlain is working on setting up a relationship there for juniors and seniors. You're in charge of that? Megs followed him to the trash cans. No, but they're looking to add in some classes that aren't only core subjects. She wanted to discuss the possibility of me coming out to teach there once a week. Next year, not anytime soon. Megs gave a satisfied smirk. Because you're teaching something sexy. Gideon laughed and slid his trash off the tray. Because anything that's not calculus is exciting to high schoolers. Megs cleared her tray and set it on the stack, then strode past him toward the door. Gideon took a step, and Megs lurched forward, catching herself on the back of a neighboring booth. Gideon looked down to find his foot firmly planted on the sole of a torn-up sandal. Megs wobbled as Gideon reached out to steady her. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean— No, it's not your fault. Megs grabbed onto his arm, lifting her foot to scan the damage as she tried and failed to ignore Gideon's firm musculature under her fingers. She pulled the shoe off her foot. The straps had ripped through the sides of the shoe, which meant there was no way to reattach them and secure the sandal to her foot. Megs blew out a breath. I mean, it was totally my fault. Gideon slid an arm around her waist. Here, I'll help you out to your car. You don't want to walk barefoot through that parking lot, or all your attempts to avoid hepatitis will be a waste. Meg snorted a laugh and switched her broken sandal to her other hand. She hopped next to Gideon, allowing him to support her weight. As annoying as it was to only stand on one leg, she didn't hate this. Gideon's shoulders were higher than hers, but he crouched to make it easier to use him as a crutch. He smelled like something woodsy. Was it his aftershave? Deodorant? Whatever it was, she liked it. Is this your move? Make women all vulnerable by forcing them to make fools of themselves by eating food too big for their mouths, then trick them into relying on your manly strength to get back to their vehicles? Gideon barked a laugh. This counts as manly strength? I think an octogenarian could accomplish this. Megs was glad it was his arms wrapped around her and not some elderly patron's. She tried not to sink too far into his warmth. He was only helping her to the car, not inviting her to snuggle. Though that was exactly what she wanted to do. Gideon walked and Megs hopped across the parking lot to her car, and even though her calf was beginning to ache, she lamented the fact that they were drawing closer. When they arrived, Megs leaned against the driver's side door to give her leg a break. Gideon didn't let go of her waist as she set the broken sandal on the roof. At least it's my left foot. I could go to a store, grab you a pair of flip-flops or something, Gideon offered. Megs shook her head. No, it's fine. These were old anyway. She loved that he was trying to help, but wouldn't take him up on it. If he went to the store, she'd have to let go of him. But you like these sandals. It wasn't a question. How did Gideon know she liked them? He wasn't wrong. She did like the sandals. They were worn down and the straps were bleached from sitting out in the sun all summer. They were one of her most comfortable slip-ons. I'm sure I can find another pair if I want to, but I assure you, I have plenty of shoes sitting in my closet at home that will be grateful to get some love. They stood there under the streetlight, Megs leaning against the car, Gideon only inches in front of her with his hand still on her hip. Thank you for this, Megs murmured. Gideon's hand twitched against her skin. For ruining your only footwear? She grinned. For making this night not suck as bad. I'm pretty good at making nights not suck as bad. Gideon's hair fell across his forehead as he used his free hand to push up his glasses. An excellent endorsement. Is that in your course description? Gideon chuckled. No, because this particular set of skills isn't offered to students. Right. Megs trailed off and swallowed hard as Gideon's body moved closer. His eyes were dark in the dim light, and they seemed to drink her in. The toes of her left foot curled over her right as her heart rate spiked in anticipation. He was going to kiss her, which would be perfect, except she'd tried to drop the class in the car, but the system had timed out. There wasn't a reason to mention it, was there? She'd take care of it at home when she had better Wi-Fi. Gideon didn't need to know or worry about the fact that she wasn't officially off his roster, because she would be. And with his fingertips pressing into her skin, she wasn't going to breathe a word of something that would pull his rules into question. I wondered if I could get your number, Gideon murmured, his lips so close they nearly feathered against hers. Megs nodded and slid her hands over his arms. It had been ages since she'd felt attraction like this, since she'd laughed like this. Yes, she whispered, barely keeping the tremor out of her voice for that one syllable. Had she ever kissed someone on an almost first date? Never. Now she wondered what on earth she'd been waiting for. She didn't know much about Gideon, but what she did know so far was excellent. He was conscientious, had integrity. The fact that he'd waited for her outside the building either meant he was kind and altruistic, or that he'd hoped for this ending to the evening, from the time she'd stalked into his office. Megs couldn't decide which option was hotter. Her breathing quickened as Gideon hovered there, and just when she thought her heart was going to burst through her chest, he pulled back and... Megs watched in horror as he dropped his arm and reached for his phone in his pocket. Seriously? She gasped. Gideon looked up with alarm, and she swallowed hard. Don't you think we could exchange numbers after, what we were about to be in the middle of? A hesitant smile broke out on Gideon's face. I didn't want to be too forward. You already took me to a drug operation parading as a burger joint and practically carried me to my car. There she was, asserting herself again. Who was she tonight? And what had she done with Megs DeBose? She shifted on her foot, still using the side of the vehicle for support. Gideon replaced his hands on her hips, and Megs barely kept her sigh from being audible. Gideon's voice was rough. I was taught always to leave them wanting more. Them? Proverbial. Megs scoffed. Well, my last real relationship ended 2 years ago, so I've been waiting for what? 4 semesters and 2 summer terms? You could have had an associate's degree by now. Megs grabbed the front of Gideon's shirt, ignoring the group of raucous high schoolers exiting the restaurant. If only college was for me. Gideon pressed into her, forcing her back against the car window. Do you still hate everything about college? No, she did not. College was her new favorite. Megs kept her eyes trained on his as he curved over her, then sucked in a breath as his nose brushed hers. I think I made a hasty judgment call. I should have... She couldn't finish her sentence because Gideon's hand was moving up the back of her arm, sending ripples of pleasure across her skin. He brushed his fingers over her collarbone before he tucked her hair behind her ear. Megs held her breath as he cupped her jaw, and finally, for the love of all that was holy, kissed her. Every nerve turned into a live wire, every inch of her warming and tingling like she'd just fallen in a vat of tiger balm. Gideon's lips were soft, gentle, curious. She wanted to touch him, run her hands through his hair, but she couldn't force herself to move. Megs, for maybe the third time in her life, held utterly still, her entire existence focusing on his breath, his hand on her neck, the tip of his tongue brushing against her lower lip. The kiss was good. So good, she audibly whimpered when Gideon pulled back with glazed eyes and took a large step away from her. He couldn't hide his amusement at the disappointed expression she knew was plastered all over her face. Leave them wanting more. He'd succeeded on that front. Gideon cleared his throat and pulled out his phone. Number? Megs gave it to him, and when her phone buzzed in her pocket, she pulled it out and laughed at the message. Gideon Adams, burger aficionado and destroyer of sandals. Your official bio at Champlain? Sadly, no. They made me cut the interesting parts. Megs pursed her lips, her bare foot fidgeting over her one remaining sandal top. Well, Gideon Adams, thank you for this. He nodded and slipped his phone back into his pocket. Good luck with the audition. Megs blinked. Right. There had been an entire evening before this moment, though she struggled to recall it. She'd recorded an audition and Gideon had watched. Her cheeks flushed. I always find it easier to perform in front of a crowd than one person. How did he know what she was thinking? And since when did he know anything about performing? Exactly. But you should be proud of that. You did an excellent job. Megs almost swooned as her one available leg started to liquefy. She reached back and pulled on the door handle, then swiveled so he wouldn't see how much his words affected her. Now, to figure out how to edit and submit. I'll text you a free editing software you can use. Megs hopped around the now open door and threw the broken sandal into the passenger seat, then turned back. Thanks. For everything tonight. Gideon's lips curled. He nodded and adjusted his glasses. Talk soon. Sounds great. Megs gave a small wave and slipped into the driver's seat, searching for a non-dirt covered spot on her mat to set her bare left foot. Chapter 7. Megs's apron fluttered as she whizzed through Green Mountain grinds. Her Sunday morning shift was in full swing, and the coffee shop buzzed with energy. The scent of brewing coffee melded with the sweet, buttery smell of fresh pastries delivered each morning from the bakery down the street. Double espresso macchiato, Megs muttered under her breath, her curls bouncing as she turned to prepare the drink. Her fingers flitted across the espresso machine. She barely had to look at this point. The motions had been permanently branded into her brain. As the steam hissed, she glanced down at a notification on her smartwatch, a small thrill running through her at the sight of Gideon's name on the screen. How's your Sunday so far? Megs couldn't keep the smile off her face. He'd texted her, twice. Once last night to send the link to the software he recommended, and now, first thing in the morning. How long had it been since a guy did what he said he was going to do? She finished the coffee and handed it to the woman at the counter, then turned. I need to grab something in the back. Can you take the register for a second? John, Megs's coworker and the younger brother of a boy she used to babysit, nodded and slipped into place as she disappeared into the back room. She did need to refill the cream, but she figured she had an extra couple of minutes if she also purported to be reorganizing the paper products. Megs pulled out her phone and texted. Busy. Sunday mornings are always popular. You? Sundays aren't as popular here. I'm just at the gym. Megs's heart stuttered at the thought of seeing Gideon in less than slacks and a buttoned shirt. You're not discussing the most recent Times opinion piece at a cafe with a cup of tea and one of those jackets with the patches on the elbows? Please tell me that's not what you think professors do on the weekend. Please don't kill my dreams, Gideon. He reacted with a laugh to that, and Megs grinned. She needed to get back to the bar. Enjoy your workout. Back to coffee orders. I shouldn't be texting you anyway. Technically, you're still on my roster. I'm guessing it'll take till Monday to correct. Megs's cheeks flushed. Crap. She'd forgotten to get online and try withdrawing from the class again. The ad drop deadline was midnight, so she could easily take care of it after her shift. Such a rebel. Meg slipped her phone back into her apron and grabbed the pen hanging next to the clipboard by the door. Drop class, she wrote in tiny letters on the skin just above the underside of her wrist. Not her arm, which would be visible, and not her palm where the ink would transfer or be washed off. It was the perfect place to leave herself notes. This feeling, like she was standing in an airplane with a parachute attached to her back, about to jump out the open door. Bad idea. Warning lights spun in her head. Those two things, excitement and terrible results, were inextricably linked in her brain. Case in point, the past weekend. She was excited about the audition, and what did that get her? Kicked out of the certification course. But oh, how she loved it. That thrill, like she'd been pumped full of helium and would soar into the sky if someone let go of her string. Frustration swelled in her gut as she straightened her apron. How was this fair? Other people felt excited about things and it didn't ruin their lives. Why was her brain so broken that it had only latched on to things that were bad for her, things that caused failure and disappointment with, ironically, an astounding success rate? The audition had been a terrible idea. She'd known it from the get-go and had done it anyway. Which meant, Megs groaned, Gideon was probably a terrible idea too. With a huff, she grabbed a carton of cream from the fridge, then whisked back out to the counter. Later that afternoon, Meg sat on the couch across from her mother. She would have done this in her bedroom had she known Sylvia was going to join her, but now she couldn't stand up and leave without arousing suspicion since she'd barely sat down a few moments ago. Callbacks went well? Megs asked. Yep, all finished. Not totally thrilled with the princes. Megs opened her Champlain Community student portal. Not funny enough? Her mom scoffed and flipped open her notebook. They can't sing. You can't teach comedic delivery, so that was prioritized. But you can teach them to sing in 6 weeks? Megs raised an eyebrow. Darcy can, I hope. Meg snorted and clicked on her class schedule, then right-clicked on her intro to recording section. Drop class. She clicked the button and filled in the appropriate boxes, then clicked submit. The wheel turned. Megs watched the blue cycle from light to dark, tapping her fingers impatiently on the tops of the keys. Error. Megs pursed her lips. It wasn't an internet issue then. She started to sweat. What was she supposed to do now? The drop deadline was in less than 8 hours, and she wasn't holding out hope that somehow this issue would be resolved by then. Are you watching that video about the rhinos going extinct again? Sylvia asked. Megs blinked in confusion. Her mother motioned to her face. Your jaw was hanging open, and you looked like you were going to be sick. Meg snapped her computer shut. No, just working on something. What? Megs racked her brain. School? No. She couldn't mention anything about her impulsive enrollment. The certification course? No. Not digging herself deeper on that one since she had to find some way to explain why she wouldn't be passing. The audition? Absolutely not. Meg swallowed hard. Her entire life was a lie, and here she was sitting across from the woman who gave her life, not admitting any part of it. Paperwork for voter registration. Sylvia frowned. I thought you were already registered to vote. I decided to change my party affiliation. Her mother gasped. Are you? She looked around the room, searching for who knew what. Did someone convince you to vote Republican? Megs nearly laughed out loud. How she thought that politics would be less controversial than the actual issues in her life was beyond her. No, Mom, independent. Well, it's a slippery slope. Sylvia lowered her glasses and narrowed her eyes. Do you want to talk about it? Megs shook her head and stood, slipping her laptop under her arm. I'm fine, Mom. Well, I'll just count my lucky stars you're invested in this country instead of refusing to vote, like half your generation. Her mom mumbled to herself as Megs took her computer into her room. She flopped into her desk chair and pulled her headphones from the drawer. She would try to drop the class every hour and hope she got lucky. Until then, she may as well look at the file she'd created in Gideon's study. Just the thought of him sent goosebumps in a wave up her arm. With a deep breath, Megs clicked on the link to the software Gideon recommended and downloaded it, then read a couple of tutorials showing how to import her file and begin cleaning it up. The importing was easy, but the editing? Her brain blurred at the lines of text and bullet points and clicked away from the site. Surely it couldn't be that difficult to figure out by fiddling around. Once her recording was in place, Megs pressed play. The sound of her own voice filled her ears and she cringed. She'd submitted hundreds of virtual auditions thanks to COVID-19, but it never got easier. Somehow, hearing her voice extracted from the image of her face made it more abrasive. She blew out a breath and continued, figuring out how to split the file and cut out her mistakes or extended breaths, then tinkered with the pitch and volume until it sounded almost professional to her untrained ears. Meg saved the file, then double-checked the email for submission and hit send, before she could second-guess herself. There, it was done. Even though she secretly resented her audition now that it had unintentionally cost her the course. No, she'd cost herself the course. It wasn't the audition's fault. A course she didn't want to take for a job she didn't want to work. But what were the alternatives? Megs closed the laptop and lay back on her bed, her curls fanning out on the comforter. The ink on her wrist caught her attention and she groaned. What was wrong with Champlain's computer system? They must know it had a bug, which meant they'd probably allow her to drop the class first thing in the morning if she called. Megs rolled over and grabbed her phone from the nightstand, setting a reminder to call the school at 8 o'clock during her shift. She had to drop that class. Not because she wanted more time with Gideon, though even rebutting that thought made her heart jump, but because she needed her $300 back. She'd been irresponsible and she needed to set it right. You should talk to someone about the course. His words echoed in her mind. Maybe Gideon was right. Maybe she should find a time to drive up and beg for readmittance. The worst they could say was no. Megs's phone buzzed and her heart leaped as she glanced down at the screen. Not Gideon. Heading to karaoke? See you there? Megs attempted to muster enthusiasm for Haley's text, despite the queasiness in her stomach. She needed a distraction, and while It Must Have Been Love and Sweet Caroline weren't going to suddenly make her brain functional, they would at least remind her why she should wake up tomorrow morning and try again. Megs opened her messages and hovered over Gideon's name. She should thank him, shouldn't she? Even if it were stupid to audition in the first place, he'd helped her produce something passable. Thank you for your help with the audition. Just submitted. Bad idea, she shouted internally as her thumbs ignored her and kept typing. Off the record, how was the rest of your day? 3 dots appeared and Megs held her breath. Off the record, it was relaxing. Off the record, I'm heading to karaoke. With your friend from the coffee shop? Megs's heart stuttered. He remembered that? You didn't say off the record. Glad you caught that. Those 3 words are my only protection from potential disciplinary action. Sorry, I won't continue to ask you to sacrifice your morals. My willpower is obviously lacking when it comes to students who aren't really my students. If this is a common problem, you should consider getting help. The opposite of common. The word you're looking for is rare. Aren't you a professor or something? Megs should have been getting dressed. She should have been walking to the car to meet Haley, but she sat glued to her phone. Title doesn't mean much. It's just a piece of paper you can get online. Meg snorted. Off the record? Have a good night. Off the record? Are you working Wednesday? Megs' stomach swooped like she was on a playground swing. Off the record? Yes. The following day, Meg stepped into Green Mountain Grinds. The stillness immediately put her at ease, which was no easy task. After her text conversation with Gideon, and despite singing her heart out at karaoke, she'd tossed and turned all night. Her excitement over meeting him only made her fear of not being able to drop his class explode like elephant toothpaste. She strode to the back room and hung up her jacket. Morning, Megs. John turned from the table, coffee in hand. Morning. She was glad to have help this morning. They'd been understaffed for months, and Mondays were always busier first thing than the rest of the week. I need to make a phone call at 8. Shouldn't take long. Are you okay to cover me? John nodded. Should be slowing a bit by then anyway. Hopefully. She smiled and tied on her apron, then made her way to the counter. John was a good kid. 17 and homeschooled, with better social skills than most teens she interacted with these days. As usual, when they opened the doors at 6:30, the first hour raced by. Megs kept a close eye on her watch, and at 5 to 8, she finished up an order and caught John's attention. She mimed taking a phone call, and when he nodded, hustled to the hall and into the back room. Meg stared at her phone, and when her toes began to tap after only a minute, she flipped over to her social media to distract herself. There hadn't been any other texts from Gideon last night, which was probably a good thing. All she wanted to do was plunk down on the couch and send messages back and forth, and that was just another red flag to stab into the ground next to the others. The clock hit 8, and Megs dialed the number for the academic counseling office she'd saved in her phone. It rang 3 times before a woman with a cotton candy voice answered. Champlain Community College, how may I help you? Hi, I've been trying to drop a course, but there's been some trouble with the online system, Megs explained. Okie dokie, let me check your account. Can I get your student number? Megs gave it, and then there was a pause filled only with the tapping of keyboard keys. Well, it appears you've missed the drop date. Right. Like I said, I tried to drop it online, but the system kept spitting out error messages. Megs's palms began to sweat. I hear what you're saying. It looks like you barely enrolled in this class on Saturday night, is that correct? Yes. Megs didn't know what else to say. It was a mistake. I was overly ambitious with my work schedule. None of that was true, and despite all her acting training, she wasn't quick at lying on her feet in real life. I'm guessing there was a problem because the payment for the class hadn't processed since you enrolled over the weekend. Let me see. Can I put you on a hold? The woman didn't wait for Megs's answer. Soft music filtered through the speaker, and Megs traced the lines of the tile on the floor with the top of her shoe. They had to let her drop it, right? It was a problem with their computer system. Why would it matter if the payment hadn't come through yet? Sure, there probably weren't hundreds of students enrolling in a class and then dropping it within 24 hours, but there had to be some. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So, unfortunately, I think there may have been a misunderstanding. Meg swallowed. How so? The drop date for the class was September 15th at midnight. Megs frowned. I checked the website multiple times and... John poked his head into the room. You good? Megs tipped her mouth so the speaker wasn't next to her mouth. Can I use your phone for a second, just to search something? He nodded and pushed through the door, then pulled his phone from his pocket. He unlocked it and handed it to her. Ma'am? Yes, sorry, I'm just looking again at the website. Megs trailed off as she typed Champlain Community into the search bar, then navigated to the class enrollment information. Yes, there's a link to a PDF, and it says September 17th is the ad drop deadline. Could you take a look at the date at the top of that document, under the title? Meg scrolled up and read the heading, then read it a second time. It felt as if someone had just doused her with a bucket of ice water. Do you see the date there? 2022, Megs murmured. Correct. I don't know why it's not updated on the website, but that was the ad drop date for last fall semester. This semester it was the 15th, and it actually says that if you log into your student. The woman's voice droned on, but Megs couldn't process the words. How had she not noticed the date? Probably because she'd made the decision to enroll in approximately 30 seconds. But she'd tried to do her due diligence. She'd checked to make sure she could drop it, and she'd tried to do it Friday. The thought died in Megs's head. She'd tried Friday. But it had been in the parking lot of the burger place, where she didn't have enough reception to get the site to load properly. Then, when she got home, she'd been too excited about that moment pressed up against the car with Gideon to think about it. Why hadn't she dropped it the second she arrived home? If we remove you from the class now, you'll receive an E on your transcript and won't be refunded, but I can still do that for you. Would you like me to remove you? Megs handed John's phone back to him. He gave her a look that said, "I'm sorry," as he crept back toward the door. "Thank you," she mouthed. "Would you like me to pull you from the class?" Yes, that was the answer Megs wanted to give. She wanted this to be over. She didn't want to be enrolled in a class at all, and especially not a class where Gideon was the professor. But all of her instincts were wrong. They were always wrong. She never should have tried to audition. If she'd been satisfied with the certification class and ignored that bubbling excitement and fixation, she'd be working a normal shift right now, probably finding an apartment and doing homework. Boring, but safe. "Let me think about it," was the answer she gave. "Sure thing. Just give us a call back." "Thank you." Megs dropped the call and slumped into the plastic chair next to the wall. Her mind whirred, and while part of her wanted to scream, a larger part simply felt numb. She wanted to stay there in the break room and wallow while she thought through every ramification of this new development, but she dragged herself up and stalked back to the front of the coffee shop. And bonus! Her mind splintered in 1,000 different directions as she took orders and went through the motions behind the counter. She wrote the name on the cup. Am I really going to throw away $300 for nothing? She set the cup down and pressed the button on the espresso machine. But I can't go to that class. Angled the nozzle on the can of whipped cream. Gideon is still my professor. By 9:30, the stream of customers was non-existent. Megs grabbed a rag and was wiping down the counters when her phone buzzed. She pulled it out and saw a message from Gideon. "It seems you're still on my roster." Chapter 8. Megs reread the message 3 times. Was he happy about that? Upset? He'd given no indication as to what he felt about that fact. She started to type and deleted it when it started to ramble, then began again. "Called the school this morning. I misread the drop date." "You dropped it on Friday. That was the correct date." A sick realization flooded over Megs. She'd made Gideon think she'd already dropped the class before they went to the burger place. "Is that where you take all your students?" "I'm kidding. I'll drop your class in the car." What was she supposed to say to him? When they went to Sammy's, he didn't know she was still enrolled in his class. "I tried to drop it Friday in the car. Cell service was terrible, so I figured I'd drop it when I got back home." Gideon didn't have read receipts turned on, so all Meg saw was that the message was delivered. When a couple of minutes had ticked by and she didn't see anything, her heart started to palpitate. Just when she was about to throw her phone at the wall, a 2-word message popped up. "You didn't?" No, she didn't. It hadn't even occurred to her. She'd driven home with only one shoe on, and even that hadn't managed to pull her attention from what had just happened in the parking lot. It was honestly the last thing on my mind. Megs's finger hovered over the send button. Finally, she pressed and waited. "Everything all right?" John asked as he cleared off the corner booth where Gideon had sat that day he'd come into the coffee shop. "Yep," she answered without hesitation. She wasn't going to open up to a 17-year-old about her life crisis, even if he was mature for his age. "Thanks for covering while I made that call." "Sounded intense." "Yeah, just dealing with some college red tape." John cleared 2 dirty coffee cups from another table to the counter, and Megs loaded them into the dishwasher, leaving her phone face up where she could see it. The bell jangled on the door, and she straightened. Megs flashed a smile at the older gentleman who approached the counter. "Cup of black coffee and a bran muffin." That would be intense for his digestive system, but Megs didn't question it. Coming right up. Gideon stood at the front of the classroom waiting for the projector to warm up. There were 8 students already sitting in their seats, but the room was dead silent. Mondays. Last year he'd gone on a cruise with a few of his childhood friends, Matt, or Oscar, included. The first day he'd felt sick to his stomach, but once his semicircular canals had adjusted, the ship hadn't felt any different than solid earth. Until he'd stepped off and tried to walk down the ramps leading to the parking garage. Teaching felt that way. During the school year, he was on the ship. Summer was the ramps, and the first few weeks of school he was waiting to catch his balance again. Today, Gideon's stomach was more unsettled than normal. He sat on the stool in front of his laptop and tried to distract himself by swiping through mundane emails on his phone. It didn't work. Not well, at least. Even after a trip to the gym that morning, he couldn't unravel the knot underneath his ribs. He'd kissed a student. Megs had led him to believe she'd already dropped the class. She'd never officially attended, nor had he ever looked at or graded her work. But still, he never would have done that had he known. Mostly because he couldn't stop thinking about that kiss, or the way his hands tingled every time her number appeared on his screen. How long had it been since he'd felt that sense of anticipation? She was funny and surprising. There had been 2 cases of academic impropriety last year, and while he hadn't stated any of his judgments out loud, he'd had them, mostly surrounding the incident with Miss Jones, a sociology professor. It probably hit closer to home because he knew her personally and had seen her more than once on campus with the student in question. They hadn't crossed any uncrossable lines, but the whole thing had given him the heebie-jeebies. And there he'd been, eating dinner with Megs, his arm looped around her next to the car, his lips on hers. When he'd seen her name still firmly planted in his student roster that morning, his pulse had sped. Mostly because he hadn't been able to stop thinking about her all weekend. The tightness in his chest had jumped on the bandwagon when she'd texted and informed him that she was, in fact, still his student. Motion sickness bans weren't going to be able to settle his queasiness this time. Gideon glanced at the clock. Time to start. He stood and cleared his throat. "All right, everyone. Today we're going to dive into the basics of sound waves and how they interact with—" He stopped mid-sentence when the door to the room opened. Megs. What was she doing here? The walls seemed to hold their breath. Or maybe it was just him. She dropped her eyes and hurried in to find a seat, her face flushed just as it had been when she'd shown up at his office door. The door that led to the room where he met with students and definitely didn't kiss them. Her auburn hair brushed over her shoulders in a wild yet enchanting mess as she set her bag next to the leg of the chair. Gideon forced himself to continue talking. His lips formed the consonants and vowels, but it felt as if the neural pathway from his brain to his mouth had been severed. What was he saying? Hopefully something about sound interference. Gideon lowered his head and dug into his presentation, feeling very much like he was floating outside of his body. Surprisingly, his voice held steady as he heard himself explain how sound interference, whether it was ambient noise, electrical hum, or reverberation, could significantly degrade the quality of their recordings. He glanced up, and even though he tried not to look in Megs's direction, he still noticed she had her laptop sitting in front of her. Was she taking notes? Why was she taking notes? She hadn't wanted to be in this class in the first place. Her brow furrowed slightly as she stared up at his slides projected on the whiteboard. Gideon stumbled on a word when she tucked a stray curl behind her ear. Curly hair had always been his thing, ever since he'd sat behind Melissa Thornton in Algebra 2. He'd used every modicum of self-control not to reach out and twist her hair between his fingers. Now he searched for another student to focus on. There was Jose, a regular front-row occupier, keenly taking notes as always. His earnestness was a striking contrast to Rose, who sat beside him, her attention clearly lost to the pencil sketches she was making in her notebook. Then there was Eric, a 50-year-old man who'd taken this exact same course the year before and had told him on day one he wanted to solidify his foundation before moving on to a more advanced recording class. He was intense and unintentionally funny. Eric rarely smiled, but when he did, it looked like someone had a piece of string attached to the right corner of his mouth. Gideon focused on the wobble of Eric's pencil scratching over his spiral ring notebook. He was able to maneuver through the rest of the lecture with relative ease, even though his eyes were like iron filings drawn toward the magnet at the back of the room. Megs. The magnet was Megs. Thankfully, she was looking down 90% of the time, but the few moments their eyes met sent a spark shooting down his middle. Was she there to talk to him? Was she only trying to fit in with the rest of his students? "Excuse me, Professor Adams." Eric's voice was dry and matter-of-fact. "Are we nearing our discussion of reverberation and absorption coefficients?" Gideon stifled a grin. He didn't want Eric to think he was laughing at him. "We are, indeed." Eric nodded, and Jennifer, the petite brunette sitting behind him, very obviously shifted her position in her seat and flicked her hair over her shoulder. She'd signed up for a recording session that weekend, and he was already planning to ask another professor to be there with him. It seemed every semester there was a young female who wanted more time and personalized attention than he was willing to give. As the class finally came to an end, Gideon dismissed the students and busied himself with cleaning up his laptop and notes. He felt someone approaching his desk before he allowed himself to look up. When he did, he was surprised to see Jennifer standing in front of his makeshift desk. She twisted a strand of hair around her finger. "Hey, Professor. I wondered if at my recording session this weekend, you could listen to some of the tracks I've been working on." He took a step back and crossed his arms. "I typically try to keep the studio slots to what we can accomplish recording." "Oh, sure. Of course. Maybe I could stop by your office during your hours?" Gideon nodded. "That would be fine." Jennifer's eyes lit up. "Thanks so much, Professor." She turned and bounced back to her table and picked up her bag, then exited the room. That's when Gideon saw her. Megs, standing up and clutching her laptop to her chest like it was a new purse and she was walking through Washington Park. "That was a good class." She tapped her fingers on the bottom of her computer and walked up to the front. "You're a good teacher." "Thank you." Gideon exhaled and shoved his hands in his pockets. Megs deflated. "I'm so sorry. I thought—" She pursed her lips and looked down at the top of the small table between them. "I thought it would be no problem to drop the class, but now that I can't get my money back, I don't know. I came here to explain, and then I was going to go over to the administration building and tell them to pull me anyway, but then I blew your mind with sound wave interference." Megs laughed. "Exactly." She smiled up at him, relief written all over her face. He was annoyed that she hadn't told him her attempts to drop the class weren't successful before they went out for dinner, before he'd kissed her. But he was more annoyed that now she was standing in front of him with her green eyes and auburn curls, and he couldn't do anything about it. "It was a good class," she repeated. "I know you're upset, and I get it. I should have said something, but I didn't want you to retract your invitation." She looked up at him through her lashes. He would have retracted it. As much as he'd wanted to ask her out, he never would have taken that risk. Was he secretly glad she hadn't said anything? Glad they'd had that night together, even if it meant he could get fired if anyone found out? Gideon knew he should say something, but every sentence that formed in his head was something he would never say to a student. His relationships with students had to remain professional, but he'd never been in this situation before. When he didn't open his mouth, Megs took a step back from the table. "Thanks again, and I'm so sorry." She turned, and Gideon exhaled as she walked toward the door. She stopped as she passed her desk, and his heart jump-started as he imagined her turning back. She didn't. Meg stared at something on her phone, unmoving besides the swipe of her thumb over the screen. When she finally lifted her head, her brow was furrowed and her green eyes flashed. "Anything you'd like to tell me, Professor Adams?" Gideon frowned, and his grip tightened on his laptop bag. There was plenty he'd like to tell her. How he hadn't been able to stop thinking about her all weekend. How he'd been planning to come into the coffee shop until her name was still there on his roster. But she was his student, so there wasn't any of that he could share. Megs dropped her bag and stalked toward the front of the room, holding out her phone. "Care to explain why your name is next to mine on the finalist list for Oscar Calloway's audiobook competition?" Chapter 9. Megs stared at Gideon, her thoughts reeling. Had he seriously stood there saying nothing while she apologized for withholding information when he hadn't mentioned that he'd also auditioned for the competition? He'd been in the recording studio with her while she'd recorded those lines. They'd spent hours together at the burger place, and he'd never once thought to mention that the reason he was familiar with the audition material was because he'd also recorded it. "You were upset that I didn't tell you my class wasn't officially dropped, but you watched me audition and didn't say a thing?" Megs dropped her hand and slipped her phone into her back pocket. "Or did you audition after I told you about it?" That seemed even more horrifying. She'd been romanticizing that night with him, that kiss, and really he'd only been trying to get information from her so he could use it to his advantage? "No, I'd already recorded my audition before you came into my office." Gideon ran a hand through his hair. "I submitted it that same night, and it's not—" Gideon ran a hand through his hair. "I should have said something." "You think?" Megs folded her arms in front of her. I didn't think it was relevant." Meg scoffed. "What could have been more relevant, Professor? I was recording the audition with you in the room." "I told you I'd seen the audition sides." Megs chewed the edge of her lip. "Well, I told you I was going to drop the class." Gideon shook his head. "That's not the same." "It's exactly the same. You only gave me part of the story. I just can't figure out why you didn't tell me the rest." Megs inspected his face, and her stomach sank. Had it been something to do with her audition? Had he thought her audition wasn't good enough to warrant a discussion on the topic? "I didn't want to audition. I did it for a friend." Megs waited. She wasn't going to walk away this time. "Why would you audition for a friend?" Gideon pushed up his glasses. "I grew up with Matt. Oscar. He asked me to audition and I didn't especially want to, but he was so insistent that I submitted something." He motioned to her phone. "Can I see that again?" Megs pulled it out and opened the screen, then zoomed in on the picture Haley had just sent her of the finalist list. Apparently, it was posted on the city website, but this had been on the door of the hair salon in town, which meant it could have been posted in other places. If Haley knew about it, there was a good chance her mom had seen it too. But had Gideon just said that Oscar was his friend? The Oscar Calloway? And had he called him by a different name? Gideon took the phone and read the names on the list, his frown deepening. "What? Shouldn't you be excited?" Gideon blinked and handed the phone back to her. "Half of that list is made up with people we went to college with, so I'm not sure how I feel about it." "We? As in you and Oscar? Or Matt? Was that his real name?" Megs knew nothing about this author, besides the fact that he was popular enough that the women in Sugar Creek were following this competition closer than the last episodes of Grey's Anatomy. "It's a long story." "I would say we could talk about it, but since I'm now your student, you apparently can't discuss anything with me other than soundproofing." Gideon gave her a look. "Are you shaming me for keeping college policy?" Meg scoffed. "I would never." "You do understand why that policy is there, don't you? So creepy older men can't abuse their positions of power, take advantage of women?" "You're not older or creepy." "I'm older than most of my students, and I absolutely would be creepy if I dated them." Fair point. Plus, her earlier statement had mostly been a dig anyway. Any guilt she had about not being forthcoming before burgers the other night had evaporated with the finalist list. Now she was happy to let Professor Adams squirm. Well, it seems we'll both be submitting another audition. Good luck, Professor. Meg strode back to her table and picked her bag up off the floor. This was probably all for the better. Sure, they'd shared a toe-curling, on her part at least, kiss, and an evening of the best conversation she'd had in months. But it wasn't like anything would have come from it. He was a professor. She was a barista who still lived with her mother. Plus, she'd decided over the last hour that she wasn't going to drop this class, which meant there was no reason for her to talk with Gideon anyway. At least not about anything other than recording for the next 8 weeks. She would absorb as much as she could from his lectures and assignments to justify spending her $300. Every part of her balked at this conclusion. Their conversation had been effortless. He was funny and sneaky hot, and he'd offered to buy her flip-flops. She could almost see the angel and devil sitting on her shoulders. Focus, Megs. Now that she was a finalist, she might still be able to get the money she needed for her apartment without finishing that certification course. Megs groaned as she weaved through the tables. Her mother was going to see her name on that list, which meant Sylvia DeBose would be expecting an explanation before she even walked through the door. Megs put this thought as far from her head as possible as she drove home, parked in the driveway, and tiptoed into the house. Her mother wasn't home, so Megs celebrated with a bowl of Cheerios before hiding away in her room. She sat cross-legged on her bed, her phone lighting up with notifications. Texts of congratulations flooded in, but it was a subject line in one email that caught her eye. A message from Oscar Calloway himself. Her heart stuttered in anticipation as she opened it. Dear Megs, congratulations. You have been selected as a finalist for my Heart Song Romance series. I was floored by your audition and can't wait to hear more. I've been discreet about the stages of this competition because the whole production is a bit unorthodox. I'd be lying if I didn't admit that one motivator for this competition is to create hype for the series. My team is adamant that I become more active on social media. So, this is my attempt to keep them at bay and create content that won't make me want to poke my eyes out. Meg snorted. She liked this Oscar character already. I hope that this process will be fun and beneficial for all involved, especially the contestants. That means you. All that said, this is your official invitation to participate in a series of events over the next couple of weeks. We'll be reenacting some scenes from the novel, all expenses paid, as well as working on narration and performance. My hope is that we'll all learn more about ourselves, our storytelling, and that I'll have no hesitation in choosing my narrator for a series that is near and dear to my heart. To kick things off, this weekend you'll be working in small groups with an acting coach. You're invited for dinner and drinks at 6 o'clock on Friday at the Rustic Table, a local restaurant in Sugar Creek. Here, you'll meet your fellow contestants and be placed into your groups for the weekend. Then our first activity will be a small group coaching session at my home. Further details will be provided during our dinner gathering. I look forward to seeing you in person this weekend and wish you the best of luck in the competition. Sincerely, Oscar. Megs blinked and stared at the screen. She couldn't tell if her heart was racing because she was excited or because she was dreading all of this. On the one hand, free dinner. On the other, did she want to commit to spending time with people she barely knew for weeks? Did she want to live out scenes from a romance novel? Barf. Did she want to do all of that with Gideon there with her? She thought of him watching her eat that burger at Sammy's, grease dripping down her chin. Getting kicked out of class had dulled her inhibitions that night, but now? She closed her laptop and lay back on the bed. Gideon knew Oscar, and he'd said that most of the people on the finalist list were people they both knew. Maybe they could all mingle together and she could find the other black sheep of the group. It was a free dinner and the chance at $5,000. $5,000? Yeah, she'd do any number of embarrassing things for that kind of money. If Oscar needed content, she'd give him content. She pulled her phone out and blew the dust off her old TikTok account, then pressed record. On Tuesday afternoon, Gideon placed a slice of smoked turkey onto a thick cut of freshly baked rye bread. Next to him, onions sizzled on a pan. The perfect white noise. Could have done one more set, his mind chastised, still analyzing his morning workout in the background. He'd pushed himself, of course. That burn seeped into his muscles and left him with a satisfying fatigue that made him feel like he'd accomplished something. Tuesdays and Thursdays were his days off, even though when he thought those words, he used air quotes. Teachers never truly got a reprieve during the school year. A soft hiss brought him back to the present, and he quickly flipped the onions, allowing the other side to caramelize. He had grading to do, and he needed to get through the task list he kept on his phone. Gideon spread a thin layer of Dijon mustard onto the bread. When the onions were golden brown, he turned off the stove and layered them over the turkey, then added a slice of aged cheddar and crisp lettuce. He might eat frozen burritos in the teacher's lounge during the week, but when he was at home, he took advantage. Gideon pressed down on the sandwich, cut it in half diagonally, then leaned over the counter and took a bite. Perfection. Why was he so good at making sandwiches? Gideon set it down on the plate and brushed the crumbs from his fingers before pulling his silver laptop closer. He never intended to work during dinner every night, but that had become his unintentional routine. Probably because mealtimes were when he felt the most lonely. It had been 3 years since Jess had moved out, and it still felt like something was missing in this apartment. He didn't miss her, exactly. That relationship had run its course, months before they finally pulled the plug. But he missed having someone to make a second sandwich for. Gideon opened his laptop, and the screen lit up. He signed into his portal and clicked over to the semester assignments. Each student had been tasked with submitting a simple recording, highlighting one of the techniques he'd taught in the past weeks. He pulled on his headphones and pressed play. The first submission was decent. It had some minor interference, but overall, good. He made a quick note in the feedback section and keyed in the grade. The second was surprisingly better. He went down the list, the rhythmic pattern of play, grade, note, becoming almost meditative. Not for the first time, he applauded himself for making the assignments less than 3 minutes. He didn't hate grading like some of his colleagues, but the quality of work in the first few weeks was flattered by short and snappy. He finished off his sandwich as he worked, and eventually got to the last student without a grade. Gideon paused when he scrolled over Megs' name. There was a blank space where her assignments should have been submitted. He hadn't asked Megs if she knew where to find the course material, but she'd taken classes before. She had to understand how the system worked. Since she'd barely decided to officially join the class yesterday, he doubted she'd had time to complete anything if she'd even read through the assignments. Still, he needed to put in something now, even if it was a placeholder. He wouldn't deduct points for submitting late. So whenever she submitted, he could change the grades. As Gideon typed in the zeros, his stomach clenched. And this was why it was a terrible idea to have more than a professional relationship with a student. He wanted to omit the assignments for her and have her start at week 3. But that wouldn't be doing her any real favors. His curriculum built on itself, and these 4 assignments wouldn't take her more than a couple of hours, once she caught up on the lessons. She'd understand that, wouldn't she? He shouldn't be worried about whether she understood. He shouldn't be worried about anything other than giving her the same concessions he'd give any other student. Gideon exhaled and closed the laptop. Megs' bedroom door slammed open, and her head snapped up. Sylvia DeBose was in the doorway. Her wild, curly hair framed her face like an untamed halo as her eyes darted around the room, finally landing on Megs sitting on the bed. Megs was instantly transported to her high school self, when her room was plastered with posters of Broadway shows and art supplies littered every available surface. Now, her walls were clean, and the only creative tools sitting on her dresser were a tripod and a few black pens. Yet she still cringed at the look on her mother's face. "Really, Megs?" Her mom brandished a printed sheet of paper in front of her, and Megs knew precisely what it was. The list of finalists for the audiobook competition. "You're still playing around with this nonsense?" Megs, sitting cross-legged on her bed, phone in hand, felt her face heat up. Playing around. Nice. Yeah, I thought it might be worth a shot. Megs, you need to grow up. Sylvia tossed the paper onto the bed next to Megs. Stop distracting yourself with things that are only going to lead to more disappointment. Megs's chest tightened as her mother's words sliced through her. Nonsense. Disappointment. How could her mother say those things when she loved acting and theater just as much as she did? She wanted to ask the question out loud, but knew it wouldn't get her anywhere. Her mom had a safe job. She had something to fall back on. That was the difference. And truth be told, Megs had started to doubt herself far before her mother had ever spoken her thoughts out loud. But she couldn't force herself to stop wanting it. Sylvia softened her tone. Look, Megs, I just want you to focus on something that has a real future, like your coding certification course. It's a much more stable career path that will allow you to have hobbies like this. Eventually, right? Megs nodded slowly, not wanting to meet her mother's eyes. She was 25, and right now she felt as impotent as when she was 15. Her mother groaned and dropped down on the end of the bed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get all confrontational. When I saw this, she shook her head. I do see the progress you're making. How's the course going, by the way? We haven't had a good conversation since the weekend. Megs hesitated, her fingers twisting around a loose curl. This was going to be painful, but the longer she delayed her horrifying revelation, the worse it was going to be. I missed one of the classes, which means I have to wait to certify during the next session. There. She said it, ripped off the Band-Aid. What? Her mother's voice rose as the whites of her eyes expanded. Why? How did that happen? Because I was 15 minutes late to class, and they locked me out of the building? Megs refused to slump or drop her head, even though she felt like crawling into a hole and hibernating. This was how it was between her and her mother. Sylvia dug in, and Megs dug in even harder. Sylvia blew out a breath. I don't understand how you were late. Her voice was low and calm, which meant she was working to keep an explosion at bay. Megs couldn't help herself. You don't understand how someone could be late? There's no possible explanation for someone showing up 15 minutes after they'd intended to? Her mother's eyes flashed. Not when it's important. Like, say, to secure a roof over your head? Why were you late? I'm not a child You're acting like one. Megs threw up her hands. There was recording equipment on campus. I went early to record that audition and the professor... Are you kidding me? And there it was. The explosion Megs knew was coming. You jeopardized your entire future for an audition? Megs, when are you going to learn? You're 25 years old and it's still always about your dreams, your fantasies. As her mother ranted, Megs shriveled like the flowers in the pots by their front door when she forgot to water them. What was the point of having dreams if they always got in the way of being successful? What was the point of her existence if she was always a disappointment to the people who knew her best? Sylvia finished with a statement that was probably supposed to be impactful, but Megs didn't hear it. The ringing in her ears prevented her from hearing the door close, or her mother's footsteps down the hall. Chapter 10. On Wednesday, Gideon discovered that Megs did not, in fact, understand his grading decisions. His first clue was a flash of green as she burst through the door wearing a bomber jacket and scarf, then marched to the front of the class and took the seat next to Eric, a far cry from her entrance on Monday. Hey, Eric, she said a little too loudly. I missed a lot last week. Can you help me catch up? Of course. Eric straightened and his mouth twisted into what Gideon could only assume was a smile. I'll send you my notes and we can go over anything you're not sure about later. Thanks. I'm so glad someone here is willing to help me fill in the gaps. The notes online weren't easy to navigate. Her eyes flicked up to meet his, then dropped to her bag as she pulled out her laptop. Gideon's blood heated, but before he could open his mouth, Eric was already talking. Professor Adams is excellent at explaining details, but I agree. His notes aren't the most thorough. Gideon's jaw nearly hit the table. Weren't thorough? He cleared his throat. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. What exactly was missing in the notes? Eric turned, and with his mussed white hair and wide eyes, he looked like the older brother of that actor on Third Rock from the Sun. No, Professor, I simply meant that there are some things that can't be translated. Your lectures aren't replaceable by diagrams and paragraphs. Gideon nodded once and refused to look at Megs, though he was fully aware of how she leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms. He made a note to go through his notes for the first 2 weeks of class and see if there were areas needing improvement. The clock announced it was time for him to begin. Based on the submissions he'd received, he'd adjusted the class to delve deeper into digital audio workstations, but now was regretting his decision. He struggled to share his personal music with anyone, let alone someone who was hostile. Would anyone be open to having their submission used as an example for today's class? He asked. Then regretted the question when a hand shot up. He nodded. Thank you, Jennifer. She beamed back at him, squeezing her arms to her side and boosting her already noticeable cleavage. Megs leaned over and whispered something to Eric. He exhaled sharply in what Gideon guessed was his version of a laugh. This was torture. He'd spent one night with this girl, and she'd hijacked every pathway to his frontal cortex. Gideon focused on his screen and found Jennifer's submission, then dropped it into Logic Pro. He planned to walk through at least 3 DAWs in class, but this was the workstation he used most frequently. He straightened and addressed the class. I want you to listen as I play this sample, and then we're going to play with some settings. Jennifer's submission was ukulele. He'd helped her and a friend record it last week during his open hours, and she hadn't been half bad. Meg stared at the projection on the whiteboard with a stony expression. Gideon pressed on through the lecture, and diving into the music helped pull him out of his head. When he finally opened things up for questions and discussion, he could almost convince himself it was a typical Wednesday. His stomach jumped into his throat when a hand raised in the air, and this time it was Meg's. Gideon nodded. I was just wondering if you had late submission policies for assignments. I couldn't find the information when I searched through the course information. Gideon's jaw tensed. I don't typically deduct points. I figure if you're willing to do the assignments any time, you should be given credit. Very generous of you. She flashed a smile that, even after only spending one evening together, he could tell wasn't genuine. I'm not sure if you know, but I only added this class at the end of last week. He nodded. Was that how they were going to play this? That they didn't know each other? Well, welcome. You'll have plenty of time to catch up. Gideon closed his laptop and thanked everyone for attending, then pretended to busy himself with packing up his things, even though it only took him a few seconds to unplug his laptop cord and slide it into his bag. You're in a hurry, Eric noted. Meg sighed. Yeah, I'm trying to catch someone in the admin office before I head home. Only have 20 minutes before they close. What for? Nothing regarding this class, just another course I was enrolled in. Gideon glanced up to find Eric standing next to Megs. Eric put his hands on his hips. I'd be happy to help you any time. I could wait in the atrium and we could go over notes after your meeting. Megs tensed, and Gideon had to hold back a smile. She'd been bluffing, but she didn't know Eric well yet. He was as literal as they came, and no excuse was going to convince him that they couldn't make a study session work. I had a shift at work this morning, so it won't take long. A half hour should be sufficient. Megs closed her mouth and nodded. Okay, then. After my meeting, I'll meet you in the atrium. Excellent. Eric's lips twisted again. Megs didn't need to worry. Eric was harmless despite his lack of perception when it came to social cues. Gideon picked up his bag and followed as Megs walked to the back of the class. Since he'd heard her say she was going to the admin building, he turned right and walked down the same hall. As soon as they'd passed through the doors to the walkway and it was less likely anyone from class would witness him talking to her, he sped up. I'm sorry, he said as he fell into step next to her. Her head snapped up, but she didn't respond. I was putting in grades, and you don't owe me an explanation. I get that I missed the deadlines. Gideon worked to calm his breathing. Was she walking faster? I didn't mean to blindside you. Megs tucked her curls behind her ear. It's fine. Gideon looked toward the parking lot as they reached the fork in the sidewalk, but he didn't turn left. Instead, he continued on with Megs toward the doors of the main building. What are you doing? She asked, not looking over at him. Walking. Your car is parked over there. Gideon's pulse flared. She'd noticed his car? Or had she only remembered he'd parked there the other night? Maybe I have business to take care of in the admin building as well. What kind of business? His mouth went dry. A question. For one of the counselors. Megs raised an eyebrow, but thankfully she didn't dig deeper. She pulled on the door he'd swiped her through on Friday night, when she'd missed her class, and strode toward the front desk. What was he doing? He didn't have business here, but his feet kept pushing forward alongside her. She'd mentioned to Eric that she was trying to talk to someone about another course she was enrolled in, and his curiosity got the better of him. You're talking to someone about the certification course? Meg sighed. I'm going to try to. I figure the worst they can do is echo what the professor already told me. Even that tiny tidbit settled him. He didn't want to talk to Megs like a typical student, like he didn't know anything about her life. That should have set off warning bells in his head, but instead, it did the opposite. When Megs asked the secretary at the desk which office she should go to, Gideon slowed next to her, then continued on in the same direction. Are you going to try and convince me the counselor you're talking to is in the office next door? No. I have new business to take care of. Megs's brow furrowed as she scanned the room numbers of the offices in the hall. She stopped in front of 112, then finally met his eyes as she raised her closed hand to knock. Professor, while I appreciate the extremely odd escort, I'm coming with you. The office door opened and Megs's fist still hovered in the air. Can I help you? Meg spun, still reeling from the fact that Gideon had followed her to the community outreach coordinator's office. Yes. I was hoping to meet with you about the coding certification course. The woman pulled the door wider and motioned for Megs to take a seat. She looked up in surprise as Gideon followed her into the room. I'm Miss Martinez, and you are? Megs. Professor Adams, from audio engineering. The scent of stale coffee and old paper filled Megs's nostrils as she approached Miss Martinez's desk. Meg sat in one of the two wide-set chairs and shot Gideon a sideways glance as he did the same. What was he doing here? Miss Martinez sat behind her desk and swiped a finger over her mouse scroll button. Are you enrolled in the course? And can I ask why your professor is here for this meeting? Yes, I'm enrolled, and I would love for you to ask, actually. Megs turned to look at Gideon. He gripped the wooden armrests and leaned forward. I insisted on coming to this meeting because I contributed to Megs being late for one of her classes last weekend. We had a miscommunication about her working in the recording studio, and by the time she made her way to this building, the doors were locked. Miss Martinez nodded and typed something on her keyboard. So you were late and missed the class. I was only 15 minutes late, but with the doors locked, I waited for most of the class to get into the building. Then, when I talked with my professor, he said I'd just need to enroll next semester. And that's not an option? It shouldn't have to be an option, Gideon answered. Megs and I were working on a recording project together, and I started our session later than planned. As a result, she was late to the course. She's more than capable of making up the work, and she's already paid for it. Miss Martinez glanced between Megs and Gideon. Megs shifted in her seat. Why was Gideon doing this for her? Did he feel bad about, well, everything? He didn't need to. All he'd done was follow school policy, and break her sandal, and kiss her so thoroughly she couldn't think straight all weekend. But the audition? The certification course? The enrollment in his class? That had been all her. It was my fault, Megs added. I understand that this course has a short timeline, and I shouldn't have scheduled anything that could have conflicted. If I'm being honest, the reason I'm here is because money is tight. I need to move at the end of the month, and I have a job lined up that requires this certificate. I don't expect you to fix this, but I'd really appreciate another shot. Miss Martinez turned her focus to her computer screen. Well, I'm sending a message to your instructor with the recommendation that he make an allowance for you. I assume you'll be able to attend the second weekend of classes? Yes, absolutely. And if he has to do anything extra to make this work, he should be able to forward you his presentation for the class you missed. But you'll be responsible for the assignments. From his class information, it looks like they're due Friday morning. Right. Megs pursed her lips. There were 4 assignments, all of them tedious, but she'd get them done. Plus the assignments she had to submit for Gideon's class so she wasn't sitting at a 0. Thank you so much. Relief washed over her like a warm wave. There was still a chance her instructor wouldn't make a concession, but at least now she had a chance. Megs couldn't help but steal a glance at Gideon, who sat stoically in the chair next to her. Thank you, Miss Martinez. Gideon stood. He didn't look at her as he turned, but said, I'll see you in class, Megs. What was that? Megs stood slowly and thanked the coordinator, then exited the room. Had Gideon thought she was incapable of handling this herself? Worse, did he believe his status as a male professor would pull more weight than a female student? Not that he was wrong, but she still hated that that was a thing. She mulled over their interactions as she walked back to the other building. Had she given him the idea that she was a damsel in distress? They'd met at the coffee shop where she hadn't needed any help. If anything, she was the one offering him assistance. Then she'd been assertive and probably a tad bit annoying when she'd shown up at his office. But then he'd found her wallowing against the brick wall of the admin building, then carried her to her car when her sandal broke. His fault, but still. It didn't seem he was trying to give her preferential treatment in class. If he was, he sucked at it. But she didn't need one more person in her life to view her as a charity case. Megs entered the arts building and strode to the atrium where Eric was waiting, talking to some... She groaned internally. Gideon. He was talking to Gideon. Of course he was. Hey, Eric. You ready to work? Eric's face contorted into what she'd realized was his version of a smile. It was endearing, and also a bit disturbing. I was asking Professor Adams if we could use the recording studio. I realized the first class during week 2 was mostly about the mixing board, and I thought it might be good to show you. Megs gripped the straps of her backpack. And what did Professor Adams say? Gideon smiled tightly. I'd be glad to let you in. No supervision? I trust Eric. Megs's nostrils flared. Excellent. They walked together back toward Gideon's office. I probably could have learned about the mixing board when I recorded my audition, if someone would have trusted me, she muttered under her breath. And been even more late to the certification course? Meg scoffed. Not possible. What isn't possible? Eric asked. But before either of them could answer, 2 girls who looked barely 18 approached as they rounded the corner. Hey, Professor Adams! The brunette in the duo flashed a shy smile. Gideon nodded and continued on. Student of yours? Megs asked. No. No? How do they know who you are? Eric cleared his throat. I believe most females here know who Professor Adams is, probably because he's a musician and young women find that intriguing. Megs stifled a smile, then sobered when she remembered what she'd said to Gideon that night at the burger bar. Audio is sexy. Thank you for that, Eric. Gideon's face was unreadable as he led them to the studio, different from the one she'd recorded in, and pulled out his key. Gideon knew she found him attractive, which made all of this more awkward. But didn't she also know that he was interested? He'd texted her all weekend, and he'd been more invested than she was in making sure her class was dropped. Something swirled in Megs's middle. What would have happened if she had successfully dropped intro to recording? What would have been Gideon's next move? Gideon opened the door and reached out to flick on the lights. Megs's mouth went dry as she stood in the corner, as far from Gideon as possible, and let Eric move into place between them. The last time they'd been in here together, Professor Adams had been watching her voice two lovers. Gideon glanced up, and by the slight flush of his cheeks, Megs wondered if he was thinking the same thing. "All right then. Anything you need from me, Eric?" Eric shook his head. "Thank you, Professor." Gideon glanced up and briefly caught Megs's eyes before turning and exiting back into the hall. Eric opened his laptop and spun the screen to face her. "I told you a half an hour, and while you were in your meeting, I analyzed the material we've already covered and determined these to be the points most in need of clarification. Let's get started, so you can leave as planned." Megs pursed her lips and nodded. Eric was a character, and every sentence out of his mouth surprised her. Without even meaning to, she was taking notes, watching how he quirked his lips or blinked more than he needed when someone asked him a question, the intonation in his voice, and the way his shoulders twitched right before he started to speak. Meg scanned the mixing board. The studio's dim lighting cast a soft glow over the vast expanse of knobs, buttons, and sliders, each organized and labeled with strange initials. Eric began without preamble. "This section," he pointed to a cluster of knobs on the left, "controls the microphone preamps. Turn to increase or decrease the sensitivity of your mic. Always watch the levels here. Red indicates clipping, and you never want that." Megs held up a hand. "I'm going to need some definitions. What's a preamp?" Eric turned his head but didn't look directly at her. "A preamplifier, or preamp for short, is a device that amplifies weak signals, making them stronger and suitable for further processing or amplification. Your voice, when you speak or sing into a microphone, is almost a whisper in electrical terms. The preamp takes that whisper and makes it louder, so the rest of the equipment can work with it effectively." Eric pointed at the sound level bars. "Without a preamp, you'd barely see any movement here, even if you sang at the top of your lungs. But with it, even a soft hum can be detected and amplified." "So, for vocals, you boost the signal from the get-go?" Eric nodded. "Exactly. It's the first step in ensuring the sound is captured accurately and clearly." He moved his hand to the center, where a series of vertical sliders dominated. "These are your faders. They control the volume of each input. Move them up to increase, down to decrease." "Are they the same on every board?" "I believe they're similar." Eric pointed to a row of small square buttons above the faders. He was dedicated to keeping their deadline. "These buttons are your mute buttons. Press once to mute, press again to unmute. Simple." Megs pressed one for fun as Eric moved his hand over to a group of multicolor knobs. "These are your equalizers. Adjust them to modify frequency responses, like bass, mid, and treble." "For instruments?" "And voice. You can also adjust this in your digital audio workstation after recording." "I assume knowing what to adjust will come later?" Eric nodded. "That's in Module 7. "Right." Megs exhaled, then focused as Eric showed her a few more examples on the board. As soon as the clock turned to 5:25, Eric straightened and closed his notes. Half an hour on the dot. Meg smiled. "Thank you so much for this, Eric. Incredibly helpful." She wasn't just patting his ego. She meant it. "You're welcome." Eric slipped his computer into his shoulder bag. "Anytime." Megs had no doubt he meant that too. Eric was sure to turn off the power to the board and flick the lights. As they stepped into the hall, he turned left. "I always park in the back parking lot since I can get there with less traffic." "Oh, perfect. Well, have a great rest of your week." Eric nodded. "See you on Monday. You're welcome to sit at my table again." Megs grinned. "Perfect." Her steps seemed lighter as she walked through the mostly empty hall. She slowed as she neared Gideon's office and noticed his door was open, then sped up to hopefully avoid notice. "Megs?" he called out. She paused but didn't pull to a complete stop until he stepped out into the hall. "How did it go?" She drew a deep breath and turned. "Really well. Eric's an excellent teacher." Gideon's hand rested on the doorframe, and the way he was leaning accentuated his tapered waist and broad shoulders. something she shouldn't be noticing. His notes weren't lacking. Megs pursed her lips to hide a burgeoning grin. Were you offended by that? Gideon frowned. No, You were. That comment got under your skin. She didn't hide her amusement now, and that only deepened Gideon's glower. He tapped his fingers on the gunmetal gray door casing. I'm glad it went well. I'm also glad it went well. They were at a well-wishing standoff, and Megs couldn't wait to see who won. Gideon dropped his arm before she unfolded hers. Then we agree. Megs nodded. Seems like it. Gideon turned to duck back into his office, then stopped. I'll actually see you Friday, for the first finalist event. It was as if he was talking to himself, correcting his earlier parting statement in the coordinator's office. No, you won't. Meg swallowed hard. It was the right decision, but there was still a sharp pang in her stomach when she had to voice it out loud. Gideon looked up. Why not? Because I can't go? Not if Mr. Fletcher lets me back into the certification course. I'm not screwing that up again. Gideon opened his mouth, then closed it. Right. Not meant to be, I guess. Megs rocked on her feet once, then took a step back down the hall. Good luck. You too. I won't need it, unless you're talking about turning in all of my assignments, in which case, thank you. Gideon looked up, and his eyes reflected slate gray in the fluorescent lights. Have a good weekend, Megs. With that, he turned and stalked back into his office. Chapter 11. Meg stared at the email on her phone. Narration contestants. Due to an unforeseen scheduling conflict, our meetup on Friday will now start at 8:30 p.m., instead of the previously announced 6 p.m. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Rest assured we still have a full dinner planned, complete with after-dinner cocktails to help us all unwind and get to know one another better. Best regards, Oscar Calloway. Megs had been about to send Oscar, or Matt, an email thanking him for the opportunity but declining his offer to participate. But now? Now she could attend. Her class ended at 8 o'clock, which meant she'd be a bit late depending on traffic, but not by much. Megs chewed on her lower lip. It was just one dinner, right? She could go, enjoy the free meal, meet the other contestants, and then politely explain to Oscar that she wouldn't be able to continue. That familiar swirl of anxiety hit her stomach. Was she doing what she always did? Justifying this because it was exciting to her? Why was it so hard to tell? It was one thing not to trust advertising claims or news articles, but herself? How could she know what was real when her own brain and hormones lied to her? Megs dropped her phone on the bed and continued cleaning. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm autumn glow on the scattered clothes and books that littered the floor. Her instructor for the certification course had agreed to let her back in, and she'd worked non-stop Thursday after her shift to finish her assignments. Today, she was off, which meant she had to tackle all the tasks she'd been neglecting. First, de-junk her room in preparation for packing. She'd texted her mother as soon as she got the email Thursday morning, and now everything was back on track. They would be apartment shopping on Saturday, and there was one place Megs was especially excited about after looking at the listings online. It was a shared house with a garden and a private room. The house was old, but well-maintained, at least from the pictures. She tossed an old blouse in the box next to the door. It had taken her an hour to finally force herself to start sorting her things, but now it felt like the most thrilling thing in the world. She was making order out of chaos. How had she acquired so many pieces of clothing she never wore? A wave of emotion rolled through her as she reached back into her closet. She'd moved out of this home before, but even then she knew it still existed. It was still a place in the world she'd mapped by heart. Megs knew the dent in the wall in the hallway from her elbow when she and Bobby were trying to do handstands and Bobby had landed on her. She knew that if the power went out in the living room, someone had plugged a charger into the wrong outlet and had popped the breaker. She knew not to flush the toilet in the powder room while someone was showering in the master, or to flush it if it was her sister in there. She'd memorized the under-counter light in the kitchen and the smell of coffee on weekday mornings before school or work in the middle of January when it was still dark as they woke, the lilac bushes along the back fence, the fire pit she'd roasted marshmallows on, the swallows that made a new nest each spring under the eaves at the edge of the patio. None of it would exist after this month, at least not for her. She had so few things that she knew to the core in this world, and now she was losing one of them. Meg swiped the tears from her eyes and finished going through her closet, then took her laptop to the kitchen for much-needed sustenance and task number 2. The next day, Megs was a ball of nerves. She'd submitted 3 out of 5 assignments for Professor Adams and was dying to see her grades. They'd be good. They had to be. Seeing high percentages pop up instead of the zeros currently sitting in her profile would release the tension on the elastic band stretched tight in her chest. But that wasn't the only reason she was wound up. In just over an hour, she needed to head up to campus for her class. That meant facing Mr. Fletcher again, who was possibly annoyed at her complaining to Miss Martinez, and then heading straight to the contestant dinner with Oscar Calloway. The ladies in town had been calling all morning and tittering on the phone with her mom while she was eating breakfast. Can you believe she's going to meet him in person? Should I have her ask him? Oh, I don't know if he'd have time for something like that, but you never know. Her mom had been thrilled that Megs in this competition were the height of drama in town, regardless of her feelings about Meg's decision to audition in the first place. Megs wouldn't be asking Oscar anything, particularly since she would announce her departure from the competition as soon as she finished her free meal. The real problem was that she wouldn't have time to come home after her class, so she had to be ready to schmooze by the time she left at 4:45. She stood in front of her now sparse closet, searching for an outfit that would strike the right balance between casual and chic. She finally settled on a flowy mustard yellow blouse, tucked into high-waisted black jeans that hugged her slender frame. Paired with ankle boots, it was the perfect fall outfit that shouldn't look too out of place in class or the restaurant. Megs got dressed and walked into the bathroom. After washing her face, she moisturized and plucked a few wild eyebrows, then used a bit of concealer under her eyes. A swipe of mascara and a brush of bronzer completed her natural makeup look. Taming her wild auburn curls was another challenge altogether, but she managed to coax them into soft waves that framed her face. She took one last look at her reflection, then retreated to her room and checked her phone. The videos she'd made about the audiobook competition the other day were getting more traction than she'd expected. She'd tagged Oscar's newly made account, and he'd already commented, "Happy to have you in the running." He wouldn't be happy for long. She did a quick lip-sync video about one of the books Oscar had written and tagged him. Megs wasn't fooling herself into thinking she mattered much to anyone at this point in the competition, but she didn't want to take it without giving something back. This felt better. The drive up to Champlain felt longer than usual. She turned on a podcast, but her mind kept zoning out, usually landing on something related to Gideon. When Megs was little, her mom adored puzzles and always had one out on the coffee table. Sometimes it would sit there for days, sometimes weeks. Every time Megs passed it, she'd sit for a moment and try to find new pieces that fit. Never did she leave that coffee table glad she'd sat down. She hated the feeling of something missing, of something not being complete. It was torture to put in 2, even 5 pieces, and then to have to stand up and walk away with gaping holes in the picture. That was how it felt with Gideon. They'd started a picture, however unintentionally, that Saturday night while they ate their sloppy burgers. That frame was sitting there on the coffee table just waiting to be filled in, and it was killing her. At this point, she didn't even care what the picture was. She just needed it to make sense. Would he be interested in picking up where they left off as soon as the semester was over on December 10th? Did he regret that night and now feel awkward when he saw her in class? Whatever it was, she wanted answers so she could put it to rest and stop thinking about his hands on her waist or his lips, his laugh. She needed louder music. Megs gripped the steering wheel and made it to the parking lot, then went into class early. Her instructor didn't give her a second glance, which she appreciated. Just a lecture as usual. When it ended 2.5 hours later, Megs thanked him, loaded up her bag, and walked back to her car. In a stroke of academic luck, their topic tonight had required enough mental energy to keep her from stressing about the dinner. But now that she was headed to the restaurant, her heart rate spiked. She dialed Haley on Bluetooth in an act of desperation to kick her intrusive thoughts. "Hey, stranger." Megs grinned. "How are you?" "Busy as usual, but you caught me at home early tonight." "Good for you. I hope you're soaking in the bath or watching a trashy reality show or something." Haley laughed. "Geez, I haven't slipped that far. What are you up to?" "Heading to this dinner for the narration competition." Haley gasped. "Oh, no way! Is he going to be there? The author?" "Yep. Should be interesting." Interesting was putting it mildly. Any famous person she'd ever met had been a head case. She could only hope that Oscar's quirks wouldn't make the night painful. "Okay, you have to call after and tell me everything." "I will, but I doubt there'll be much to tell. The whole thing is way more intense than I expected, and I don't think I'll be able to stay in it, while taking courses and moving at the same time." "Don't you only have tomorrow and next weekend left for the certification?" "Yes, but Oscar's events are on the weekends too. And, in a strange twist, half of the people on the finalist list are apparently people Oscar knew as a young adult." "How do you know that?" "Long story, but the professor that helped me record my audition is a hot guy from the coffee shop? The one you went to get burgers with?" Megs groaned. "I should not have texted you details." "Wait, is he teaching that class you're in? The one you wanted to drop?" Haley's voice defied gravity by rising higher with each word. Megs didn't answer. Hearing Haley intimate the details of her past few weeks made her wonder if she was the one on a trashy reality show. Haley groaned. "Oh, Megs, he is, isn't he? That's why you wanted to drop the class, isn't it?" "No, I wanted to drop the class because I didn't want to spend $300 I don't have." She still didn't know how she was going to come up with that. "Nope, no way. You like him. I can tell by the way you're getting defensive." Megs growled in frustration. "You're impossible, you know that? And you have a crush, which you absolutely should. He was adorable." "Can you not make him sound like a toddler? I knew you were thinking about jumping him right there in Green Mountain. That's why I was not." She was. She absolutely was, with his hot glasses and collared shirt. "Why I left, but it turned out he did the jumping for you." Megs let out an exasperated sigh. She was sweating. This was not the distraction she was hoping for. "And now he's my professor and he barely looks me in the eyes, so we've come a long way." "Until tonight." "Not until tonight, Hales. He's been unequivocal that he doesn't cross boundaries with his students, and I respect that." She didn't need to tell her how she'd inadvertently led Gideon on to get that dinner and kiss in the first place. Maybe he's patient. Maybe this whole semester will be a sexy buildup of longing and restraint. You are watching trashy reality TV, aren't you? "No, but maybe I picked up one of Oscar's novels." Megs nearly swerved off the road. "You did not." Haley giggled. "They're surprisingly good." "Who are you? You are a strong, independent business owner who just discovered a new love for men who work on horse ranches." Megs shook her head. "Well, I'm telling Bobby." Haley scoffed. "Whatever, Bobby is living her second chance romance. She doesn't get to say anything about us single gals and our preferred coping strategies." Coping strategies? Did Megs have any of those? Fine. Fair. Seriously, though, they're good? Like the milk chocolate caramels you hide in your drawer at work and eat secretly at 2 p.m, even though you tell everyone you only eat dark chocolate. Megs laughed and stopped at a red light. "Got it. I'm almost back to Sugar Creek. Thanks for helping me pass the time. Have a blast tonight. And wait, that professor is a finalist? He's going to be there?" "Good night, Hales." "Call me." Megs ended the call and drew a deep breath. Then another. She continued breathing in silence until she finally parked at the rustic table. She was only 10 minutes late. Perfectly reasonable. The butterflies in her stomach flit and darted wildly as she reapplied her tinted lip balm and pulled on her jacket, and grabbed her purse before stepping out of the car. She scanned the restaurant as she walked through the Art Deco glass doors. It had been over a year since she'd been here. Not for dinner, but for a glass-blowing demonstration in the shop out back. They'd done a complete overhaul of the place. The whole feel of it, with dark wood accents, flickering candles and antiques on the wall, instead of the prior owner's taxidermied animals, was all swank. "May I help you?" the hostess asked. She was tall, with shiny blonde hair, dressed in all black. "Yes, I'm here for the audiobook competition meetup." "Yes, of course. Please follow me." The hostess led Megs through the restaurant, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor. They walked to the back through a pair of French doors, and Megs breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the other contestants were standing and mingling, instead of already sitting down at the long table in the center of the private room. "Thank you," Meg said to the hostess, who inclined her head gracefully and left Megs to it. She beelined to a high-top table near the minibar with an open space. When the three people already standing there paused their conversation, she quickly introduced herself. "Hey, I'm Megs." She couldn't help her eyes from wandering a bit in search of a familiar face. "Melissa," one of the contestants replied, shaking Megs's hand. She had a pixie cut and a firm grip. The woman next to her with porcelain skin and long, dark hair introduced herself as Layla. And then there was a man who looked like every guy Megs had ever seen in a dandruff shampoo commercial. "Sean," he said, running a hand through his thick, flake-free hair. Meg smiled. "Nice to meet you all. Have any of you done narration before?" "Never," Melissa replied, taking a sip of her cocktail. "I've always loved performing, but this whole audiobook thing is new to me. Thought it might be fun to give it a try." "Same here," Layla admitted, her eyes darting around the room in a way that made her look like a small bird. "I used to act in local theater, but gave it up after some bad experiences. A friend told me about this competition, so I thought I'd take a chance and see if it could help me find my passion again." Well, I'm actually a professional actor," Sean bragged, leaning harder into his forearms on the tabletop. "You might know me from my commercial work." He winked and continued. "Thought this would be a great way to expand my portfolio, you know?" Was this guy for real? As the conversation went on, Megs caught the eye of a waiter and ordered a Coke. When she turned to take the glass from him, she spotted Gideon laughing across the room, and her heart skipped a beat. He looked absolutely stunning in his tailored suit, his dark hair combed back instead of mussed like she was used to seeing it. An electric shiver ran down her spine, and for a second she imagined herself grabbing her drink and sliding in next to him. She saw the smile he'd have on his face, the same one he'd worn when he helped her hobble to the car while holding her snapped sandal. Gideon looked up, and their eyes met for a brief moment before Megs snapped her head back to the contestants at her table, hoping they didn't notice her flushed cheeks. "What about you, Megs?" Melissa asked. She took a sip of Coke. "I need the money." Sean coughed a laugh. "Honesty, that's hot." Megs gave a flirtatious shrug, and just like that, she dropped into her role. Flirty, brazen, say it how it is. This was just another character she was playing for the night. "Attention! Attention, everyone!" A deep voice lifted above the chatter, followed by the clinking of a glass. Megs turned and took in the man standing at the head of the table they were about to dine at. It was Oscar Calloway. She knew this, not only because of his social media profiles, but because of how commanding his presence was. The way his lips were pulled into a half smile, and his hand was slung into the pocket of his tailored slacks. This man knew he was important. "Before we settle for dinner, I wanted to thank each of you for submitting auditions and showing up tonight. This has been an adventure for me and my team, and I'm so glad we took the plunge." He nodded to two women standing together in the back corner at a table littered with electronics. They must be the said members of his team, probably recording portions of the night for his social media. "I also wanted to give a bit of insight into our upcoming events and coaching session. Oscar continued. First, there's a copy of my book, signed, for each of you on the far table. You'll have some reading assignments throughout the competition that I hope will help you connect more with the material. Second, I've put you all into smaller groups. I felt that would be more conducive to receiving personalized feedback in our coaching session. Megs' pulse quickened when she felt Gideon's eyes on her from across the room. He was standing next to someone, a blonde-haired woman who was standing a bit too close to be a complete stranger. Oscar flashed a winning smile. I've made seating assignments accordingly, so you can get to know your fellow actors during dinner. You'll find your name cards at your designated seats, so please take a look, and let's enjoy this fabulous meal together. Oscar gestured grandly toward the elegantly set table. Megs followed the others, her eyes scanning for her name card. She secretly hoped she'd end up next to Sean. Even though he was a grade A jerk, she knew how to handle men like that. She was good at feeding egos, and that would be a lot easier than staying silent because she was seated across from someone who wasn't a talker. The room buzzed with a newfound energy as people milled about, searching for their places. When she spotted her name, Meg stopped and picked up her card, then glanced at the one next to it. Her heart skipped a beat. Looks like we're sitting next to each other. Gideon put his hands on the back of his chair. Looks like it, Professor. Chapter 12. Gideon's eyes shuddered. You don't need to call me that here. His voice was low, but somehow it cut through the clinking of glasses, the scooting chairs, and the chatter of voices, and hit her like a sandbag. Megs felt as if a hand reached inside her and yanked her insides toward the floor. Before she could clear her head enough to respond, the woman Gideon had been standing with popped up across from them and stuck out her hand across the table. Hi, I'm Allie. Megs smiled and shook it. Megs. It didn't escape her that Allie didn't introduce herself to Gideon. Ah, here we are. Oscar Calloway swooped in next to Allie and pulled out her chair, then sat down in the chair opposite Megs. She glanced down the table and found Sean, Melissa, and Layla near the end. There were only 16 people, including the 2 women who seemed to be a part of Calloway's staff. Meg sat next to Gideon. A woman in a sweater dress and her hair swept up in a claw clip sat on her other side. Is this our group? Allie asked, pointing at Megs and Gideon. That it is. Oscar grinned, pulled his napkin from the table, and spread it over his lap. There are 13 finalists. We have 3 groups of 3 and 1 group of 4. Megs' heart started to race. She needed to tell Oscar. If they had 1 group of 4, that would be perfect. That one extra contestant could slide in and take her place in the group with Allie and Gideon. Oscar, I think this worked perfectly, Gideon. I'm glad you let me know about the conflict. Oscar was already talking and didn't hear her say his name. Megs' eyes narrowed. What conflict? Oscar leaned back in his seat as waiters and waitresses entered the room with plated salads. Gideon texted me and let me know there was something going on at work that wouldn't allow him to get here by 6. It was an easy adjustment, and I think it worked better for everyone to do it later. Megs turned her head. It was possible that Gideon had recording hours open, and that was why he'd recommended a later time. But he knew she wasn't planning to come tonight. He knew her class ended at 8. Where do you work? Megs didn't actively decide to pretend she didn't know Gideon, but once the words left her lips, she couldn't take them back. Gideon didn't even flinch. Champlain Community College. I'm a professor there. Impressive. What do you teach? Her chest warmed. Right then, only she and Gideon were in on this little secret, and it felt deliciously rebellious. Allie jumped in, clasping her hands on the table. He teaches audio engineering and recording. Megs cocked her head to the side. This gave her the perfect opening to dig. Do you 2 know each other? A blush rose to Allie's cheeks. Just getting reacquainted, actually. What did that mean? Allie was probably one of the people on Gideon's list, but how well did they know each other? A waiter reached over her shoulder and set her salad in front of her. It looked good. Spring greens, mandarin oranges, and roasted beets. Free dinner, she repeated in her head. This didn't have to be any deeper than that. Gideon fidgeted with the corner of his napkin and moved his foot back under him. Allie kept accidentally hitting his shoes with hers. He'd seen her name on the list of finalists, but nothing had clicked until he'd shown up and seen his friends together in person. Once he'd figured it out, he'd tried to get Matt alone, but either his famous friend was oblivious or he knew that Gideon knew. Matt had darted away at every opportunity, diving into conversations with passing waiters if it meant avoiding a conversation with Gideon. Now here they were, seated across from each other, and he couldn't say anything without making it awkward for Allie. Based on what he knew about Megs, she'd probably enjoy the drama of it all. He could already see her green eyes lighting up at the first mention of an ulterior motive for this competition. Gideon didn't doubt that Matt was using this competition to build buzz for his series and find a narrator, but this had Stewart, or now Calloway, written all over it. Megs, right? Matt picked up his fork and speared a beat. Megs nodded. I was blown away by your audition. Megs's hand paused as she spread her napkin over her lap. Thank you. She looked momentarily confused, and Gideon had to force a smile from creeping onto his lips. That flicker wasn't contrived. He'd seen the same look when he'd complimented her in the parking lot. Megs didn't know how good she was, and it was both stupefying and adorable. It was very conversational, Matt continued. I say that as if I'm an expert on what makes a good narration, but I'm just repeating what I read in a BuzzFeed article. Megs laughed, and Gideon tensed. He didn't like that she thought Matt was funny, even though he was. Doesn't every girl have a secret fantasy that their favorite teacher will fall for them? That line ran through his head every single time he saw her, which wasn't helping with his commitment to upholding the boundaries. Wednesday night, he'd tossed and turned in bed after sending Matt the message about the school conflict. He'd already booked his evening off, but when Meg said she was dropping out, he hadn't thought twice about opening his recording hours back up. That way, he hadn't lied in his text message. If anyone thought to check the details, they'd find everything lined up. Nothing suspicious. Only he knew that the reason they were meeting at 8:30 instead of 6 was purely so he could see Megs outside of class. So I shouldn't pay any attention to your compliments? Megs replied and took a drink of her Coke. Right, they mean nothing. Matt flashed a wide grin. Gideon cleared his throat. What about you, Megs? He wasn't trying to kill their almost flirtatious conversation, but he wasn't not trying. What about me? She asked. What's your story? Gideon put a forkful of greens in his mouth. Well, I've been acting for most of my life, and I hope to make a career out of it, but that didn't quite work out as planned. I love that you tried, Allie said. I didn't have the guts to do anything that wasn't practical. Having Allie and Megs talk was almost worse than Megs and Matt. He didn't want pieces of his past exposed at the moment, which meant sitting here with these three was his own personal house of horrors. What do you do? Megs asked. I'm an executive assistant. I work for a corporate real estate firm in Burlington. Gideon took another bite. Allie had always wanted to be a singer. Matt had been one of Gideon's freshman roommates, along with Randall, who was sitting at the end of the table across from his old girlfriend, Cassie. Do you enjoy it? Megs asked. Allie shrugged. It pays well. The three of them had gone to Chicago with big dreams. They'd started performing at a pub on the north edge of campus within weeks of the semester starting, and that's where they met Allie and Cassie. They were always playing before or after each other, which meant they spent hours together most weekends. Allie's vocals were smoky and raw, and Cassandra had always worked magic on the guitar. It was a surreal 2 years creatively, before the real world set in. I need to make a visit to the restroom. Meg set her fork down and scooted her chair back. A light floral scent wafted toward him with her movement, and that night at Sammy's slammed back into his mind. She'd smelled like that when they stood in the parking lot, light and fresh. He wondered if it was her lotion or hair products. I'll come with you. Allie stood and followed Megs. I still don't understand why women do that. Matt chuckled, but Gideon wasn't going to let him get away with small talk. Interesting mix here, don't you think? Matt grinned. So much talent. And relationship potential? Matt took another bite of his salad. I wouldn't know about that. Gideon shook his head. You're going to play innocent? Matt looked up and shrugged as he chewed. Did you think this would work? Matt set his fork down and sighed, glancing at the contestants to the right and left of them, before leaning toward him over the table. All I want is for my friends to be happy. I don't think that's a crime. Gideon lowered his voice. You thought putting us together in a romance novel would rekindle our relationships from college? Matt looked a little sheepish. It's what I do, Gid. I bring people together in every book I write, and those are fake people. But stories like this happen in real life, and I know you all gave up on living your dreams, but gave up? Gideon tensed. Was that what Matt thought happened when he stopped playing gigs and got his master's? I didn't give up. My dreams just changed. It was your dream to work at Champlain? Was it Allie's dream to work as an executive assistant in Burlington? Gideon exhaled. Matt, we aren't kids anymore. Those faucets were worth the trip. Meg slid back into her seat, and Allie was only a few seconds behind her. Gideon ground his teeth. Yeah? Matt's face lit up. It was a hand-washing waterfall. Meg scooted back in close to the table. Matt whipped out his phone. That's going on my list. What list? Megs grinned. My ideal list. Might end up in a novel. And I'll get a cut of royalties, right? Matt laughed. Of course. 0.1%. Gideon pulled his foot back as Allie nudged his shoe again, and that time he was convinced she was doing it on purpose. Megs left class on Monday as fast as possible to force herself not to talk to Gideon. After sitting next to him all night at dinner, it was getting more and more difficult not to text him or talk to him like a friend. He'd been quieter than usual, especially after she and Allie returned from the bathroom. After talking with Allie by the waterfall faucets, she understood why. Allie and Gideon had been together for 2 years in college. 2 years! They split up only because Allie backpacked through Europe for 6 months after she graduated. When she came back, Gideon was working on his master's and she took a job in Chicago. So, Gideon was seeing her for the first time while sitting next to a random girl he kissed at a burger joint. She couldn't stop thinking about that kiss at the burger joint, which was probably why she found herself parking her car in the lot at Sammy's. That night had been surprising and perfect in her memory, but maybe it was only because it came on the heels of a terrible moment. Perhaps it was a good thing she was forced into this class because it had built-in brakes for their relationship when Megs would have gone full speed ahead with Gideon. Maybe this was the universe helping her stop jumping into things without thinking. Maybe it was just the burger she wanted and not the professor who came with it. This time, there wasn't a line at Sammy's, and only a few people were sitting in the booths inside. Strange, since it was 3:30 on a Monday. Megs ordered the exact combination she'd had that night with Gideon, then took her ticket and claimed the same booth they'd sat in. The only difference was that today she was wearing more appropriate footwear for the fall weather. Megs pulled out her phone and opened her TikTok. She had a few comments on the videos she'd made about Oscar's competition and saw she'd been tagged in a video that one of Oscar's media gals made at the restaurant the other night. She'd started to tell Oscar at least 3 times that she wouldn't be able to continue with the competition, but each time, Oscar had a rebuttal. When she mentioned she had classes the coming week, Oscar had asked her if her class was on Wednesday night or Saturday morning. Apparently, those were the days for their coaching session and train ride. She should have said yes, but Gideon was sitting right there and would have known it was a lie. Oscar had assured her the train would be back at the Sugar Creek station by 3 o'clock, which would give her an hour and a half before she needed to leave for Champlain. His exact words were, "Even time to take a shower." When she said she would likely be overwhelmed with starting a new job and finding an apartment, Oscar said they could celebrate her new job at the bonfire and corn maze Tuesday night. That was the final event, and then they'd record their final audition live with Oscar on Wednesday, and he'd announce the winner in time for the Saturday's paper. While all of these reasons were well thought out, Megs would have continued pushing had it not been for his final announcement. The winner of this competition would receive the $5,000 and the opportunity to record this book, but Oscar would also sign them on for the entire Heartsong series, a series that was plotted out to be 14 books over 3 years, with a contracted rate of $400 per finished hour. She'd sat there and done the mental calculations. Based on the research she'd done before her audition, she knew that Oscar's books would probably be around 11 hours of finished audio, which meant she could earn over $60,000 recording that series. After that number landed in her brain, she hadn't said another word about pulling out. Megs's ticket number was called out over the speaker. She put her phone next to her waist bag on the table and stood. Then froze. Gideon stood there in front of her, with a ticket in his hand. Chapter 13. Gideon was dressed exactly as he had been in class and yet looked completely different in this context. Here, Megs allowed herself to notice the slight wave in his hair and the stubble on his chin. When she noticed he'd undone the top 2 buttons of his shirt, a shiver shot down her spine. An employee called her number a second time, and she walked toward the counter, which happened to be directly behind Gideon. "Hi," she murmured as she maneuvered past him and grabbed her tray. Gideon had moved to the side when she turned around, and she walked back to her booth, feeling his eyes on her. She slid into the red vinyl seat, her mind racing. Megs drew a deep breath and let it out. They were just 2 ordinary people getting a burger after class. It wasn't like they'd planned this. They weren't here together. Just 2 people who both enjoyed the risk of diphtheria while they gorged on greasy meat and garlic fries. She almost snorted. Megs glanced up. Gideon filled a cup with soda, then returned to the counter for his order. She dropped her gaze as he turned and walked down the aisle. Her cheeks heated as he sat in the booth just ahead of hers, taking the seat that faced her. They exchanged awkward smiles. "You actually did like the food." Gideon lifted his voice so she could hear him. Megs nodded. "You thought I was lying?" Gideon shrugged. "I didn't think you'd be here so soon after class." She shouldn't have said that. That implied she'd been thinking about when he might go to Sammy's, which she definitely hadn't been. "Have you been coming here in secret?" Megs held out the fry in her hand. "No, I just meant I thought I was the only one weird enough to eat here in the middle of the afternoon." Gideon nodded at the 2 truckers in the back corner and lowered his voice. "Are you calling them weird?" Megs couldn't wipe the grin off her face as she took another fry. They ate in silence for a moment, and then Gideon asked, "Would you say this is better or worse than dinner the other night?" Megs blinked. Which dinner was he referring to? Their dinner with the finalists or their first dinner here at Sammy's? Megs went with the former. "Better than the rustic table." "Why?" "Because I'm not stressed." Gideon's brow furrowed. "You were stressed?" "Of course I was stressed. I didn't know anyone there." She wasn't sure if it had been better standing at the high top with Sean, Melissa, and Layla, or sitting next to Gideon across from Allie and Oscar. Probably the best part of the night was sitting alone in the bathroom stall. "Don't even know me, apparently." Meg scoffed. "Hey, that was a defense mechanism. I didn't want to explain to everyone how I ended up in your class." Gideon took a massive bite of his burger, and Megs waited while he chewed, then took a sip of his soda. Did his dimple always come out when he pursed his lips? "It's not hard. You just say, I enrolled in a class at Champlain, and Gideon's the professor." "Right. Easy to admit you're taking a beginner class at a community college when everyone else around you has an actual career." Gideon snorted. "Easier than saying you accidentally enrolled in a beginner class." Megs picked up a fry and threw it at him. He dodged, and she folded her arms on the table. "I guess I could have told them I was failing while I was at it." Gideon's eyes widened. "Have you not checked your grades?" Megs picked up her burger. "Why would I want to look at that?" Gideon laughed as she took a bite and mustard dripped onto her fingers. "Because they might have changed. You know, since you submitted assignments." Meg set her burger down and picked up a napkin. "You graded them already?" Her heart raced. She was suddenly desperate to log in, but didn't want to smear condiments all over her laptop. What if he'd given her a bad grade? She didn't think it was possible since she'd done everything he'd asked in the assignments, and they'd been relatively basic. Well, please check them before our next class. Megs frowned. Why? So you won't show up acting like a cat who just got their tail stepped on? I'm sorry. Did you just compare me to a domestic pet? Gideon dipped a fry and put it in his mouth. I thought it was a good metaphor. You thought wrong. Gideon grinned, and Megs's chest warmed. She wanted to grab her tray and move to his booth. Instead, she picked up her milkshake. What did you think of the dinner? It was good to see old friends again. I thought the food was good. Seems like you and Allie are close. She took another bite of her sloppy burger, the juices running down her chin as she watched him for a reaction. Gideon didn't look up. What makes you think that? Megs debated making an excuse and picking some piece of the conversation that could have led her to that conclusion, but decided against it. Allie told me you dated for 2 years, and neither of you wanted to break up. Gideon coughed. When did that conversation happen? When we went to the bathroom. He wiped his mouth with a napkin. Is that why women go to the bathroom together? So they can gossip? Absolutely. But it's not gossip if it happened to her personally and she wants to tell me. She'd been glad that Allie had been so forthcoming. It hadn't taken much leading to pull that information out of her. Gideon finished his burger and crumpled up the paper it was wrapped in. We dated during college, but life took us different directions. It happens. Megs nodded. Were you sad about it? Breaking up? Of course. She was the only long-term relationship I'd had at that point. Gideon exhaled. But last night wasn't supposed to be about my dating life 13 years ago. Megs couldn't decide if that answer meant he still regretted the decision or not. You weren't thinking about it at all? It sounded like that was the first time you'd seen each other in years. Megs had participated in so few relationships, that would have been all she was thinking about if her ex had appeared across from her. Gideon stood and walked his tray to the trash can, then strode back to his booth but didn't sit. He folded his arms in front of him. Can we talk about something else? Like what? Meg sipped on her shake. Like what you think of the competition? Considering I tried to quit at least 3 times? She still couldn't believe she hadn't been successful. Gideon laughed. Matt's not one to take no for an answer. He's relentless. It was impressive, really, but she couldn't figure out why he was so adamant she stay. Gideon leaned against the edge of the booth and played with the lid of his soda cup. His hair fell over his forehead, and Megs thought about how it had done that right before he kissed her in the parking lot. He's always been that way. It's good and bad, I guess. Gideon seemed to disappear for a moment, lost in thought. Then he glanced at her tray. You didn't quite finish half this time. Megs feigned offense. It's only been 3 hours since I had lunch. Then why did you come? His eyes locked onto hers as a slow smile started at the corner of his mouth. Meg swallowed hard and stood, taking her trash to the receptacle. I told you, I like the food. She took one more napkin and wiped off her fingers, then took a final drink of her shake and dropped it in the bin. Off the record? Gideon's voice was low, and Megs looked up as her heart raced. Gideon pushed off the bench and straightened. You didn't seem nervous last night. I think you made a good impression. Megs's lips twitched. Off the record? Thanks. The afternoon sun peeked through the curtains. Meg stood there in her childhood bedroom, still dressed in her coffee-stained apron and worn-out sneakers. Her shift at the coffee shop had been busier than usual. It was only 2 o'clock, and already exhaustion seeped into her muscles. She wanted to drop onto the bed and close her eyes. But she'd been trying to line up apartment tours for a few days, and this was the best option. Kicking off her sneakers, she reached for a pair of comfortable leggings and a cozy sweater to change into. It still wasn't freezing out, but there was a nip in the air that required something more than a t-shirt. Megs finished dressing, grabbed her keys and waist bag, and emerged from her room. Her mom was hunched over, rifling through her purse in the living room with her coat slung over the end of the couch. "You okay?" Megs asked as she searched for her black flats. I'm almost ready." Sylvia adjusted her glasses on her nose. Megs paused. "Ready for what?" She couldn't remember why her mom was home this early on a weekday in the first place. Auditions were over, and she hadn't mentioned any other changes to her regular schedule. "For the apartment tours?" Sylvia held out her hands, looking at her as if Megs was the crazy one. Megs bit her lip. She told her mom that she was going, but had she invited her? "I was actually planning on going by myself." "Really?" Her mother's face fell. Megs couldn't help but notice the hurt flickering there. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd want to come along." "Why wouldn't I want to come along? It's your first time." "No, it's not my first time." Megs bent over and pulled her flats from the low shelf beside the door. "I found my own apartment in Chicago." "We looked online together." "I know, Mom. I'm not saying you didn't help. I'm just saying I'm capable of finding a place." Sylvia pulled her coat off the couch and shook it out. "I wasn't saying you weren't capable." Meg stood and sighed. "Mom, I'm 25 and I know I haven't done much to inspire confidence in my ability to adult, but Megs, it's not about that. You're my only daughter at home and I just wanted to help." Megs pursed her lips. "Fine, let's go." "Megs, just get in the car, please." Megs opened the door and stalked out onto the landing. She descended the steps and crossed the driveway, then slid into the driver's seat and turned on the car. She closed her eyes and breathed in the scent of sun-warmed leather upholstery, mixed with the faint smell of coffee that still clung to her from her morning shift. Sylvia followed a few seconds later and climbed into the passenger seat. "Well, that was a new experience." Megs put the car in reverse. "What was?" "You telling me to get in the car. Usually I was the one telling you and Bobby to get your shoes on and get in your seats." Megs backed into the cul-de-sac. "Which side is it better to be on?" Her mom laughed. "The one giving the commands, definitely." Megs shot her mom a look and smiled. It wasn't that she didn't want her here. It just made it a bit harder for her to remember what character she was supposed to be playing. "All right." Megs pulled out her phone at the stop sign and opened the apartment listings she'd saved. "First stop is on Pine." She handed her phone over and let her mom give her directions. The trees had fully dropped into their autumn transformation, and the street was alive with reds, oranges, and golds. When they arrived at the first apartment building, Megs couldn't help but feel a flutter of disappointment in her chest. She'd seen this building plenty of times growing up, but hadn't purposely driven by it in years, and it didn't look like time had been good to it. The exterior was worn and faded, with peeling paint and cracked siding. Megs pretended to ignore the forced smile on her mother's face and walked to the stairwell where a thin, harried-looking man was waiting. "Megs?" He looked down at his clipboard. She nodded, and the man led them down the shadowed hall to an apartment on the lower level. "This is our basic unit. I have 2 available at the moment, and of course you'd be welcome to get a roommate, but we don't match people for obvious reasons." He opened the door and motioned for them to go inside. The apartment was small, cramped, and dimly lit. The air felt thick with dust, and a faint, musty odor permeated the space. "Cozy, isn't it?" Sylvia's voice dripped with sarcasm. Megs elbowed her. They walked through the combined kitchen and living area, briefly looking at the bathroom and bedroom, then hurried back to the hall. This apartment was on the cheap end, but only a little cheaper than the others they were going to look at. Megs crossed her fingers they'd be better. "Thank you so much," she said as they passed the landlord. "Let me know if you want it. I've got a couple of other people interested." Megs looked back. "I'll email you. Thanks again." She pulled out her phone and sent a quick text to Haley. "You weren't kidding. Pine Apartments equals Breaking Bad." Haley commented a laugh and sent an "I told you so" gif. Against all odds, the second apartment was even worse than the first, but this time because of the people rather than the bone structure. The 2 girls who already lived there were loud, messy, and didn't seem particularly interested in keeping the shared spaces clean. The bathroom was a disaster, with mildew between the shower tiles and a mysterious puddle forming in one corner. The dishes piled high in the sink made the kitchen equally unappealing. They were driving to the third apartment, the one Megs was most excited about, when her mom brought up the acting competition. Megs had been wondering how long it would take and was surprised she'd been able to keep it bottled up for over an hour. "Tell me more about this audiobook thing, Megs." Sylvia kept her eyes fixed on the road. "There's not much to tell." "Have you met Oscar Calloway yet?" Of course, that was her first question. Megs gave her a sidelong glance. "Is that what this is about? You want to meet a famous author?" Her mom blushed. "No, I was only curious. Since he moved back to the area, I've heard rumors." "What kind of rumors?" "That he's charming, funny, single." "Mom, seriously?" Sylvia wasn't the kind of mother who taught her daughters they needed to be in a relationship to be successful, but since she and Frank had gotten more serious, she'd become a bit of a love and relationship advocate. Megs was glad she was happy, but sick of the preaching that her mother surely thought of as encouragement. Her mom winked. "I just thought it was an interesting opportunity." Megs gripped the wheel tighter. "It is an interesting opportunity. $60,000 over the course of a book series. That would be more than a year's salary doing something she loved. Or theoretically loved. She adored acting, but who knew what it would be like to record multiple books? On paper, it was all her favorite things about acting without the things she was insecure about. The way she looked, the way she moved. She could pour everything into the characters, bring the story to life, and not have to worry about any of it. Her heart beat faster. There was that feeling, like she was strapped into a roller coaster clicking up a steep track. It could never be that easy. Megs pulled over and parked on the curb. The house was painted a cheerful blue with white trim, just like in the pictures. "All right." Megs straightened her shoulders as they got out of the car. "Hopefully, third one's a charm." Sylvia sighed and adjusted her glasses. Megs knocked on the door, and a girl with a pixie cut flung it open. "Hey, are you Megs?" Megs nodded, and the girl held out her hand. "I'm Neely. Here, come in." As they stepped inside, Megs held her breath. She scanned the living area, just waiting to see something broken or disgusting. The furniture was worn but clean. There were books on the shelves and a guitar sitting in the corner. "I can show you the room we have open. I know it's probably not the best option you found, but it's cozy." Megs grinned. "Let's see it." She liked this place already. Her apartment in Chicago had been on the 4th floor with no elevator. Her roommate rarely smelled like anything but weed, and the guy across the hall always sat in front of his door making sand art. Megs ascended the narrow wooden stairs behind Neely, each step creaking in protest under her weight. "These stairs have seen better days," her mom murmured. Neely swung open the wooden door once they reached the landing. "Welcome to the loft." "Isn't this an attic?" Sylvia asked. "Mom?" Neely grinned. "Loft sounds more exciting than attic." The room was small, intimate. The ceiling was slanted, framed by wooden beams, and a single window sent a splash of sunlight onto the hardwood floor. The paint on the walls, once a vibrant aqua, had faded over time. "It's quaint." Sylvia folded her arms. "It's a little rough around the edges," Neely admitted, "but it's got character. With a little love and care, it could be really charming." "And you can't beat the price," Megs murmured. This room had been listed at $350 a month, probably because there wasn't a private bathroom and it was on the edge of town, but those seemed like hurdles she could easily jump after seeing the other two options. Her mom pointed to a clay sculpture sitting on the windowsill. "Did someone here make this?" she inquired. Neely nodded. "Yeah, I did. I work at the pottery studio just outside of town. It's where I create most of my pieces." "It's beautiful." Meg shoved her hands in the back pockets of her jeans. "I think this place has potential." They took a quick peek at the bathroom at the bottom of the stairs, then thanked Neely and walked back to the car. Megs's mind was humming. That place felt like a home, not some barrack she'd be forced to live in. "I don't know, Megs. I think you could find something better. Something with a bathroom at least. And I'm more than happy to pay a higher deposit. I think it's perfect." Chapter 14. Gideon stepped out onto Matt's back patio and sucked in a breath to keep his ribs from cinching tight around his lungs. The space was an oasis. Lush greenery edged the stonework and gas fireplace, and twinkling fairy lights were strung overhead, connected to who knew what. He'd known based on news and social media feeds that Matt was doing well. But this house? It was next level. Not that he was jealous. He loved his townhouse, loved his neighborhood. But he couldn't help but feel a bit emasculated knowing that he and Matt had once stood together at the same starting line. "Isn't this place amazing?" Allie gushed, her eyes wide as she spun in a circle. She leaned in closer, her body brushing against his as she nudged him with her elbow. "It really is." Gideon drew a deep breath and exhaled. He needed to shake off work or there was no way he was going to have a good time. He'd made good on his promise to help Jennifer with her midterm project and met with her at the recording studio. Right as they were about to finish up, Donna Stace, an art history professor, had peered through the window and knocked. She hadn't even waited until Jennifer was out of earshot to express her concerns at walking through the hall to find him meeting one-on-one with a young female student. Matt brushed their compliments off. "You should have seen this place in the summer. It was a complete wreck. The previous owners hadn't kept the landscaping up and we had to replumb the entire house." Gideon felt a bit better about that. His townhouse had been built in 2015, which meant he'd have a few more years before he'd have to replace anything significant. Knock on wood. "You'd never be able to tell." Matt smiled, and Gideon's shoulders relaxed a bit. Miss Stace didn't know what she was talking about, but maybe it would be a good idea to have another student or teacher present during those sessions in the future. He'd already thought about it more than once. It couldn't hurt. If the college would finally hire some TAs, it would be a non-issue. The two women from the restaurant were there taking pictures of the spread and Oscar. Gideon was mid-thought about how he hoped they wouldn't snap any photos of him when the patio door opened and Meg stepped out along with a man dressed in cheetah print pants. She looked between the three of them. "We followed the signs." "Perfect." Matt clapped his hands together. "Everyone, this is Emil. He'll be our acting coach for the evening. If you'd like to grab a plate." Matt continued to explain the snacks his assistant had set out on the half bar next to the fireplace, but Gideon couldn't focus. Megs wore an oversized forest green sweater that made her eyes shine. Her curls were swept up into a clip, but a few tendrils had escaped and framed her face. She wasn't wearing much makeup, but she'd applied something to her lips that made them pink and glossy. Emil clapped his hands together, and Gideon started. "All right, dish up and take a seat. Tonight we're going to try something a little different." Allie shot Gideon a look and he shrugged. Different didn't mean much to him. The last acting classes he'd taken had been in college, and he doubted he remembered a single thing. Why was he still here? He didn't care about winning this competition, and while the platform would be nice, he didn't know if it was worth it. Did he want to make a name for himself as a romance narrator? Was any publicity good publicity? Gideon dropped a few strawberries on his plate, then chose some crackers and cheese from the charcuterie board. It wasn't just the promise of a platform. The second he'd submitted that audition, he'd committed to seeing this through with Matt, for old time's sake. Though, had he known that Allie was involved. "That color is gorgeous on you." Matt stood next to Megs at the bar counter. Gideon's stomach clenched as Matt offered to fill her glass, then put a hand on her shoulder as he leaned past her to pick up the bottle opener. Allie leaned in. "I think Maddie has a crush." Gideon stiffened. "What are you talking about?" Allie looked up, her fingers on the olive fork. "You haven't noticed how he always ends up next to her?" Gideon's mouth went dry. "How could I? This is only the second time we've all been together." "I think I heard he visited a few of the contestants one-on-one. You know, the 4 he didn't know ahead of time." Had he and Meg spent time together? Was Matt not only trying to play matchmaker with his 4 friends, but also with himself? The idea of Megs falling for Oscar Calloway made his stomach twist. Not that Matt wasn't a good person. He was. But Megs. Gideon's grip tightened on the serving fork. He wanted her. When he'd seen Megs in the coffee shop, he'd been intrigued. But after arguing with her in his office, he'd started to sink. That was why he waited for her in the parking lot. Why he'd taken her to Sammy's. Why he'd kissed her, after they'd only spent one evening together. There was something wild and intriguing about her, He didn't ever know what to expect. Every movement she made, every word that left her lips felt like a present he was unwrapping. Everything in his life was so predictable. She felt like a fresh spring breeze through a house that had been boarded up for winter. Megs was his student, but she wouldn't be forever. He couldn't have her now, but the second the semester ended, he was planning to use that number in his phone. He had to wait, and he understood that being forced into patience was playing tricks on him, only making his longing worse. But Matt didn't have to wait. Matt wasn't Megs's professor, and there was no reason why he couldn't make a move. The idea of it made Gideon want to crush something. He wanted Megs, and Matt already had everything else. "I didn't know how much you liked pickles." Allie grinned, and Gideon looked down to see he'd put 6 cornichons on his plate. Once they'd all sat at the table, Emile produced a jar filled with small slips of paper. "As actors, it's essential to be in touch with ourselves. These questions are designed to help you explore your innermost thoughts and feelings." Gideon shot Matt a look. Was this a therapy session? "I thought we needed to get in touch with our characters." Emile looked affronted. "How can you look outward when you don't know what lies here?" He put his hands over his heart. "You need to know what you're working with, what you can draw from." Matt glanced between him and Allie, then smiled at Megs next to him. Ah, not a therapy session. More like a reality dating show. He wanted to be there for his friend, but he didn't know how long he'd last if this continued. He glanced up to see Megs put a strawberry in her mouth. Never mind. "Let's see." Emile swirled his hand around the jar before plucking out a slip. "Gideon, you're up first. Your question is, why do you want to be a voice actor?" Gideon blinked, then turned to Matt. "They're not filming this, are they?" He pointed at the photographers. Matt shook his head. "Just photos for the website and social media." Gideon nodded. "Well, I didn't know I wanted to be a voice actor until recently. Care to comment on that, Oscar?" Matt grinned. "What can I say? Sometimes others can see the potential in us that we miss." Allie put an arm on his shoulder. He forced himself not to flinch. "You didn't want to do this audition?" "No. Did you?" She laughed. "Of course. I was flattered he asked me to submit." Matt grinned, leaning back in his chair, all charm and confidence. "Gideon has always loved performing." "Music," Gideon interjected. "I'm not an actor." "You performed?" Megs looked up at him, curiously. Gideon hesitated, then explained as fast as possible. "We started our band during senior year of high school. Oscar wrote most of the lyrics, I was on guitar, and Randall on keys. But eventually, Oscar discovered creative writing, and the band sort of fell apart when we all went our separate ways." "Wow." Megs breathed out, flicking a glance at Allie. "So what did you do after that?" "I pursued audio engineering." "And toured," Allie added, lifting her sparkling water from the table and swirling it in her glass. Gideon's neck heated. It wasn't that he didn't like talking about his college days, but it carried more weight talking about it here. He'd blamed Matt for their band falling apart, and Allie blamed their relationship ending on his leaving. "I toured with a couple of bands, the Vagrant Souls and Celestial Echo, as their sound engineer." "What?" Megs dropped her fork and stared at him open-mouthed, as if to say, "I told you what you do is sexy." Gideon swallowed hard. "It was a fantastic experience, but it wasn't paying the bills. So I got my master's degree and started teaching." Allie brushed her hair behind her ear and looked down at her plate. What was she thinking about all of this? What was Megs thinking about him? Thinking about Allie? She'd asked about her at Sammy's, and Gideon didn't want to do or say anything else that made her question his intentions there. "Interesting," Emile commented, as if it was anything but. He picked up the jar and reached for another question. He pulled out the slip, read it, and turned to Megs with a salacious look in his eyes. "What was or is your most romantic relationship?" Megs blinked. That was quite the change of topic. This had to be the strangest coaching session she'd encountered, And that was saying something considering her twisted past relationship. She had two choices. She could make up an answer and sell it, or she could tell the truth. Why would she tell the truth? Megs barely knew Calloway and Allie, and didn't relish the thought of baring her soul to Emil, who'd been texting for half of their past few minutes of conversation. She was about to answer with a quip about Jace Sorensen passing her a "Do you want to date me, yes or no?" note in 4th grade, but then looked up at Gideon. He was watching her, his eyes dark as he adjusted his glasses. Her throat went dry. "Well, this is going to be a bit of a letdown, but I've never had one." Gideon's eyes didn't move. Megs's heart started to sprint, and she felt like a tube of toothpaste being slowly squeezed until more words tumbled out of her mouth. "My longest relationship was actually with my first acting coach in Chicago, and unless you find controlling and manipulative romantic, I would say that doesn't count." Oscar shook his head and leaned over the table, fixing his blue eyes on her. "It definitely doesn't." Allie sighed. "But what is romance anyway? No offense, Matt, but these things you write in your books, they don't happen in real life." Oscar looked amused. "What doesn't happen in real life?" "The grand gestures, the emotional availability, the perfect lovemaking," Allie said with dramatic flair. "Exactly." Megs took a bite of her cracker stack. That was why she didn't read romance novels. It was hard enough to find a decent guy. The last things she needed were hopes and expectations. "Is that what we're supposed to be looking for?" Allie asked. "Why not?" Oscar's face was serious now. "Why wouldn't we look for that? And I don't mean sit around and wait for it to happen to us, but why wouldn't we try to be that person and look for it in return?" Megs' smile faltered. "Because it's too disappointing? Because I'll never be a heroine of a romance novel? Because? Because it's in the wrong order," Gideon stated. Megs looked up. All eyes turned to him. "What do you mean?" Oscar asked. Gideon cleared his throat. "Romance doesn't come first. It comes second." "To what?" Oscar leaned over the table, and Megs pulled her arms back so they wouldn't brush his. "To knowing someone. Understanding them at a level you can't get to in a short story." Megs could practically hear Allie swoon. Or maybe that was her. Because that was it. That was what she wanted. Not the flowers sent to her desk or the serenade outside her window. Just someone who knew her, who saw her for exactly who she was, and wasn't disappointed. Oscar sighed and leaned back. "Well, where were you 6 years ago?" They all laughed, and Megs brushed off her fingers over her plate. "Just for the record, though, I think you can get there in a story, if the character's desires and motivations are consistent." Megs looked up and met Oscar's eyes as he reached for his glass of champagne. "He's charming, funny, single." Her skin tingled. Next question, I think," Gideon asked brusquely. Megs looked up at Emil with the jar and caught Allie refilling Gideon's glass. Just getting reacquainted? Her heart sank. They'd been together for 2 years, and neither of them had wanted to call it quits. But why hadn't they looked each other up before now? "More questions later. I'm feeling improvisation." Emil clapped his hands together and motioned for them to stand. Megs was grateful for something to do, and she loved improv under normal circumstances. Normal being a class where everyone was used to making fools of themselves. "First up," Emil announced, pulling a card from his pocket, "we're going to do a little game called Freeze. 2 people will start a scene, and at any point, someone from the outside can yell freeze, take the place of one of the actors, and start a new scene based on the last line spoken." Oscar stood next to her. "You 2 can go first." He pointed at Gideon and Allie. Megs worked to keep the smile off her face at the look of consternation on Gideon's. "The scene prompt is late for work," Emil called out. Allie backed up a few steps and strode forward. "Oh, Malcolm, I didn't expect to see you here." Gideon looked stiff and uncomfortable. He paused long enough that Allie whispered something to help get him started. "Can we talk?" Allie flipped her hair. "No, Malcolm, I'm late for work." "It's important." Gideon stood stock still. "Do you think I should put him out of his misery?" Oscar whispered, and Megs laughed and nodded. "Freeze!" Oscar called out, then strode over and tapped Gideon's shoulder. Gideon retreated to stand next to Megs. "What's important?" Allie asked, picking up where they'd left off. Oscar laughed. "You have the audacity to ask that question? You know I've been waiting for this day for 5 years." Gideon picked up his glass off the table. "Do you think I could fake a stomach bug?" "Based on that display? No." Megs grinned. "I think you have a bit more to learn from Emil." The corner of Gideon's mouth twitched. They watched Oscar and Allie spar until Emil pointed at Megs. Her heart leaped in her chest, and when Oscar said, "It wasn't my fault," she yelled, "Freeze!" Her cheeks heated as she took Allie's place. Megs looked up at Oscar, his face still contorted with anger. "Let me get this straight. You're saying it wasn't your fault that my water glass hasn't been filled for over 20 minutes? Is there another waiter that's supposed to be taking care of me?" Oscar drew a deep breath and placed one arm behind his back. "No, madame, what I meant was, it wasn't my fault that I failed to notice your empty glass. I couldn't stop staring at the lobe of your ear." Megs barely kept her face straight. Oscar's eyes twinkled. "The lobe of my ear?" It was the only thing she could get out without laughing out loud. "It looks like velvet." Megs pursed her lips. "It won't look like velvet if I become dehydrated." She reached out and mimed picking up her glass, then lifted her hand with gusto at the exact moment Oscar bowed deeply. Her fist connected with Oscar's cheekbone and he yelped. Megs gasped and grabbed onto him. "Oh my gosh, Oscar, I'm so sorry." Allie and Emil howled with laughter, and Oscar's shoulders were shaking. Was he crying? She'd just punched Oscar Calloway in the face. Megs loosened her grip on his forearms as he straightened, and she saw his face contorted in laughter, too. "I'm so sorry, Oscar. I know. It was hilarious." Oscar dropped his hand to reveal his red and swollen cheek. Megs grabbed his hand. "Come inside. Let me get you some ice." "Megs, you don't need to do that. She ignored his protestations and pulled him through the sliding glass doors, then pushed him toward one of the bar stools next to the shining granite countertop and strode to the stainless steel refrigerator. On the freezer side, she found an ice pack sitting in the door. "At least you're well prepared," she murmured as she closed the door and rounded the countertop. "You never know when you're going to get a fist to the face." Meg snorted and held the ice pack against his cheek. "I'm so sorry. I should have seen you dropping and—" Oscar put his hand over hers. "Can you stop apologizing, please?" Megs closed her mouth and nodded. He didn't pull his hand from hers, and the ice pack under her palm made the warmth from his skin even more palpable. "Are you having a good time?" he asked. "Of course." Oscar exhaled. "I only ask since you tried to drop out of the competition no less than 4 times the other night." Megs's eyes widened, and she felt like smacking him a second time. "You caught that, huh?" Oscar chuckled and let his arm fall. "Of course I did, but I wasn't going to let you get out of it that easy. Your audition was too good." Megs shook her head. "I doubt that carries much weight." Oscar reached up and this time took the ice pack from her. "What do you mean by that?" No longer needed, Megs took a step back and folded her arms. "You know what I mean. These are your friends, and you don't know me from Eve." Oscar set the ice pack on the counter, appraising her. "This competition isn't only about the narration." Megs gave a look of mock surprise. "No, really?" Oscar held up his hands in defense. "But it also is about the narration. I simply saw an opportunity to do both." "Both?" Megs's eyes narrowed. "Remind my friends who they are, what they've lost over the last 13 years. Megs leaned against the counter. "Each other?" Oscar replaced the ice pack on his cheek. "No, though that would be an added bonus. All of them gave up on their dreams to do something more practical, and I wanted to show them they could think bigger." "You don't think they're happy?" He scoffed. "I know they're not happy." "How?" Every time Gideon had mentioned Matt or Allie, he made it sound like they hadn't seen each other in years. How would Oscar Calloway know enough about their lives to make a judgment call like that? Because I understand them, deep down. What Gideon said out there about knowing people before you could find romance, those are the friends I understand better than anyone else in the world. Especially Gideon. I grew up with him. We've known each other almost our entire lives. Megs pondered this. And you don't think people can change? Of course they can change, but they can't become someone fundamentally different. Gideon is an artist. I'm sure he's a sight to behold in a classroom, but his heart is that of a creative. He won't ever truly be satisfied there. And Allie? Oscar dropped the ice pack and looked out the back windows. Allie loves to make music. But more than that, she's never been the same since Gideon left. Meg swallowed the lump in her throat. You think she needs him back? Oscar exhaled and shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. But I know that she won't ever find herself again if she continues to work at some CEO's beck and call. He looked up and fixed his eyes on her. The world poured a bucket of water over both their glowing fires, and I'm just trying to breathe on the coals. Megs's grip tightened on her arms. The line was cheesy, but somehow it didn't sound laughable coming out of Oscar's mouth. The back door slid open, and Megs's head snapped up. Gideon stood on the mat, his hands shoved into his pockets. Will he survive? Oscar sighed dramatically. Only because of Megs's quick thinking with the ice pack. Megs rolled her eyes and started back toward the patio. Maybe we should call the Sugar Creek paper and have them do an exclusive op-ed? Oscar groaned and stood from the stool. We should have filmed it. You could have posted it on your channel. Gideon's brow lowered. You have a channel? Megs waved him off, embarrassed. The last thing she needed was anyone she knew in real life searching up her socials. I posted about Oscar's challenge to try to help spread news about the books. She's single-handedly propelling my pre-orders. As the three of them stepped back onto the patio, Megs couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as Allie rushed back to Gideon's side. She hasn't been the same since Gideon left. I think I'd better head home. Thanks, Emil. Us too. Allie nodded in agreement. Us? Had she and Gideon driven together? They gathered their things and offered to help Oscar clean up, but he insisted his team would take care of it. The two women who'd been snapping photos all night were already packing up the drinks. Oscar walked them back through the house to the front door. Thanks for being good sports. Allie leaned in close to Gideon and whispered something that made him smile, but Megs didn't have time to ruminate on it. Where did you do your acting training? Emil asked as he slipped on his shoes. Chicago. You? New York. Meg zipped up her boots. You didn't stay in the city? I'm going back in the new year. Needed a break? Oscar clapped him on the shoulder. Lucky for us, my agent is Emil's aunt, so she let me know he was back in town for the holidays. Meg smiled. City life can get old quick. Right? Emil waved and walked out the door as Megs pulled on her jacket. So you're helping your friends and your agent's nephew? Oscar shook his head, but didn't refute the statement. Oscar was kind-hearted. Even if he was playing Cupid, Megs could see why Gideon had been friends with him for so long, and possibly why he'd do something that made him uncomfortable because Oscar had asked. Why didn't you and Gideon stay in touch? That was my fault. We've done a few things over the years, but I get so caught up in my own opportunities. I haven't put much time into my relationships. Megs nodded. Maybe this competition was a bit of penance, too. Thank you again, Oscar. She turned to the door. You didn't try to quit tonight. She laughed. There's still time. Chapter 15. Megs kept a tight grip on the pen as she signed the rental contract for the loft room at Max Crew's real estate office downtown. Monday, October 2nd, was her official move-in day, but since there was nobody living there, Neely assured her she could start bringing stuff over whenever. This was real. She was leaving her childhood home, and someone else would be living there. Perfect, thanks for coming down. Max took the application from her and dropped the edges on the counter to line up all the pages. Megs glanced over and noticed the Oscar Calloway book sitting next to his computer. The edges looked worn. Normally, landlords are supposed to do this themselves, but since Tom lives out of town, I take care of it for him. Nice of you. Max chuckled. I don't do it for free. I'd hope not. Thanks, Max. Had she not been in such a hurry, she would have asked him about the novel. Probably better she didn't. Megs waved at Max and left the office. It was a simple interaction, but that was one of the main things she'd missed living in Chicago. Seeing so many familiar faces when going about day-to-day business. 2 more shifts at Green Mountain, and then she was officially done. Well, kind of. She'd given her 2 weeks' notice after accepting the job at the medical center, assuming she brought in her certificate Monday. But Mandy at Green Mountain hadn't found a permanent replacement for Megs yet. So she was still going to do 1 shift a week to make sure John wasn't having to work 7 days a week. On Monday, she'd be working in an office. She'd be using the skills she'd learned over the past 3 weeks, which felt insane. Only a few weeks ago, she thought she'd be serving lattes forever. Now she'd have a job she could announce to nods and smiles instead of getting a look that read, "Wait, how old are you?" They'd ask if she liked it, and she'd say, "It pays well, just like Allie." Meg sighed and sat in her car. That wasn't fair. Maybe she would like it. Perhaps she'd decide this was what she'd wanted to do all along. She started the car and drove down Main. Today was Thursday, which meant she had no class and the entire evening to herself. The perfect opportunity for a haircut. Meg stopped in front of Colleen's salon and parked, then grabbed her purse and walked in. There were still tape marks on the door where the finalist list for the audiobook competition had been posted. Colleen greeted her warmly. "Megs, it's been ages. What can I do for you today?" "Nothing too drastic?" Megs looked at her reflection in the mirror. "Just a refresher. I think I'm starting to get triangle hair." Colleen laughed and motioned for her to come to the back for a wash. This woman had been cutting her hair since she could remember, and though Megs wasn't the best at self-care, this salon always felt like a piece of home when she made the time to come in. Considering all the change in her life lately, that reality was comforting. Colleen scrubbed her scalp, then conditioned her hair, rinsed, and wrapped it in a towel. As she brushed it out and began snipping her wild curls, Colleen steered the conversation toward the romance audiobook competition. "Is Sylvia paying you to get more information?" Colleen barked a laugh. "Your mother wouldn't have to pay me. You know I'd tell her for free." Megs grinned, but chose her words carefully. Gossip spread like wildfire among the sugar mamas of Sugar Creek. Her mom wasn't technically old enough to get an official invitation to their group, but she had no doubt it would come. "Well, Oscar Calloway is as charming in person as he seems online," Meg said, and the other women in their chairs tittered like schoolgirls. Megs laughed. "My mom keeps telling me he's single, and I can't imagine why." Colleen swatted her cape-draped shoulder. "Can't imagine why, pshaw. Any man would be lucky to have your interest." "I am a package deal. Great at making coffee, no real direction in life." Megs gasped as Colleen whirled the chair around. "I'll have no talk like that in my chair, understand?" Meg snapped her mouth shut, and Colleen slowly swiveled her back to the mirror. "You don't need to be a package deal. That's not what love and romance is about." Meg sighed. She was hearing a lot about what romance was and wasn't lately. "Someone told me recently they thought romance came after you got to know each other, not before." Megs considered this. That definitely changed the popular definition. "Too true," Phyllis interjected from 2 chairs down. Colleen nodded. "I agree, it's all the little things that come from a soul-deep love and respect for one another. But that's what romance or love looks like, not what it is." Megs waited for her to continue, but Colleen just hummed to herself as she combed and cut. She was going to make this difficult, but Megs was too curious not to play her game. "What is it, then?" Colleen grinned. "There's an old oak tree that stands at the end of my garden. It's been there since I was a girl." Megs's heart squeezed. Colleen still lived in the home she grew up in. "Not this again," Phyllis muttered, and Colleen shushed her. "Anywho, the strongest and sturdiest branch of the tree juts out toward the west. It doesn't look possible, Megs. You'll have to come by and see it. It sticks out so far, it looks like the tree should topple." "Why doesn't it?" Megs asked. "Well, because 20 years ago my mother planted a grapevine." Megs frowned. "A grapevine?" Colleen nodded and bent over to pull on her curls and make sure they were even. Right. Mother intended for the grapes to grow along the fence, but each time she pulled the vine over and tethered it, it found a way to reach up for that tree. Finally, she just let it go. Colleen stood and set down her scissors, then picked up a spray bottle. The branch and the vine are a lot like two people in love. Megs raised an eyebrow. Because they go where they shouldn't? Phyllis laughed, then broke into a coughing fit. Colleen set down the spray bottle and went to the back to get her bottle of water. Not because they go where they shouldn't, but I hadn't thought of that. Colleen took her place behind Megs's chair, then began lifting her hair and spritzing. That tree branch is strong and bold. It could very well stand alone and still be magnificent, but if it would have kept reaching, it would have overpowered the tree. Eventually, it could have split the tree in two with a wet snowfall. But that vine, at first gentle, flexible, and beautifully delicate, it needed something to support its growth in the beginning. But now? Colleen set down the spray bottle and scrunched Megs's curls with her hands. Now, that vine is roped and strong. It props up that branch, just as its new growth twirls around the wood each spring. Alone, the vine would slump or grow directionless. They each started out in different places with different needs, but now they grow together, support each other. Neither is better or worse. The vine is a little wild and free, it bolts and winds. The tree is so steady, I barely notice its growth from one year to the next. So, you're saying love is about balance? Megs wondered if Colleen thought of her as the tree or the vine. She almost snorted. That wasn't even a question. Colleen wiped her hands on a towel and clicked a diffuser onto the end of her blow-dryer. Sometimes we need strength and direction. Sometimes we need to make sure we don't grow too rigid or overreach. Colleen started the blow-dryer, and Meg stared at herself in the mirror. She loved the cut, a bit shorter and refreshed. She thought of Gideon as hot air hissed past her ear. He'd planted himself in Shelburne, and the image of him rooted and reaching made her chest tighten. He can't date his students. He's reconnecting with Allie. He's almost 30 and established. All the reasons why Gideon couldn't or shouldn't be interested in her raced through her mind. But then she thought about their first time at Sammy's, the way conversation flowed between them when they let it. All set, my dear. Colleen set the blow-dryer down. It's perfect, as always. Meg stretched her arms as Colleen removed the cape from around her shoulders. Colleen winked. Don't ever forget. The same could be said about you. Meg stood in front of the Sugar Creek train depot in a puffy coat, beanie, and hiking shoes. The maple trees on Main were turning gold and bronze from the bottom up, as if someone had started a fire at their base and it hadn't quite flickered to life. Sean, Melissa, and Layla huddled together near the platform. Megs waved and walked over, her breath pluming in the crisp morning air. Her weather app had promised it would be 65 degrees today, and she prayed that would happen before they started their hike on St. Ambrose. Morning, Megs. Melissa rubbed her hands together and lifted them closer to the heater above the benches. Quite the romantic trip already, don't you think? Layla sniffed. I heard that the moments you remember most are the bad ones. Even better if it was a terrible moment mixed with an incredible one. Our brains prioritize those, and they stick longer. Melissa rolled her eyes. They should be opening the train doors any minute. Where's everybody else? Megs asked. Sean pointed behind them, and Megs turned to see the other contestants and Oscar walking across the square. Her nostrils flared when she saw Gideon. He and Allie were both getting out of the same car. Hers, not his. Did you get a cut? Layla asked, reaching out to touch Megs's curls poking out from under her knit hat. I did. Impressive that you can notice something like that when it's covered up. Layla preened. I'm extremely detail-oriented. The group didn't say much as Oscar greeted them and handed out their tickets. When the doors opened, they rushed aboard and found seats in the primary passenger car. The last time she'd been on this train was the year before, playing the role of an elf in Santa's workshop. She doubted she'd audition this year. What job would be willing to let her off work Thursday and Friday at 3 o'clock to get into costume? The train lurched as it pulled away from the station, and its slow, rhythmic chug lulled Megs as she gazed out the window. After going to class last night and then waking up early this morning, it didn't take much. Gorgeous, Allie murmured from the bench across from her as they pulled into the gorge. Meg snorted, then realized her pun wasn't intentional. That was a missed opportunity, she muttered. She could have sworn she caught Gideon's lip twitch across the aisle. They don't have leaves like this in Burlington. Oscar beamed at them from the front of the car. The world outside the windows was awash with reds, oranges, and yellows, and nature's canvas only grew more vibrant as they ascended. This was the beauty of the Sugar Creek train, the autumn rambler or whatever they changed it to each fall. The goal wasn't the destination, so it never went so fast that you couldn't soak in the views. Sean started telling a story of some commercial he'd done in the Smoky Mountains, but Megs tuned him out. Today, she was glad she came. Not because she was trying to impress anyone, not because she hoped Gideon might still be interested in her, though of course she did, and not because she might win the competition and be able to save money. For a year straight, she'd been so worried about what she was going to do next or what she shouldn't do next or how she'd flubbed her opportunities or how she wouldn't get any more opportunities. Megs couldn't think of a single day when she'd simply enjoyed herself. There had been moments here and there that pulled her out of her head, mostly involving Haley and karaoke, but never an entire day. That was going to change now. Here she was, leaf-peeping on a historic train in the town where she grew up, while standing at a personal crossroads. Tonight, she would receive her certificate. Tomorrow, she'd finish her last official shift at Green Mountain. Even though she'd continue helping them out once a week, that didn't really count. Monday, she'd start her new job, and less than 2 weeks after that, she'd be living in her cozy little loft. Today, she would take in the colors, breathe in the mountain air, and enjoy being alive. Maybe she wouldn't be able to live her dreams the way she'd hoped. Or maybe love wasn't the only thing that required balance. Once the Rambler reached the top of the loop and pulled up alongside the platform, their group disembarked. The sun was out and the scenery was breathtaking with towering aspens fanning golden coins against the clear blue sky. Oscar led the group to the trailhead. Does anyone need to use the bathroom or apply sunscreen before we get going? Cassie and Layla both left the group and headed to the restrooms, while Oscar's crew took photos and video of the contestants. When the two of them returned, they started off. Megs drew a deep breath, letting the morning air fill her lungs as her shoes crunched over fallen leaves. The group spread out like a string of beads on the trail. Finding any inspiration for your next audition? Sean asked. His arm brushed hers as he stepped over a tree root. Meg smiled politely. I've been surprised, actually. These outings have improved my ability to get into character. She wasn't making that up. With so little romance in her life, whatever the definition, she needed all the inspiration she could get. Sean snorted. That's funny. Megs looked up the trail, not bothering to correct him. How was your group coaching? It was interesting. You? Sean shook his head. Complete joke. I'm only here because I have to be. Calloway has to see the difference in quality between auditions. I mean, I have years of... Sean droned on, but Megs caught voices behind her and tuned him out. You might surprise yourself, Gideon said. Sometimes what we think we want isn't what we need. But sometimes it is. It's too bad I can never tell the difference. Allie laughed. Megs' stomach twisted. It's not hard, you know? Sean finished. Mm-hmm. The trail wasn't difficult, but Megs found herself wishing it were. With Gideon and Allie behind her and Sean continuing to ask and answer his own questions, she wished she could bolt up a hill, hike until she was breathless, and find some solitude. After another 15 minutes, they entered a clearing and Meg seized her opportunity to move far away from Sean. She had no idea if this was the end of the hike or a midway point, but either way, she wasn't going to walk next to him another step. Oscar sat on a boulder and took a swig from his water bottle. Fall is the season of romance, my friends, he proclaimed, sweeping his arm out to encompass the vibrant foliage. I dare you to be uninspired. Megs rolled her eyes, and Oscar caught the motion. His eyes danced. What? Too dramatic for an actor? I thought this would be a safe place. Melissa adjusted the straps of her small backpack. You're safe with me. Be as dramatic as you want. Oscar smiled, then flicked his eyes back to Megs. Places like these? They're for dreamers. What was it with this guy? Was he truly this romantic at heart, or was he putting on a show? Either way, there was something charming about his commitment. Megs lifted her water bottle and took a sip. Oscar leaned back and lifted his face to the sun. Then, a few minutes later, he stood and led them back onto the path toward the train. Leaves crunched under their feet as they walked. It didn't take them long to reach the trailhead where they'd started. I know it's only 11:30, but I'm starving. Layla wrapped her arms around her stomach. I think they have snacks in the... Meg stopped when she noticed the small crowd gathered on the train platform. Are the doors not open? I thought it was heading back to town at noon. Oscar approached a man in grease-stained overalls standing off to the side of the main group, and Megs hurried forward to listen. What's going on? He asked. Train's broken down. Don't know how long it'll be before we can get her up and running again. Chapter 16. Gideon watched Megs's panic rise as Matt relayed the news to the rest of the group. There was an issue with the train and they hadn't diagnosed it yet. Typically a problem like that was resolved within a few hours. Megs clenched her fists and spun toward the trees. He knew exactly what she must be thinking. Tonight was the last night of her certification course. That class started at 5:30. If it took a few hours to resolve the issue with the train, then 45 minutes to return to Sugar Creek and another half hour up to Champlain, she'd barely make it on time. If the issue got resolved. And if it didn't? I have a class tonight. Meg spun around and spoke to Matt while the others chatted amongst themselves. What kind of class? Matt asked. A certification course. It's my last night. I can't miss it. The image of Meg slumped against the bricks next to the doors of the school flashed through Gideon's head. If she missed her last class, he doubted they'd be willing to make another exception. Matt unzipped his jacket. What time does it start? 5, she answered. Gideon frowned. Was it starting early because it was the last night? Matt nodded. That should be plenty of time. I doubt it'll take as long as they say. Gideon turned to Allie. I'll be back in a second. He walked to the information desk and waited behind a couple venting to the woman in the booth about how they hadn't planned to stay long at this altitude. Then he stepped forward when they finally walked toward the gift shop. Can I help you? The woman asked. Just wondering if there were any trails that go down to the main road, the one we crossed on the train. She perked up when she realized he wasn't there to complain about the broken-down Rambler and grabbed a map. There are a couple, actually. She spread the paper between them and circled 2 trailheads that picked up just below where they were standing. Both of these cross the road, but there isn't a town there if that's what you were hoping for. Closest one is another 2 miles down the road. Gideon thanked her and took the map, then walked back to their group near the trees. He frowned when he didn't see Meg standing next to Matt anymore. Allie looked up at him questioningly, and Gideon held up a finger, then approached his friend. Is Megs all right? Matt nodded. She'll be fine. Just took a minute to herself in the trees. Gideon turned, and Matt put a hand on his shoulder. She said she wanted to be alone. Gideon bristled. I think she'll want to see this. Might help. He stalked off before Matt could offer to come along. Ever since Allie mentioned Matt being interested in Megs, Gideon noticed everything. The way Matt always looked to her first after making a joke, or complimented her on everything. Matt was nice, but not that nice. Meanwhile, Allie was doing the same to him. He didn't want to give her the wrong impression, and he'd have been lying to himself if he said he didn't enjoy the attention. If it was every girl's dream to have their favorite teacher fall for them, it was every guy's dream to meet up with an ex and have them still be obviously interested. Hey, Gideon called out when he saw Megs leaning against an aspen trunk. Megs whirled, and he couldn't make out the expression on her face when she realized it was him tromping through the trees. Hey. She looked behind him, but when nobody else came down the path, her eyes settled back on his. I'm sorry about the train. Megs bit her bottom lip. I can't miss this class. I just signed a rental contract Thursday. You got your own place? Gideon stopped next to her, and Megs nodded. That's something to celebrate. I was going to get a shake at Sammy's. Gideon grinned. On your way up to class? Why did it make him so happy that she loved that place? Are you going to lecture me about having dessert before dinner? Gideon couldn't hide his amusement. She was adorable when she was indignant. No, I was going to ask why you weren't eating dinner, too. Megs's hackles lowered, and she breathed a laugh. Class is from 5 to 7 tonight. Our instructor has a wedding reception to go to. I figured I'd probably eat a late lunch after this and wouldn't be hungry. She groaned and dropped her head back against the trunk. Now I'll be surviving on trail mix while I pray to the locomotive gods for a fix to this antiquated train. This is why romance doesn't work in real life, because trains break down and there's traffic and there's another way down. Gideon wanted to show compassion, but he also didn't know how long it would take them to hike to the next town or find a ride back to the parking lot in Sugar Creek. Megs blinked. What are you talking about? Gideon held out the map and pointed to the circles. We can hike down to the road. Then it's another 2 miles into the town there. Calling it a town is generous. I think there's a gas station and corner store, but maybe we can find someone who's heading into Sugar Creek. She looked up and searched his eyes. We? Gideon nodded. Yeah? You think I would tell you to hike down there alone? But you have... Megs closed her mouth. Is Allie okay with this? Gideon's brow furrowed. Why was she asking about Allie? I'm sure she'll be fine. Allie had never been one for the outdoors, so she'd be more than happy to sit at the gift shop and relax while they waited for the train. What if we can't find a ride? Gideon motioned for her to walk with him back to the others. We'll find a ride. You don't have to do this, Megs murmured as they left the trees. I doubt you plan to hike an extra 3 miles today. He hadn't planned on extra hiking, but walking with Megs alone in the trees for a reason he could justify was so enticing, it ached. It's barely even hiking. We're going downhill. Gideon nodded to Matt as his friend noticed him approaching. Hey, I'm going to walk with Megs down to the road. If this train doesn't get fixed in time, she'll miss her class. Matt frowned. Is there a trail? Gideon held out the map and Matt inspected it. Are you sure it's worth that? The train might be fixed any minute. Meg stepped forward. There's a much larger chance that it won't be. I rode this train every day last Christmas, and when there was a mechanical issue, we were always entertaining guests for hours. Gideon turned to her. You worked on this train? Megs held out her hands with a flourish. Can't you see me as an elf? She turned back to Matt. I have to be at this class tonight. If I don't get my certification, I won't be able to start work on Monday. Matt considered this. Got it. But I can go with her, Gideon. He picked up his water bottle and shook it. Gideon's bottle was still almost full. Their hike hadn't been arduous, and with the cooler weather, he hadn't even broken a sweat. No, you've got the other contestants and your team to worry about. We'll be fine. Matt pulled him into a hug and clapped his shoulder, then turned to the others. Anyone else want to hike to town? Allie opened her mouth, then closed it. Before she could change her mind, Gideon said, I'll text you later, then turned and started off across the clearing. Megs didn't say another word before they reached the trailhead, which wasn't difficult to find. The path wasn't overly steep, and more importantly, there were no other hikers on it. Considering he'd grown up here and had never even known there were hiking trails at the top of the loop, he wasn't surprised. The only ones he knew about were at the bottom of Rosy Peak. An elf, huh? Gideon moved to the left. The trail was wide enough that they could walk side by side. His blood hummed, and not from exertion, as she fell into step next to him. With tights and everything. I've done it a few times over the holidays. It's not great money, but it is an acting job. Are you going to do it this year? Gideon asked. If so, he would be buying a ticket. They had to have shows after the end of the semester, didn't they? Meg shook her head. I don't think my new boss would appreciate me asking to get off work early twice a week to play dress-up. The idea of Megs in tights and a short skirt still lingered in his mind's eye. Gideon cleared his throat. Right. Are you excited about the job, though? Meg stepped over a tree root, then looked up with a wry smile. It pays well. Gideon chuckled. You think you're selling out? I know I am, but what else am I supposed to do? You know, I've watched 100 of those celebrity interviews where they talk about how hard it is to make it in the industry, and how they almost gave up but then ended up getting their big break because they met some producer in a bar where they were waiting tables or something. Right. Someone didn't show up for open mic night. Exactly. They were singing in the bathroom stall or looked like their high school crush. Anyway, we celebrate that. We listen to those stories and applaud their resiliency. But you know what nobody ever talks about? The fact that every day before that day, everyone in their life told them how they were huge failures. Gideon frowned. People tell you that? Meg scoffed. Absolutely. Not to my face, but it's in those looks. You know, the pitying ones that say, someday she'll figure out that she's never going to make it? Or in the comments like, that would be so hard not to have a stable income. Gideon nodded. Yeah, I've gotten a few of those. Probably less because you're a guy. Why would that matter? Megs gripped onto the straps of her backpack. Because guys are seen as more level-headed. People trust you to have some common sense. Take my sister's boyfriend, for example. His family moved to Colorado and he pursued ski racing. Got really good, then ended up becoming a ski instructor. Nobody ever told him that was an impractical job or that he should do something safer. Nobody doubted he could do it. Gideon stepped over a protruding rock. Your parents didn't think you could? Meg sighed. It's just my mom. My dad has never been in the picture. And no, she didn't ever want me to do it. She went that route in college and didn't like where it led her. To be fair, she didn't stop me from moving or enrolling in acting classes. It was just the constant disappointment. Megs nodded. I don't even know if I like acting anymore. Now it feels like another unfinished thing goading me. I wonder if the only reason I keep doing it is to try to prove myself right. It's not. You like acting, Gideon stated, and Megs looked up. You don't know that. Yes, I do. Megs looked affronted. You've talked to me, what, like 4 times and seen me sitting in class taking notes? And you think you know me? Gideon met her eyes. I watched you record that audition, and I see how you are with people, always noticing their speech and mannerisms. You do this thing with your fingers where you mimic them sometimes, like you want to know what it feels like to move like another person. Meg slowed and stared at him. Gideon walked a few steps before he noticed she wasn't next to him. He turned. What? I do that? The expression on her face made him wonder if he'd said something wrong. He hadn't meant it as a criticism. Quite the opposite. Gideon exhaled and pulled out his water bottle. Yeah. She opened and closed her mouth, then pursed her lips in concentration. With her eyes on him, Gideon's blood started to rush. Megs took a step toward him and her eyes narrowed. You're not wearing your glasses today. He busied himself securing his water bottle. I put in contacts so I could wear my sunglasses, but we've mostly been in the shade. Megs took another step, and Gideon's stomach fizzed when he realized she was still staring at him. He gripped the straps of his bag. Bad choice. I should never wear contacts again. The corner of Megs's lips twitched. No, not bad. I think you look good both ways. Her eyes looked like emerald pools in the golden light, and the trees seemed to have been painted to perfectly complement the streaks of burnt orange glittering in her hair. Gideon ran a hand through his hair and pretended to notice something in the trees. Should we keep going? Megs nodded, and they resumed their walk. They reached the road by 12:30 and weren't too much worse for the wear. Once they were out of the trees, Gideon borrowed sunscreen from Megs, put on his sunglasses, and they started down toward town. Do you wish Oscar, or Matt, I guess, would have stayed with the band? Megs asked. He wondered if she imagined them sitting around in a cramped apartment tuning their instruments and riffing off each other. It was the stuff teenage dreams were made of. Gideon shook his head. I was annoyed for a couple of years. I missed it. I think we all did. But it was time for us to go our separate ways. And you're happy now? Gideon swallowed the answer that first popped into his head because it wasn't fully true. Yes. When his parents called from Arizona and asked if he was doing well, the answer was always yes. When his colleagues asked if he was happy with his classes or his schedule, the answer was yes. Truly, he didn't have anything to complain about. He had job security, a roof over his head. He was in great shape and had good friends both at work and in the community. That part of him was content. But what would the other part of him answer? The part he'd tucked away when he'd decided to pursue teaching. The part that lit up whenever he heard something inspiring and worked on tracks late into the night. The part that waited for a girl after work and then kissed her in a parking lot. Half, he answered. Megs frowned. Half? Gideon nodded, more and more satisfied with his answer by the second. I'm half happy. A wide smile broke out across Megs's face. What? I don't think that's a thing. Gideon grinned. It definitely is. My life is great, and I wouldn't change much, but there's still half of me that isn't quite there yet. He loved the way she looked at him, like he'd managed to surprise her for once. What does the other half need? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. That laser focus from Megs was intoxicating. He loved being a puzzle she was dying to solve. Not sure yet. I think I'll know it when I see it. Gideon's heart pounded in his chest. He knew it when he felt it. And right now? A slow rumble sounded behind them, and Gideon whipped his head around. A red tractor with wheels taller than he was rounded the corner and slowly made its way down the road. Gideon stopped and grabbed onto Megs's arm. Her eyes widened. What are you doing? Gideon threw out a thumb. Getting us a ride. Chapter 17. Meg stared as Gideon approached the tractor now stopped on the shoulder, still blocking over half the road. She could have sworn the asphalt was shuddering along with the growls of the engine. Since she couldn't hear a word they were saying, she waited awkwardly until Gideon waved for her to come over. He'll take us into town, Gideon shouted over the guttural roar. I don't see any seats. What? Gideon leaned closer. I don't see any. Megs waved her comment off when Gideon still wasn't getting it. He reached out for her hand and helped her clamber up into the cab. She didn't see any seats because there weren't any. Not enough for both of them anyway. Hop on in. The farmer was in overalls and a worn baseball cap. He motioned to a single seat directly next to him but lower to the cab's floor. It looked like a sidekick car attached to Batman's motorcycle. Before Megs could protest, Gideon pressed up against her back. I'll get in first. You can sit on my lap. Megs sputtered something, but it was lost in the thunder growl. Gideon sat and held out his arms like she was a kindergartner getting ready to sit on Santa's lap. Except this Santa was extremely attractive with or without glasses. Meg started to sweat as she took off her backpack and dropped into his lap. His breath whispered against her neck, which was not helping her current hot flash. He reached around and took her pack, setting it next to his on the floor at their feet. Now she didn't know what to do with her hands. The tractor groaned beneath them, and as they lurched forward, she grabbed onto the armrests only to find them warm and softer than she imagined. She was holding on to Gideon's forearms. Meg sucked a breath and let go, then jostled and grabbed back on so she wouldn't tip. Here, Gideon shouted. He pulled her hands down to hold onto the edges of the seat, then wrapped his arms around her waist. Megs immediately felt grounded. Solid. She drew a deep breath and tried to force herself to relax. She was sitting on Gideon's lap. His arms were around her and her back was pressed up against his chest. And that chest was inviting. He was warm and strong. Solid. Was she too heavy? She pushed up on the floor with her feet to try and take some of the pressure off his thighs. Stop. You're not going to hurt me, Gideon called, his lips inches from her left ear. Megs nodded and sank back into him. The tractor cab smelled of hay and turned earth, but she still caught a whiff of whatever it was that Gideon wore. Lotion? Cologne? She still couldn't decide, but it was subtle and almost smoky. Woodsy and sweet. Like the cigars Frank smoked sometimes. She felt lightheaded. Drunk on this feeling of him wrapped around her from shoulders to calves. It took everything in her power not to lean into him and drag her hands over his thighs. Megs clenched her jaw and forced herself to look at the dashboard. Out the window. Anything that distracted her from her insides liquefying with each breath Gideon took. Their driver wore muffs over his ears, and yet still insisted on turning and trying to talk to them. Megs felt responsible for carrying on this one-sided conversation since Gideon's face was smushed up against her back. The man's bushy gray mustache bounced, and his arms gesticulated as they lumbered down the road toward town. Megs caught the words chickens and fox at one point, and her mind ran wild with how they could be related to each other. Every possibility didn't end well for the chickens. She focused so hard on reading his lips that she could almost convince herself that that wasn't Gideon's breath against her neck. Then Gideon shifted his hands, and his arms brushed against her ribs. Megs's heart lurched in her chest, and she prayed Gideon couldn't feel it. He turned his head and brushed against her hair, then moved his leg and she slipped a bit deeper into his lap. Goose flesh prickled on her skin. This was torture. She knew what those hands felt like on her body as more than a seatbelt, and all she'd have to do was lean back and... Megs clung to the seat for dear life and focused wholly on the farmer. His eyebrows looked like they hadn't been plucked in a decade. His jowls jumped in perfect unison with the engine rumble. She still couldn't make sense of what he was saying, but she gritted her teeth and concentrated on the stitching of his overalls. It wasn't until they stopped and the tractor sat idling that the man turned and yelled, "Convenient that they lay eggs and poop out of the same hole. Gotta love the cloaca." Megs plastered a grin on her face and nodded emphatically, pretending she'd been thrilled by his speech over the past 10 minutes and not imagining stripping Gideon's shirt off and running her fingers over every contour of the chest pressed against her back. "Learn something new every day," Megs yelled back as she launched herself out of Gideon's lap so fast she almost hit her head on the ceiling of the cab. She reached for her bag, but Gideon stopped her. "I've got it." Megs nodded and made her way down to the ground. Gideon followed, holding both their bags. He shook the farmer's hand as Megs worked to get her breathing under control. The man nodded, then shut the door to the cab as Gideon dropped off the steps and stood next to her. Megs ran her hands through her hair, sweating more now than she had on their hike. Gideon started toward the gas station as the tractor continued on its way. Megs's ears were ringing, so it took her a moment to realize Gideon was laughing next to her. "What?" He shook his head and rubbed his forehead. "That was something else." Something else. That was one way to describe it. You didn't have to pretend to listen to that guy's chicken stories. Meg set her pack on the concrete and stretched out her arms to avoid undressing Gideon with her eyes. His shirt was slightly askew, and he'd rolled his sleeves up to his elbows. He looked like he was about to chop wood or offer to fix someone's radiator. Gideon exhaled. "Was that what he was talking about? I could see his mouth moving over your shoulder." Megs looked anywhere but directly at him. "Do you think there could have been a normal vehicle coming down that road? Did we have to choose a tractor?" Gideon held up his hands. "All I'm saying is that we're here in town and we didn't have to walk 2 miles. Great point. Every moment over the past hour swirled through her head. What had he been saying on the road? He was half happy. Suddenly she was dying to know what would fill that void. Megs looped her thumbs in her backpack straps. "Thank you, Gideon." She caught herself and her cheeks heated. Thank you, Professor Adams. I'm sorry, Gideon's fine, Megs." Megs nodded and pursed her lips. She looked down at her watch just as a silver Corolla pulled into the station and stopped by the pump. Almost 1 o'clock. "Is it my turn?" "Your turn for what?" Megs whirled and walked up to a middle-aged man who just stepped out of the car. "Hey, are you by chance heading into Sugar Creek?" "I'm on my way to Charlotte." Megs grinned. "Would you be willing to give us a ride to the Sugar Creek train depot since it's on your way? The train broke down and I have an appointment to get to." The man looked skeptical, so Megs pulled off her pack and dug around for her wallet. "I can give you a 10 for gas?" He drew a deep breath, then finally nodded. "Both sit in the back, if that's all right." Megs nodded and handed him the bill. It wasn't until that moment that her nerves kicked in. What was she doing? Riding with 2 strangers in 1 day? Somehow having Gideon with her made it feel less dangerous, but she logically knew that wasn't the case. What was Gideon going to do if this guy tried anything funny? Lecture him to death? She was instantly envisioning both of their bodies lifeless, sprawled at unnatural angles in the bottom of a ditch. Gideon walked over and Megs motioned for him to follow her to the opposite side of the car. "Will you wait a second while I try the door?" she whispered. Gideon's brow furrowed, but he nodded. Megs got into the back seat and closed it, then opened it again. She motioned for Gideon to scoot in next to her. "What was all that about?" he asked when the door was shut again. Meg scrunched her nose at the smell of old air freshener mixed with stale cigarette smoke. "I had to make sure the child lock wasn't on." "Child lock?" "Yeah. It's a little button you can press on the inside of the door that makes it so people can't open it from the inside." Gideon nodded slowly. "You were making sure we weren't being kidnapped?" "Exactly. It's the responsible thing to do." "When hitchhiking with strangers?" Megs pursed her lips. "This was your idea, if you remember." The driver's door opened. "I'm Mike. Thought we ought to know each other's names if we're going to spend 20 minutes in the car together." "I'm Megs." Should she have given a fake name? They should have made up characters and backstories in their 30 seconds alone in the back seat. What a missed opportunity. "Gideon." They clicked in their seatbelts as Mike pulled away from the pump and turned left to Sugar Creek. This time there was a full seat between them, which made it easier to avoid thinking about Gideon's chest. Or hands. Megs pulled up the map on her GPS. Just in case Mike took a wrong turn, they could open the door and dive onto the shoulder of the road. Tumbling through gravel shards had to be better than ending up in some crazy person's panic room. Gideon nudged her thigh with his. "You okay?" Megs leaned in a little closer and nodded. "What kind of appointment do you have this evening?" Mike asked. "It's a class, actually. I'm graduating tonight." She grinned smugly at Gideon. "Graduation? From college?" Megs shook her head. "No, just a certification course." "Not just a certification course." Gideon shot her a look. "Well, good. These colleges these days." Mike didn't finish his sentence, but based on past experience with customers in Green Mountain Grinds, any conversation that followed a statement like that was either bound to be fascinating or horribly offensive. Megs couldn't help herself. "What about them?" 15 minutes later, Gideon's face was turned to look out the window so Mike couldn't see the tears streaming down his cheeks from laughter. Meg sat perched on the edge of the back seat, listening intently. "See, what they don't want you to know is that aliens have been among us for centuries," Mike exclaimed, eyes wide with conviction. "You ever heard of the lizard people?" Meg slapped her hands on her thighs. "I haven't, but it looks like we're here." She pointed at the square. "You can just stop here on the street and we can walk across." That conversation had been one for the ages, and she was legitimately disappointed to have to cut it off, mostly because watching Gideon struggle to keep his composure made her insides fizz. Mike pulled the car over and put it in park. "Well, look it up. You'll be shocked at what's been shoved under the rug." "Mm-hmm." Megs unclicked her seatbelt and slung her bag over her shoulder. "Thank you so much for the ride, and I'll definitely check it out." "Good luck at graduation, Megs. Nice to meet you, Greg." Mike waved goodbye as they slid out and stepped onto the curb. Meg snorted as soon as Mike flipped a U-turn at the light and headed back the other direction. Not getting murdered in the end made the whole ordeal hysterical. Gideon exhaled. "How did you keep a straight face during all of that?" "It's called acting, Greg." Gideon clutched his stomach. They walked past the fountain, and Gideon pointed at the workers switching out the lights. "What are they doing?" "Switching out the fountain colors for Halloween. It's a Sugar Creek tradition." "It's not even October yet." "We're ambitious." Without thinking, she nudged him with her elbow. "You don't live that far, and I know you said nobody comes to Sugar Creek for a reason, but did you ever think to come down here for things like that?" "Holidays?" "Yeah, all the cheesy traditions like the fall festival, pumpkin patch, and tree lighting. Or does Shelburne have those?" "Some. Doesn't have this small town feel, though." Gideon's eyes narrowed. "Why don't you go to them?" Meg scoffed. "How do you know I don't?" "Do you?" He raised an eyebrow. "No, absolutely not." Megs laughed, and Gideon waited for her to continue. Again, she debated giving a cliché answer, but something about sitting on a man in a tractor made it impossible to raise her defenses. I don't go because it's lame to do it alone. My mom always tries to guilt me into going with her until she got serious with her boyfriend. Now, miraculously, she's off my case. Your parents don't pull those cards with you? Gideon shoved his hands in his pockets as they approached the parking lot. My parents retired to Arizona 3 years ago. Meg stopped in front of her car. You don't have any siblings here? Younger brother is in Florida, and my younger sister is in medical school in Milwaukee. Meg's eyes widened. Medical school? Wow. I know. I'm intimidated also. Megs grinned and pulled her bag off her back. Well, that was quite the day. Her heartbeat sounded hollow against her ribs. She should thank him and get in the car, then go home and shower, find something for lunch so her stomach didn't eat itself, then drive up to Champlain. But the words wouldn't come. Gideon scuffed his hiking shoes on the yellow line on the asphalt. It's been a long time since I laughed that hard. Me too. Get in the car. Go home. Megs couldn't force herself to move. She looked up, then frowned. The parking lot was mostly empty this time of day, especially since there was a large sign posted in front of the depot announcing the delay with the Rambler. She didn't see Gideon's Volkswagen. Where's your car? She remembered that Gideon and Allie had gotten out of the same car that morning in the middle of her question, and blushed. Sorry, forgot you came with Allie for a second. Gideon ran a hand through his hair and nodded. It's all good. I'll walk through the shops. Maybe get a coffee. Oh, you'll be severely disappointed after the kind of service you got last time. His lips twitched. I have no doubt. Megs clenched her fists over the strap of her bag. There was that feeling, like she was about to jump off the high dive. Bad idea. You could ride back with me, if you want. Chapter 18. Gideon blinked as Megs walked to the driver's side door and opened it. It's not that far from Champlain, and I'm heading there anyway. He shifted his pack on his back. My car is at Champlain. I had Allie meet me there this morning. Partially because he needed to drop something off at his office. Partially because he didn't want her to know where he lived. Megs raised an eyebrow. Working on a Saturday? I always work on Saturdays, you know that. He had recording hours every Saturday afternoon and evening. The first year he'd worked there, he'd tried to keep his weekends open, but had quickly realized that wasn't in the students' best interest. So many of them had day jobs or night shifts, they weren't able to get into the studio during the week. Next year he was hoping to have a TA to help monitor the studios, but he didn't mind. It wasn't like he was going out before 6 anyway. I don't think that's a good idea, Megs. She looked up and her smile was a little too bright. Okay, no prob— Not because I don't feel comfortable driving with you, but I don't think it would look good. Megs nodded and leaned on her door. Right, because I'm a student. Gideon chuckled. No, because I'm a professor. You aren't the one with the responsibility here. Her brow furrowed. So the administrators wouldn't understand that this is an extenuating circumstance? It's not like we planned to drive together. The train broke down and you needed a ride home. Gideon's thoughts warred with each other. On the one hand, it was explainable. On the other, he did have the option of waiting for Allie. But what if they didn't get back in time for him to open up the studios? What if they don't get back in time for you to open up the studios? Megs asked. Gideon stifled a smile. It wasn't that he thought riding with Megs was inexcusable. It was that he knew why he wanted to ride with her. And it wasn't because of his responsibilities to his recording students. But his resolve was weakening, especially because his other option would be window shopping. I could tell them it was an extenuating circumstance. Megs drew a breath and threw her bag in the back seat without meeting his eyes. Either way, it seems you're covered then. Gideon's heart galloped. Was she trying to convince him to come with her? He'd stopped fighting himself on admitting that the attraction was still there for him. He hoped that if he accepted it, that magnetic pull he felt toward Megs would be less forbidden and would dissipate. Based on his one psychology class in college, this was a strategy that should have worked. But maybe he should have paid more attention to the section on Skinner. Every time he saw Megs, whether in class or at Matt's events, his subconscious knew there was a chance for a spark, a glance, a smirk, or today his arms wrapped around her as they jostled in the tractor cab. The tiniest moments with her spiked his serotonin so hard he was quickly becoming an addict, which was why he was trying to give himself permission to feel it, to recognize that his body responded to her but that he was still in control. He didn't have to act on it, even though every cell in his body pointed to her like iron filings to a magnet. After sitting with her backside curled against his middle and wrapping his hands around her soft stomach and hips, his control felt like cheap plastic. Gideon scratched his chin. Either way, it seems you're covered then. Seems like it. Gideon got in the car, but not without a plan. As soon as they were buckled in and Megs was pulling out of the lot, he dropped his hands on his knees. So, what questions do you have about the course material? Megs shot him a look. This is what we're doing? Gideon's smile was tight. I'm just a professor who needed a ride to campus, and you're just a student who can't believe how lucky she is to have a private tutoring session. The kind that Jennifer always asks for? Megs grinned, and Gideon flushed. That was not helping. I'm trying to be professional here. He knew it was ridiculous. Once two people had conversations about cloacas and lizard people, there was really no going back. Still, he had to try. Right. Okay, let me think for a second. Meg straightened in her seat and held her hands at 10 and 2. I appreciate your responsible driving. Thank you, Professor. Megs held back a smile, and Gideon didn't even dare touch that comment. Thankfully, she continued before he could sink into analyzing why hearing that title on her lips made him crazy. Okay, I've got one. I've heard both bit rate and sample rate in class, and I still don't fully understand the difference. Gideon didn't answer right away, and Megs glanced over. What? I'm impressed. It's a good question. She grinned. Do you have a good answer? Gideon cleared his throat with a dramatic flair he knew Megs would appreciate. Both bit rate and sample rate are essential concepts in digital audio. Sample rate refers to the number of samples, or snapshots, of audio taken per second. A common sample rate is 44.1 kilohertz, which means 44,100 samples are taken every second. Higher sample rates can reproduce higher frequencies and offer better clarity. Megs laughed out loud. Did you memorize that from a textbook? Let me finish. Bit rate is the amount of data processed per unit of time in the audio file. It determines how much information is used to represent each sample. A higher bit rate usually means more detail is retained and the audio quality is better, but it also results in a larger file size. Megs pursed her lips. Right. So I still have no idea what that means. Explain it to me like I'm a 12-year-old. Gideon pondered for a second, then tried again. Imagine you're taking a bunch of quick photos of a movie on your phone to try and capture it frame by frame. Okay, I'm with you. He looked out the window so he didn't focus on the way she was biting her lower lip. Sample rate is how many photos you're taking every second. If you take more photos, which would mean a higher sample rate, you capture more of the movie details. Megs's eyes widened. That actually makes sense. Gideon stifled the sudden urge to puff out his chest. Bit rate, on the other hand, is like the quality of each photo. A higher bit rate means each of your photos is clearer and shows more detail, but it'll also take up more space on your phone. Megs turned to him as she pulled to a stop at a red light. That makes sense. You're a good teacher. But you already knew that. Isn't that why you decided to stay in my class? Gideon's pulse thrummed against the collar of his shirt. Thinking about her showing up to class only made him think about how much he wished she hadn't. How he'd planned to go to the coffee shop and pick up where they left off at Sammy's. Megs shook her head and pressed on the gas as the light turned green. Gideon's smile was smug as he leaned back in his seat. He shouldn't have been enjoying how impressed she looked, or that warmth in his chest that scorched his insides when her eyes lit up because of something he said. Megs' smile became more pensive. I have a confession to make. Gideon's heart stumbled over itself as warning sirens blared in his head. The inside of the car suddenly felt like a vacuum. Megs, I looked you up on YouTube. Gideon blinked. What? I looked you up. Your band. I heard Oscar saying something about it to Allie. She mentioned the name, Worn Out Welcome. It's catchy, by the way. Gideon didn't know which sentence to dissect first. That's your confession? Megs turned, her brow furrowed. Yeah. What did you think I was going to say? Gideon swallowed hard. In those brief seconds, possibilities had branched out in all directions, his favorite of which was the "I can't stop thinking about you" admission. How messed up was that his brain had gone there? I don't know, but not that. Are you mad? Gideon leaned his head back on the headrest. So much for professional. No, I'm not mad. Deeply ashamed? Absolutely. Megs looked affronted and her hand slipped on the wheel. Why? You were good. He barked a laugh. We weren't good. Okay, so you get to tell me whether I'm talented or not, but you won't let me do the same? And reminder, I'm talking about your 19-year-old self. I think it was Fractured Daydream where you found a video of Fractured Daydream. Where? Gideon gaped at her. That was one of the first songs he and Matt played live, and he didn't even have a video of it. Here. Megs pulled her phone from the cup holder and opened the screen, then handed it to him. Check the account. It's in my recently played. Gideon gave her a skeptical look. I'm not going to find something I don't want to see on here. Only if you hate baby animal videos. Gideon held out the phone and tried to click on the YouTube app on the bottom of her screen, but her messages opened up instead. He cursed under his breath and tried to swipe out of it and only made it worse with his button mashing. Suddenly, he was staring at a message. It's torture, Hales. Every time he licks his lips in class, I'm right back in that parking lot with him pushing me up against... Gideon dropped the phone on the floor. Are you okay? Megs shot out an arm as he bent over to retrieve it. Fine, he wheezed, snatching it off the all-weather mat. Locked. The screen was locked, which meant when Megs opened her phone again, she'd see exactly what he'd been looking at. His mind raced for a solution. He could ask her to open it now and hope she didn't notice, but if she did... His stomach crawled into a hole and died at the thought of sitting there in the car for another 20 minutes with that knowledge sitting between them. Gideon set her phone in the cup holder. Not enough data. Huh, that's strange. Megs reached for her phone, but Gideon pointed out the windshield. Red lights flashed ahead, and Megs pulled over to the side of the road. Gideon started to sweat. I hope nobody got hurt. Megs watched the ambulance turn, then pulled back into the lane. Right. That put things into perspective. Still, Meg seeing that he'd seen her text felt like life or death at the moment. His own drive roared to life with the knowledge that she wanted him. He had proof. Every day in class, she was thinking about that night at Sammy's just like he was. When he was distracted by her, it had been manageable to tamp the thoughts down when he could convince himself his feelings weren't reciprocated. But if they were? If every time he looked at Megs, he knew she was thinking about that kiss, wanting to do it again? No, that would be impossible. And since when did he lick his lips publicly? Gideon rolled down his window, and Megs frowned. Are you too warm? You can turn on the AC. He forced a smile. I just needed some fresh air. She nodded, but didn't seem convinced. I'm not going to share those videos, if you're worried about that. I honestly thought they were good. That's the only reason I brought it up. Gideon exhaled as the cool autumn air whipped through his hair. Megs thought he was acting strange because she'd found the videos. She thought she'd done something wrong. It was all he could do to grip the door handle and not reach his hand across the console. He needed to get out of this car. When he spoke, his voice was tight. I'm not worried about it, and I appreciate it. Matt and I loved that band. I'm glad those videos still exist, even if it proves I once had frosted tips. Meg snorted. The bit rate isn't high enough to make those out. Gideon laughed and didn't roll up the window. There she was, taking him by surprise again. Megs wanted him. That sentence played on a constant loop in his head, even as he asked Megs about her new job to fill the silence. He tried to listen, but when they pulled into the parking lot at Champlain 10 minutes later, he couldn't remember anything past her being nervous to start on Monday. Megs turned off the car, and Gideon grabbed his bag. It was only 4:30. "Weren't you going to get a milkshake at Sammy's to celebrate?" She smiled. "Didn't think that would be as defensible to stop for dessert in our extenuating circumstance." Gideon thought about sitting in the booth across from her, about wanting to share her table and walk her to the parking lot, preferably without destroying her footwear. He nodded and stepped out onto the asphalt, then pulled his bag from the floor. "I really appreciate the ride." "And the trauma?" She had no idea. "Especially that. Good luck tonight." "Thank you." Meg smiled and waved as he closed the door. Gideon felt like he drew his first full breath as he walked across the parking lot. He looked up and saw a group of students dressed in slinky dresses and tuxes. Was tonight the fall formal? Champlain didn't host too many extracurricular events, but that was one of them. "Professor Adams?" Jennifer's eyes lit up when she saw him. She was about to say something else when she looked over his shoulder. Gideon didn't have to turn to know what she'd noticed. Megs, pulling out of the parking lot. At 5 minutes after 7, Megs walked to the car and tried not to wrinkle her certificate. She glanced over to Gideon's regular parking spot and saw his car was gone. Not that she would have done anything if it was still there. After the last awkward minutes of their car ride together, she didn't know what to think. Maybe she shouldn't have told him about the videos. It was next to impossible to keep things purely professional between them. Gideon felt like a friend, not only a teacher, and the more she got to know him, the more she wanted to know. She was like a stupid moth drawn to his flame, even though he'd be the one to burn for her getting too close. Jennifer had already seen her pulling out of the lot earlier. Megs doubted she witnessed Gideon stepping out of her car, but it didn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together, especially since Gideon was walking from that side of the parking lot instead of from where his own car was parked. She pulled her phone out of her bag and had a momentary panic attack realizing she hadn't checked it since arriving at the school. She'd opted to forego the milkshake completely and did some last-minute studying before her final exam. Thankfully, she'd stowed her laptop in the trunk just in case the timing was tight after the hike. It had taken her years of racing around town last minute with her hair on fire before auditions or appointments to learn that particular preparation skill. Maybe she was growing after all. When Meg swiped up on her phone, she paused. It was open to her last text with Haley earlier in the week. She swiped back to her messages and found one from Bobby, 2 from her soon-to-be roommate Neely, and 1 from her mom. "How was the train? Text when you're finished with your test. Break a leg." Megs opened the passenger door of her car and set her bag on the floor, then placed her certificate on the seat. "I passed. Train was lovely until it broke down. So much to fill you in on. Heading home now." Megs closed the door, rounded the car, and got in behind the wheel. She'd barely started the car when her phone buzzed, this time with a message from Haley. "Hey, can you stop by Juicy real quick on your way home? I need your help with something." Meg sighed, her eyes already starting to droop. "I'm beat, Hales. Can it wait till tomorrow?" She had her last shift at Green Mountain, and then she could pop over. "Please, just for a second. It's important, promise." Megs groaned and typed, "Fine. See you in 25. Megs pumped the music to keep her from dozing as she drove toward Sammy's. Had that day really happened? It felt like a week had passed since she'd woken up that morning. Or she'd dreamt all of it and she was about to wake up. She wouldn't put that past her. At 10 o'clock that morning, she'd gotten on the Rambler, and after that, she recalled Gideon finding her in the trees and offering to walk down with her, then hailing a tractor like it was a taxi cab and holding her on his lap the 2 miles into town. She couldn't stop thinking about his hands around her waist, of his chest tightening against her back. They'd spent hours talking, and it hadn't been enough. She still had 1,000 questions for him, and when she pulled up to Sammy's to get her milkshake on her way home, she scanned the diner no less than 5 times, hoping she'd catch him sitting in a booth. When she hopped back into the car, she thought of Oscar and the other contestants. She considered texting Gideon to ask if they'd gotten down safely. Justifiable, since she didn't have any of the others' contact information. But she knew in her heart the only reason she'd be texting was to talk to him. I'm trying to keep things professional. She had to stop. She couldn't keep pushing the boundaries or she'd ruin any chance she had of something happening after this semester. If she even still had a chance. The shake gave her a much-needed sugar boost, and by the time she finally pulled up and parked in front of Juicy, her head didn't feel like an inflated balloon. Megs frowned as she got out of the car. The lights were off in front of the shop. She pulled out her phone and texted Haley. I'm here. Did I miss you? In the back. Front door's open. Meg sighed. Very trusting of her. Yes, it was Sugar Creek, but anyone could have walked in and she wouldn't have been the wiser. Unless she installed cameras recently. Meg scanned the front entrance for any security equipment, but didn't find any. Megs pulled open the door and stepped inside, then jumped out of her skin as the room erupted. Surprise! Her insides felt like a shaken bottle of champagne, and she momentarily forgot to breathe as her mind raced to make sense of what she was seeing. There was her mom and Haley, along with a sea of smiling faces. Colleen from the hair salon, Frank, and friends from karaoke. This was a surprise party? Megs's eyes landed on her mom. You threw me a surprise party? She scanned the room and saw gold balloons, looped streamers, and a table piled with appetizers and a 3-tiered cupcake stand. Tears filled her eyes and made everything swim as Haley ran forward and pulled her into a hug. Congrats! Sylvia shooed Haley out of the way and cupped Megs's face between her hands. I know this wasn't your first choice, and I'm so proud of you. Megs hugged her, still too overwhelmed to speak. She'd seen pictures of Bobby's graduation party from film school, even though she hadn't been able to attend because of COVID. She'd been to Haley's grand opening, her mother's engagement party, weddings and bachelorette parties for friends, even one baby shower already. But in the last 7 years, she hadn't been celebrated. Not that she felt she'd accomplished anything celebration-worthy. She hadn't. She'd dropped out of everything she'd started, and the only jobs she'd gotten were because of people she'd grown up with. Truth be told, the job she was about to start was because of her mom's efforts, not hers. But she had sacrificed for this certification. She'd been willing to give up the audiobook competition for it, and that was a step she'd never taken before. Maybe 3 weekends of her life wasn't the grandest accomplishment, but being willing to do it when it hadn't felt exciting? She didn't want to admit to anyone normal how much grit that had taken. Thank you so much, you guys. Meg swiped the tears from her eyes and followed Haley to the food table. She greeted and laughed with everyone as they filled their plates with food. She ate mini quiche and cut veggies with hummus, then tried all 3 flavors of cupcakes from Sweet Sweet Bakery. Cookies and cream was her favorite. People handed her cards and small gifts, which was completely unnecessary, but lovely nonetheless. After an hour of chatting, eating, and listening to music, Haley flicked the lights and told everyone Juicy was officially closing for the night. Megs, Sylvia, and Frank helped clean up, but there wasn't much to do since Haley was leaving the decorations up for the week. People love a good celebration, even if they don't know what they're celebrating. She put new batteries in the light-up pumpkins on the counter. Thank you, Hales. Megs rounded the counter and gave her friend one last hug before walking out the door. Can I get a ride home with you? Her mom asked, giving Frank a quick peck before he headed to his truck. Frank drove you over? Megs waved goodnight to him as Sylvia nodded. Of course. Megs put her certificate and backpack behind the seat, and they got in the car and pulled away from the curb. I'm going to miss this, her mother sighed. What? Is this the last surprise party you're ever going to throw? Sylvia laughed. Heavens no. I'm going to miss going home together. In 2 weeks, we'll be both living in different homes. We'll be 5 minutes from each other, and you'll be with Frank. I doubt you'll even remember I exist. Her mom slapped her shoulder playfully. Not possible, Megs. They pulled into the driveway, and it was all Megs could do to gather her things and stumble to her room. Was it really only 9:30? She forced herself to take a quick shower since she was dusty and sweaty from the hike, then brushed her teeth and crawled into bed. Her regular cotton sheets felt luxurious against her steamed skin, and she sighed as she sank into the pillow. Her mind flitted through pictures and colors as her brain clipped connections and powered down. Just as she was about to drift off, Megs gasped and bolted up straight in her bed. She grabbed her phone and flipped through the open windows. YouTube wasn't open. She'd handed her phone to Gideon in the car to watch that YouTube video, but the YouTube app wasn't open. Megs thought back to that moment in the car, how Gideon had dropped the phone, then put it in the cup holder like it was a poisonous snake, how he hadn't said more than a few words to her after that, and the ones he did say were clipped, colder than usual. She flipped back to her messages with Haley and stared at the text that had popped up on her screen the second she'd opened it. "It's torture, Hales. Every time he licks his lips in class, I'm right back there in the parking lot with him pressing me up against my car door." She'd gone on about how being at the auditions made it worse because she had to see him dressed up and laughing with his old college ex. Megs groaned and fell back against her pillow. Gideon had seen this. He must have. The last 10 minutes in the car that afternoon snapped into perfect clarity. Gideon knew what she was thinking about him, and then he'd had to sit there in her passenger seat so uncomfortable he couldn't even carry on a conversation. Megs plugged her phone back in and curled her body into a ball under the covers. Why had she handed him her phone? Why had her messages been open? How could she possibly show up at class Monday and face him? How could she show up at the bonfire and corn maze? No audition was worth that kind of humiliation. She doubted the money was either. Chapter 19. In the morning, Megs had her wits about her and realized $5,000 was definitely worth some embarrassment. And while she didn't relish the idea of facing Gideon again, she didn't have much choice. At least not forever. She had to present her midterm project, and putting it off wouldn't solve this particular problem. She could either fail her class or show up. It was as simple as that. She could do this. Maybe she could pretend nothing happened. Pretend she never saw that he saw her text message to Haley, and maybe Gideon would be kind enough to pretend he hadn't seen it either. They were both adults. They'd had years of practice at stuffing down feelings and pretending awkward things didn't happen. Megs finished her shift at Green Mountain and left John to close up the shop. It felt almost as exciting to walk out that door as it had to take her coding certificate from her instructor the night before. She'd missed chatting with customers, but she didn't realize how much she needed a change of pace until she was staring it in the face. Megs crunched over the rustling leaves dancing across the square in the light afternoon breeze. The maple trees along the street were now up to their bellies in orange and red, and somehow the air was laced with pumpkin spice. Must have been from the bakery or Joe's Waffles. Starting tomorrow, she'd have a new view from her parking spot. She'd get to sleep in and start work at 8 in the morning at the medical center. As terrifying as that was, Megs was ready. She'd scored an 87% on her exam, probably the highest score she'd ever gotten on a test that required her to be detail-oriented and use numbers. "Megs!" a voice called out, and she spun on her heel. It was Colleen, looking as elegant as ever with her gray hair coiffed and a scarf in autumnal hues draped around her neck. Meg smiled and walked toward her. "Happy Sunday, Colleen." "I almost missed you." Colleen held the Sugar Creek Star folded in her hand. Megs's brow furrowed. "You came to see me?" "Of course I came to see you." Meg stifled a laugh. When had Colleen ever come to Green Mountain Grinds to visit her? She'd come to her shows, but so did all the sugar mamas. "Well, what can I do for you?" Colleen unfolded the paper and pointed at the headline article. "Autumn Romance Heats Up." "I'd like you to introduce me to Oscar Calloway." Megs looked closer at the article, then took it from Colleen's hands and started to read. It appeared Miss Julie B. had some insider information and had all but announced to the entire town that Oscar was going to be at the Fall Festival Tuesday night. How did she know about that? Had Oscar leaked it for one last blast of publicity? "I'm sorry, Colleen. I don't think I'm allowed to bring guests." Colleen snatched the paper back. "What on earth are you talking about?" It's not like Oscar and I are friends. You're a finalist. You could pretend I'm your ailing grandmother or something. Megs laughed and threw out her hands. You don't look even close to ailing. So, you don't want to do it? No, I'm not. Meg snapped her mouth shut. She couldn't bring a guest to the event, could she? She didn't know much about cavorting with celebrities, but even she understood you shouldn't parade them around like show ponies. Colleen pouted. You're telling me that I've styled the hair of a beautiful young woman from the time she could walk, and the one time I ask for anything. You don't want to help? Megs's jaw dropped. It's not that I don't want to help, but... But what? Colleen watched her like a hawk circling a field mouse, and Megs took a step back. I need to meet him, dear. Just imagine a picture with Oscar Calloway. Tommy would be beside himself with jealousy, and the other sugar mamas? She clapped her hands together. They'd be green with envy. Megs's eyes widened. Let me get this straight. You want me to risk ruining Oscar's opinion of me so you can make other people jealous? And who's Tommy? Never mind that, dear. And no, that would all just be fortunate side effects. I truly would love to meet the man. I even have his book in my handbag. She trailed off, slipped her purse off her shoulder, and began to rifle through it. Fine, Colleen, I'll introduce you. But it has to be a chance meeting. I'm not going to drive you there and admit we planned this ahead of time. Excellent. I'll be there around 7. Colleen folded the paper under her arm, replaced her purse on her shoulder, and sauntered past the fountain toward the shops. On Monday, a knot formed in Gideon's chest as he sat at his desk waiting while his students prepared for their midterm presentations. The assignment was simple. Create an original 3-minute audio piece, demonstrating their understanding of sound editing and mixing techniques they'd learned during the first half of the semester. He hadn't given them any guidelines, which he knew would make things more difficult for some students, but he didn't want to take the fun out of it, the joy of exploration. Recording was technical, yes, but it didn't have to quash their creativity. All right, everyone, please take your seats, Gideon announced, hoping his voice sounded normal. Internally, his voice box felt like it was sitting inside of a clamp. Now that he knew Megs was watching him, he was hyper-aware of himself. His mouth felt dry, but every time his tongue grazed his lower lip, he couldn't help but wonder if Megs was watching. He snuck a nonchalant glance her direction, but found her focused on helping Eric set up for his presentation. Remember, you'll be graded on your ability to capture clear, high-quality sound and how you've manipulated it creatively in post-production. Gideon scanned the list of names, noting with a mix of relief and dread that Megs was scheduled to present last. Reverse alphabetical order. That gave him time to settle in at least. Okay, Eric, looks like you're up first, Gideon announced. Eric took a deep breath, picked up his laptop, and stalked to the front of the room. Megs walked with him and helped adjust the stand so he wasn't blocking the image from the projector. Eric flexed his hands. Thank you for attending my presentation today. An image of Eric's digital audio workstation appeared on the screen. I call this Hex on the Beach. Eric pressed play, and the room filled with a low bass hum. Tones layered over each other and then were joined by a cacophony of bird calls, building above a pulsing electronic beat. When the song finished, the entire class stared at Eric, dumbfounded. Megs was the first to start clapping, and then the room erupted. Hoots and hollers echoed off the cinder block walls. Eric's cheeks were pink as he collected his things and went back to his seat. Wow, Eric, that was unique, Gideon managed, trying to suppress a smile. Sometimes he wished he could be a fly on the wall of that man's brain. Jennifer? He'd barely gotten her name out before Jennifer leaped up and strode to the front of the room. Her presentation was a personal piano piece, and he had to admit he was impressed. Jennifer kept glancing his direction as the music played, and he tried to give enough of a reaction without giving her false hope. The presentations continued, each student showcasing their unique talents and styles. Gideon remained outwardly engaged, offering praise and taking notes with constructive criticism for their assessment, but inside, He was attuned to only one frequency. Each time Megs tucked her hair behind her ear or closed her eyes to listen, Gideon noticed. It's torture, Hales. Had Megs been feeling this all semester? How had she possibly focused or learned anything in his class? Annoyance scraped at his midsection. This wasn't his fault, and it certainly wasn't hers. Attraction wasn't a choice. No matter how many times he reminded himself that he wasn't supposed to have these thoughts, they didn't stop coming. They hammered away at all the solid logic he repeated to himself like a mantra, reminding himself why there were rules regarding students and teachers. Whenever he was with Megs, his world was at a higher bit rate. He was wholeheartedly happy in that tractor. He was even whole happy while he sat listening to conspiracy theories in that car that coated his nostrils with secondhand smoke. He couldn't act on this. Not yet. But the struggle didn't make him a bad professor, or Megs a bad student. He hated that their current situation held a cloudy filter over something that they both should be celebrating. This wasn't wrong. She wasn't 18, and he wasn't a creepy professor looking to hook up with one of his students. How long had it been since he'd felt this way about someone? That weekend after Sammy's, he'd felt like a 16-year-old again, staring at his ceiling and reliving every moment from the second Megs had shown up at his office door. It's torture, Hales. The semester ended December 10th. That was 2.5 months away, and though he'd never had a final that same week, he could think about doing it the 11th and having his grading completed by the 12th. Gideon clapped with the rest of the room as another presentation finished, then looked at his clipboard. They were down to the last student. He looked up and cleared his throat. Last but not least, Megs. The moment Meg stepped up to the front of the class, her entire demeanor shifted. She connected her computer and stood with presence and power as she announced her title. She was wearing a simple gray long-sleeve t-shirt with jeans that slouched on her hips. Gideon couldn't figure out where to look, so he stared at the screen behind her. There was only a single track. She pressed play, and her voice filled the room. Sound is not just a backdrop. It's a character in its own right, breathing life into each scene and weaving together the emotions of the actors with the assumptions of the audience. Megs's words painted vivid imagery, describing soundtracks and scenes from plays and musicals spanning the past 30 years. When the track finished, it seemed like the entire room drew a collective breath. Then it was Eric who started clapping first. He didn't have to announce the end of class. Even though they were 10 minutes early, everyone started packing up. Gideon saved his notes, then started organizing his recent downloads so he wouldn't have to try to say something to Megs before he had himself under control. Professor Adams? He looked up to Jennifer standing in front of his desk. She smiled. I just wanted to ask about the grading for our midterm projects. He exhaled and closed his laptop. You'll receive your grades by the end of the week. Okay. Jennifer nodded, obviously hoping for more conversation than he gave her. She turned and walked toward the door. Meg slipped her laptop in her backpack and followed without looking back. Gideon's ribcage felt like it had shrunk in the dryer. He stood and shook out his hands, then glanced over at the presentation table and frowned. Megs, is this your charging cord? He picked it up off the floor and looked up. Meg slipped her bag off her shoulder and looked inside. Yeah, sorry. I thought I grabbed it. Gideon was already walking up the aisle, and when he looked up from the cord in his hands, Megs's green eyes were fixed on him. In a split second, it felt like all the oxygen had been sucked from the empty classroom. Did you write that? He asked. What? Your presentation. The audio you recorded. Megs breathed a laugh. No, that was a monologue I found. Gideon almost asked her to send the link, then realized he had a copy of her assignment in his teacher portal. But he didn't want to read the words someone else wrote. He wanted to listen to Megs read them again. Thanks for this. Megs reached out as he handed her the cord. He didn't mean to let their fingers brush, but when they did, Megs jolted, and then the room was plunged into darkness. She sucked in a breath. I think I hit the light switch. Gideon blinked, trying to make anything out in front of him. There weren't any windows in the room besides the small one in the door that was currently blocked by students walking to their next classes. Finally, his eyes started to adjust. Here, I know where it is. Gideon reached past Megs and skimmed the wall for the switch. He would have found it had his whole body not lurched to a halt when he felt Megs's breath against his neck. His brain short-circuited. Megs's breathing quickened, and he could feel every exhale. What had he been doing? In and out. She smelled like summer. The light switch. He was looking for... Megs touched his arm, sending straight electricity into his veins. And when something, her nose, her lips, brushed his jaw, his world narrowed to those millimeters of sensation. His breathing was ragged as he flattened his hand against the cinder block wall and turned his head. Megs was so close. His bones shuddered. He couldn't act on this yet. He needed to hit the switch, and... Megs's silhouette lifted her mouth to his, and his world lit on fire. Pleasure surged through him, rolling over him like a wave. He knew he should have stopped her, but he didn't. Not right away. He couldn't push past the lights exploding behind his eyes or the softness of her lips. She tasted like lemon and honey, and... Gideon gasped and pushed back, accidentally hitting the light switch with his thumb. He stood there, panting, trying to drag his eyes away from Megs's flushed lips. I'm so sorry, she stammered. I shouldn't have, Her green eyes were wide and glassy. She bit her lips so hard, he worried she'd draw blood, then bolted for the door. Gideon watched her disappear into the hall, then stumbled back to his desk in a daze. What had just happened was everything right, and everything wrong. He dropped into his chair, not sure if he was going to pass out or throw up in the trash can under his desk. After staring at the wall long enough that his heart rate decreased, he was able to clear his head enough to grab his bag and drag himself to the parking lot. He drove home, and was about to make himself a sandwich when he opened his email. The first subject line in his inbox made his stomach drop to the floor. From the Title IX coordinator at Champlain Community. Urgent. Review of conduct allegation. Chapter 20. Gideon didn't feel much better than he had in his classroom as he waited next to the Fall Festival ticket booth Tuesday evening. He'd read the email at least 5 times Monday night before forcing himself to eat something. A complaint had been filed against him for improper conduct with a student. But the part that had him scratching his head was the time of the complaint. It had been filed Monday morning, before class, before the incident with Megs when the lights went out. He'd stopped by Professor Donna Stace's office, not to accuse her of filing a complaint after lighting into him that night at the recording studio. He couldn't prove it was her, and didn't know if administrators would even give him any details on Thursday at the meeting they'd called. The whole thing was driving him crazy, mostly because he had done something inappropriate with the student, just not before the complaint had been filed. He racked his brain trying to think of what could have triggered it, and came up empty. Gideon shoved his hands into his pockets. The crisp autumn air nipped at his cheeks, but it wasn't the cool temperature that made him huddle into his jacket. He shouldn't have come tonight, but the idea of sitting alone in his apartment with his own thoughts had seemed unbearable. Allie sighed next to him. "Remember when we did that performance of A Midsummer Night's Dream in college?" she asked. "You were Bottom, and I was Titania?" Allie laughed. "And Matt, you were Lysander. You spent the whole play trying to win me over." "How could I forget?" Matt flashed a charming smile. "Funny how life imitates art sometimes." Allie rolled her eyes. "Oh, stop. You were never interested in me." "Only because Gids here had a corner on the market." Matt was teasing. He knew that. But as Allie's cheeks flushed, Gideon thought he might be sick. She didn't need any more reminders of who they used to be together. Allie had texted him all weekend, and while he'd tried not to give her the wrong impression, he didn't want to be rude. Then Monday had happened, and he hadn't gotten back to anyone for the past 24 hours. When he'd shown up here and Allie had run to him with an excited smile, he knew he'd failed on that count. Allie most definitely had the wrong impression, and he didn't have the energy to deal with it. Allie sidled up next to Gideon as Matt stepped away to greet Randall, who'd just arrived. "I haven't gone to a fall festival in years." "Me either," he grunted. She tucked her hair behind her ear. "Are you going to do the corn maze?" Gideon nodded, not fully listening. Allie sighed. Maybe Matt was right about all this. "What do you mean?" Gideon stared hard at the map on the post in front of them. "Maybe we did all need a little romance in our lives." Allie grinned. "This wasn't ever all about the competition. You know Matt. He's always been one for games and grand gestures. That's why his books have done so well. It's what women want." Then why was Matt still single? The thought didn't hold much water since he, too, was still single, and he'd never been one for games or grand anything. Except, apparently, ruining his career and the lives of his students. Allie started to ask another question, but Gideon caught a flash of green over her shoulder. Megs, with a green scarf wrapped around her neck. She was walking toward them from the parking lot. He'd thought about messaging her all day, but couldn't bring himself to do it. What would he say? He hadn't kissed her, had he? Those seconds were a blur, and he couldn't figure out what reality was, especially because he knew what the reality had been in his head. "So explain yourself." Allie moved her face in front of his line of vision, and Gideon blinked. "Gideon, Allie, how goes the competition?" Randall put his arms around both of them, and Gideon breathed a sigh of relief. Saved by the ex-roommate. "I've let Matt know how annoyed I am that we aren't in the same small group." Allie scoffed. "That was only for the one night, and it's not like you and Cassie have been going out of your way to talk to us." "We talked with you up on St. Ambrose, though this guy was off hiking through the underbrush." Randall dropped his arms. "Since you're here, I assume you and the hot ginger made it back to town?" Gideon bristled. "Her name's Megs." "Hot?" Allie said at the same time. "I thought you and Cassie—" "Hey, if you don't look once, you're not a man, am I right?" Randall stepped back, holding out his fists for a bump. Both of them left him hanging. He laughed. "See you two in with the maze." Allie shook her head. Was that French or Spanish? He hasn't changed one bit. In college, that all seemed less pretentious. Allie grinned as Matt's voice rang out. "All right, everyone, gather round." The contestants did as he said, and Matt's team started snapping pictures as they circled up. Gideon glanced to his left looking for Megs, but didn't see her there. He wanted to turn and search for her, but didn't want to be too obvious. Matt rubbed his hands together. "I saved this for last because in this novel, this is the moment. This is the scene that every reader is dying to get to because our main characters have been going back and forth, will they, won't they, and then here at this fall festival. Not this one specifically. They finally do." "Your characters get it on in the corn maze?" Randall asked. "No, Randall. This is a low-spice romance. They kiss in the corn maze." Randall looked more than a little disappointed as Matt went on. "So, let's grab some firewood and—" A kerfuffle broke out behind their group, and Matt craned his head to see what was going on. A woman with lovely gray hair put her hands on her hips. "I'm telling you, Deb, I made these arrangements ahead of—" "Oh, what arrangements? You harangued Megs here to do your dirty work for you?" A taller woman who looked to be slightly younger pointed at the woman accusingly. Meg stepped between them, and Gideon sucked air through his teeth at the sight of her. A few years ago, he'd gone on a trip with his brother to Thailand. They'd forced themselves to eat everything like the locals, which meant his mouth had been burning from sun up to sundown. But at the beginning of the week, it had taken half his meal to heat his tongue and lips to the point that they were uncomfortable. By the end of the week, a single bite sent his skin burning. After repeated exposure, instead of calming down, his body had been sensitized and started overreacting at the first taste of those Thai chilies. He clenched his hands into fists as his skin flushed watching Megs. He'd had enough exposure to Megs. His body knew exactly what she meant for him, and he couldn't cool the heat simmering in his veins. Megs took control. "Okay, ladies, I think it would be best if we— She glanced up as if just noticing Matt and all the competitors staring at them. The two squabbling women straightened and primped before smiling demurely. Megs's eyes flicked to and away from Gideon so quickly he thought he imagined it. Oscar, these are the sugar mamas. Gideon stepped back to see there were 5 other women standing behind Megs and the 2 mother hens. If it would have been physically possible, all 7 of the older women would have had literal hearts in their eyes. Each of them held one of Matt's books to their chests. Matt lit up. I've heard about you ladies, but I don't believe I've ever had the pleasure of meeting you in person. The women tittered and gawked as Matt approached and clasped each of their hands, then signed the dedication pages of their books. Gideon watched Megs as she faded back behind the old biddies. She grinned as she watched them, and Gideon was transfixed. He knew he should look away, that at any moment she could look up and catch him gawking, but he couldn't help it. He had to talk to her, had to apologize and ask her if she was all right. No, the mamas can't stay long, Meg said in response to something Matt asked. Well, that's too bad, Matt sighed. I was hoping you ladies would be able to join us for the fall festival. The first woman's eyes went wide as saucers. She turned to Megs, who Gideon could have sworn was subtly shaking her head, then turned back to Matt. Well, Oscar, we'd simply love to. Betrayed. Betrayed by a mid-60s hairstylist with a crush on Oscar Calloway. Megs shot daggers at the back of Colleen's head as they all followed Oscar to pick up their baskets. The sugar mamas flanked him like sheep being herded by a border collie. Tonight was already complicated enough, and Colleen had promised her introduction would be short-lived. Though, it had been Oscar who'd invited them. If he'd wanted tonight to be a publicity stunt, this would do it. The sugar mamas, while not active on social media, were active in all the social circles in Sugar Creek. Word of their time with the famous author would spread like wildfire in the morning. Looking at Oscar's grin, it seemed that was exactly what he was hoping for. His photographer team was already taking videos, which, come on, that was going to look adorable on his social media pages. Megs was becoming more and more convinced that he was the one to leak their visit to the fall festival to the Star. Megs hadn't looked directly at Gideon yet, but she knew where he was standing at all times. No surprise that Allie was right next to him. She was such an idiot. Meaning Megs, not Allie. Allie seemed very nice, even if Megs did resent her the teensiest bit. Allie was free to care about Gideon, kiss him even, if she wanted to, whereas Meg spent the last day of her life berating herself for wanting him. No, not just for wanting him. For kissing Gideon Adams in the back of his classroom. How had that happened? She'd tried to leave after her presentation without talking to him, to keep their relationship strictly professional like he'd asked. But then he'd been standing next to her, and then the lights had gone out. Then his arm was stretched over her like it had been in that tractor cab, and her frontal cortex had gone as dark as a black box theater. Never mind lizard people. She'd been all lizard brain in that moment, and now she didn't know how to make it right. Here we are. This will be our private fire pit for the night. Oscar pointed to the circle of benches around the already crackling fire. Colleen and her friends approached the glow and held out their hands to the warmth. Oscar, Deb gushed, fluttering her eyelashes. I've read every single one of your books. Twice. Annette chimed in. I named my cat after your main character. Meg stifled a laugh and took up residence next to the fire pit. She'd get cider in a minute, once she was sure the sugar mamas weren't going to gag and bind Oscar and take him home in one of their trunks. Ruth nudged Rose, whispering loudly. Remember that scene in his 3rd book? I think it was chapter 24. Rose giggled. Oh, stop it, Ruth. You're making me blush. Hey, Megs. Haven't seen much of you lately. Sean stopped next to her. Hey, I've been at all the events. He rubbed the stubble on his chiseled chin. Yeah, you just don't have much time for us common folks. Megs frowned. What are you talking about? Sean nudged her shoulder and grinned. I'm messing with you. I only meant it seems like you've joined the in crowd. She blinked, not understanding. Oscar's in crowd, you know? Sean pointed at Gideon, Allie, Randall, and Cassie, all standing near Oscar and the Sugar Mamas. I don't know why he's keeping the rest of us around. It's obvious he wants to throw one of his friends a bone. Megs chewed on her lower lip. I don't know if that is obvious, actually. Don't you think it's going to cause friction if he chooses one of his friends over the others? Sean pondered this. Maybe. I think Oscar just wanted to have some fun. Oscar put a hand on Rosie's shoulder and she seemed to stand 6 inches taller. He grinned and laughed with them, making each woman feel like she was the belle of the ball. Oscar was lonely. The realization hit her as she watched him. Of course he was lonely. He was the only one of his friends to hit it big, and anyone he met now only saw him as a famous author. They didn't know Oscar as Matt. They didn't know him as the songwriter or the goofball who played card games at the pub before sets. Well, whatever. Have you tried the cider yet? Megs shook her head and sat down on the bench, hunching forward to catch more of the fire's heat. I'll get some later. Sean motioned for Layla to join them, then made his way over to the booth. Megs listened to the ladies chatter away, mesmerized by the flicker of the flames in front of her. She was lonely too. Not because she didn't have people, she did. Her family, her friends, all of them were wonderful and mostly supportive when they weren't judging her life choices. They loved her, and she knew it. But there was a difference between being loved and being understood. That kind of love wasn't nothing, but it wasn't everything either. Maybe that's what romance was. A love that transcended purely caring about someone and lived at a level of curiosity, want and need, and wholeness. I'm half happy. Megs understood that more than she wanted to admit. She fit in just fine with other people, but it always felt like she was encased in a bubble, like people could see her, but couldn't get in no matter how hard she tried to invite them. She looked up at Gideon across the fire. He had his arms crossed in front of him, and his lips were drawn into a line as he watched the fire and listened to whatever Allie was saying next to him. His eyes flicked up, and Megs quickly looked down. The bubble always popped when she was with him. That was lovely. Oscar sat down on the bench next to her, and Megs started. She scanned the area next to the fire pit. Did Colleen and the others go to get cider? Oscar shook his head. No, they're headed home. Too much excitement for one night, I guess. Well, you are pretty exciting. Megs leaned back against the bench. You realize you just made their entire years, right? Oscar shook his head. No, they made mine. It's women like that who have given me this career. Meg smiled. And here I thought you'd be annoyed. Why would I be annoyed? I don't know, because people are probably always coming up to you and wanting to know more about your books or your writing process. Oscar laughed. That's the beauty of being an author. There aren't that many people who know what I look like. True. Meg shoved her hands in the pockets of her puffy coat. All in all, the weather was kind of perfect for a night out. She looked up and saw the first few stars winking out. Come on, let's do the corn maze. Gideon and Allie just went in, and I think we have to beat them. No. I don't do corn mazes. Oscar stared at her. You've never done one? No, I did one, and that's why I don't do them. Meg shuddered as she thought back to the time Bobby and Haley had forced her to do the maze here at this same fall festival when she was 15. People dressed in hockey masks carrying chainsaws jumped out at them, and Megs had had nightmares for weeks. Did you get stuck? Megs's eyes widened. No, I hated the people that jumped out and pretended to murder you. But getting stuck is also an option? Not if you have a map. Melissa flapped a folded piece of paper at them as she, Sean, and Layla jogged past to the entrance of the maze. A map is cheating. It's way more fun to try to figure it out. Come on. Oscar pulled on her arm, and Megs groaned and stood up. They walked between the columns of cornstalks, and she already hated everything about it. Even with the floodlights overhead, there were too many shadows and dark corners. Oscar grinned at her, and he suddenly looked like a 17-year-old boy. Why do men like to be scared? Megs looked down at the path ahead of them so her imagination wouldn't create horrors where there weren't any. Because it's exhilarating. You know nothing bad is going to happen, but your body doesn't. It makes everything feel bigger. Which is why you chose this setting for your novel? His grin somehow grew wider. Exactly. It's the perfect opportunity for emotions that people are holding back to come roaring to the... A grim reaper lunged from the stalks, its face a grotesque mask of rot and decay. Meg screamed and bolted, not at all aware of where she was going. She stopped at a dead end, panting for breath. This was why she hated corn mazes. She never should have let Oscar convince her to... Oscar. Where was he? Meg started to panic. She sucked in a lungful of air to force her heart to slow and was about to run back the way she'd come when she heard a voice. I'm not in a bad mood. It was Gideon. Megs froze and listened, trying to figure out where his voice was coming from. Allie sighed. You haven't said a word practically all night. Is it something I did? Behind her. They were walking down the aisle on the other side of the wall of stalks. The corn was planted too close together for her to see them, but she turned her ear in their direction. Gideon exhaled, and their footsteps paused. No, Allie. I'm just stressed about something at work. Megs's heart leaped into her throat as she inhaled the musty stalks. What about work? You can tell me, you know. Allie's voice was terse. It's not. I don't really want to talk about it. Of course he didn't. Who would want to admit that one of their students kissed them on campus? You never want to talk about it, Allie muttered, and her voice moved a few paces past where Megs was listening. What is that supposed to mean? What I said, Gideon. You never talk about yourself. I've been trying so hard to get to know you again, and there was a complaint filed against me, okay? Gideon didn't snap at her, but his voice was pulled tight. Megs was sweating now despite the chilled night air. Had she heard him right? Allie retraced her steps. What kind of complaint? Someone filed a complaint for misconduct. Allie scoffed. Misconduct? Like, what kind of misconduct? Gideon sighed. I don't know the details. I have to meet with the administrators on Thursday. There was a pause, and Megs's mind reeled. Someone filed a complaint against him? Who would do that? She thought back to that moment when the lights went out. There was a window in the door, and it hadn't been that long since class had ended. If someone came back to ask a question or forgot a cord like she had... Her stomach twisted, and Megs dropped into a crouch. Gideon could lose his job over this. If someone saw them kissing, they wouldn't know that she'd been the one to instigate it. They wouldn't know that Gideon had done everything he could to set boundaries, and she'd been the one to push them. Gideon's voice drifted away as he and Allie walked further into the maze, but Megs couldn't move. She squeezed her eyes shut and hugged her knees until a hand landed on her shoulder. Hey. Oscar's voice was soft as he pulled her up and held her against his chest. I'm so sorry. You ran, and then there was this fork in the maze, and I took the wrong path at first, and it's fine, Megs murmured. She appreciated his concern, but she wasn't even thinking about the ghoul anymore. Oscar pulled back and looked at her. Are you okay? Megs nodded. I'm really sorry. Meg stepped back and Oscar dropped his arms. I did tell you that I don't like corn mazes. Oscar pursed his lips. I know. I didn't listen. At least he was willing to admit it. Megs blew out a breath. Can we just find our way out of here, please? Oscar nodded. This way. He grabbed onto her hand, and Megs didn't mind. They raced down the aisles and witnessed a few other jump scares, which meant the characters weren't in place to terrify them when they passed. Are you ready for the final audition? Oscar asked. Megs laughed, out of breath. I hope so. Do you think all of this helped? Megs considered his question. On the one hand, all of this was a lot to go through for an audition. On the other hand, she did feel more passionate about Oscar's story because she knew him, because she'd seen where he envisioned the scenes taking place. Yes, I think this audition will be more authentic. Well, I'm excited then, because your first reading was phenomenal. Your assessments don't matter, remember? Oscar laughed, and that was when their perfect system of avoiding the terrors in the corn maze broke down. Megs caught sight of the exit just as a zombie with flesh flapping off his arms and face burst out in front of them. Megs yelped, but this time, Oscar yanked her next to him and made a sound reminiscent of a dying cat until the zombie disappeared back into the stalks. Megs laughed so hard, she clutched her stomach. When she stood straight, Oscar reached out and pushed her hair behind her ear. Everything inside her stilled at his touch. What was he? Oscar slipped his arm around her waist and pulled her close, then leaned in. Megs jumped faster than she had the first time that cloaked figure had appeared in front of them in the maze. Oscar, no. Meg stuffed her hands in her jacket. He blinked. Megs, No. Megs turned and ran for the exit. Tears sprung to her eyes as she exited the maze and darted across the clearing. She passed their fire pit, but only saw Melissa and Sean along with Oscar's social media team. She was grateful they didn't notice her. By the time she got to her car, Megs was gasping for breath. She slumped down into the driver's seat and dropped her head on the steering wheel. Her thoughts skittered through her mind like a dropped bag of marbles. She needed to go home. It was the only idea that bounced to the surface, so Meg started the car and drove. Chapter 21. The next morning, Meg sat in her plush roller chair in the back office of the medical center, her fingers flying across the keyboard. It had already been 2 hours. Each day she came into work, it was like pulling teeth to force herself to sit down at the computer and start working through the insurance claims. But once she got into it, her mind dropped into a flow that was almost dangerous. This wasn't the first time she'd looked up to see that hours had passed when it had only felt like a few minutes. But that was exactly what she needed. The events of the past week threatened to drown her, and this allowed her space to breathe. She loved that it was so quiet. The only sounds were the occasional printer or hushed conversation in the hall. Her office was small, but cozy, her own little sanctuary. Hey, Megs. Grace, one of her new co-workers, leaned through the door. Lunch will be in the conference room today. We have a drug rep stopping by. Meg smiled and nodded. She wouldn't say no to that. The day flew by, and though she'd only made a dent in the claims needing submission, she felt good about her progress. Since it was Wednesday, she left the office in time to drive up to Champlain for class, though today, that wasn't where she was heading. The quiet office had given her time to think, to process, to come up with a plan of action. When she'd woken up that morning, her night at the fall festival was still standing there in front of her face, waiting to be confronted. Gideon's confession to Allie in the corn maze, Oscar's attempt to kiss her. Surprisingly, now she felt more centered than she had in weeks. Instead of breaking her down, once she'd been able to look from a distance, both of those events on the same night acted as a lens that brought everything she'd been wrestling with into perfect focus. Megs got in her car and started the drive up to campus. She left a quick voice message with Haley to let her know she'd be at karaoke that weekend, then texted Frank at a red light to see if she could use his truck that night to take another load over to her new house. It wasn't until she parked in the lot at Champlain that her nerves kicked in. She turned off the car and gripped the wheel as she drew a deep breath and held it. This was the right thing to do. As she exhaled, Megs grabbed her bag and stepped out of the car, then headed up the walkway to the admin building. Gideon stood at the front of the room and worked his way through that afternoon's lecture. Megs' seat next to Eric was noticeably absent, and he felt selfish that he was relieved. After his reaction to her standing in front of him at the bonfire, he didn't trust himself to be functional in her presence. When he and Allie had come out of the corn maze the night before, he hadn't seen her there. When he'd asked the others where she was, Sean said he'd seen her go to her car at some point. At least he knew she'd left. But now he started to worry. Not that Megs owed him an explanation for missing class. It just wasn't like her. Which meant it probably had something to do with what happened at the back of his classroom. Guilt opened a hole in his chest. Professor? What are the cons of overcompressing a track? Eric asked. Overcompression can cause a loss of dynamics and make the overall sound lifeless. Gideon continued his explanation, the words muscle memory at this point. His students couldn't be enjoying this. Even he was annoyed with his own voice. As the class dragged on, Gideon thought about stopping by Professor Stace's room again. It wouldn't accomplish anything, but not knowing who filed that complaint was driving him insane. He hadn't done anything inappropriate with Jennifer, despite her incessant flirting, but the knowledge of what had happened with Megs wouldn't let him rest. He needed to make it right. Regardless of when that complaint was filed, he should have taken action the second Megs turned in her first assignment. Though he couldn't have anticipated feeling like this. He thought he had it under control, and he had been wrong. He couldn't be an unbiased judge of her work because he adored everything about her. She could record her thoughts on a busy street with terrible EQ and interference, and he'd be obsessed with it. Jennifer's hand shot up, pulling him from his thoughts. Gideon cleared his throat and nodded for her to ask her question. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I have to leave. It's important." Gideon frowned. "Oh, okay, no problem." Jennifer was holding her phone as she gathered up her things and darted out the door. Strange. Gideon glanced at the clock on the back wall. Only 15 more minutes. He closed his computer and opened up the rest of the class for questions, since his energy was sapped. He answered a few queries about their next recording project, and then when no other hands went up, he dismissed them early. When the room was empty, he sat at his desk and pulled out his phone. No messages. It was the first time in days that Allie hadn't texted, which meant their conversation last night had sunk in. At least there was that. "Gideon, wait." Allie crossed the distance between their cars in the parking lot. "I just need to know if there's a chance." Gideon's hand tightened on his door handle. "A chance for what?" She gave him a look that said, "Really?" "A chance for this to work. You and me. Round 2. Gideon chuckled. He liked Allie. She was fun and bubbly, just like she'd been in college. But based on the fact that the whole time they'd been walking through the maze he'd been wondering where Megs was, he knew there wasn't anything more than friendship on the table for him. "I'm glad we were able to reconnect." Allie waited for him to continue. When he didn't, she asked, But, I think friendship is the only thing I'm looking for right now." She'd taken it well, all things considering. Gideon tapped on his messages and scrolled to Megs' number. He should apologize. Say something so she knew it wasn't her fault. But he shouldn't text a student. Though a claim had already been filed, so what more harm could he do? He pulled up their text chain and started typing when a call came through. "Hello?" "Professor Adams?" a woman's voice asked. "Yep, that's me." "Hi, this is Lucy. I'm the Title IX coordinator here at Champlain." Gideon's chest tightened. "What can I help you with?" "Actually, I was just calling to let you know that your meeting tomorrow won't be necessary. The student listed in the claim that was filed against you submitted information detailing how she was the responsible party. I just sent some information to your email regarding your rights and the process you would need to follow if you'd like to pursue this further." "As in file a claim against a student?" "Right. Though, based on what the student already admitted to, I don't believe it would be necessary. It wouldn't result in any further disciplinary action, but it could be good to have a written record on file." "Disciplinary action?" "Yes. The student in question has been dropped from all classes at Champlain. She'll no longer be on your roster or allowed to register for classes. We didn't feel her actions warranted any further investigation or local authority involvement, but again, the information I sent via email details that process if you wish to press charges." Gideon nodded, working to take this all in. The student in question has been dropped from all classes at Champlain. He thought back to Jennifer leaving class early. Had she gone over to the admin building and admitted to harassment? Yes, she'd been flirty, and yes, she'd tried to get him alone on multiple occasions, succeeded twice, but she hadn't done anything harmful. She'd never crossed a line. "Do you have any other questions for me?" Lucy asked. No, thank you. I appreciate your help. Of course, Professor Adams. Take a look at that information, and I'm always available via email or at extension 421 if you have any questions. Thanks. Gideon dropped the phone from his ear. Relief surged through him just as a pang of guilt pricked his stomach. Wasn't that a bit harsh? He opened his email and saw the message Lucy had referenced. He clicked on the first attachment, but knew immediately he didn't have the energy to read through those massive blocks of text. He closed his computer and packed up, then walked into the hall. By the time he got to his car, he remembered what he'd been doing on his phone before that call from Lucy had come through. Gideon tossed his bag into the passenger seat and sat down, then pulled out his phone and opened his messages. He could deal with Title IX tonight after he had something to eat, but he needed to apologize to Megs now. Hey, didn't see you in class today and wanted to make sure everything's okay. I know a text is probably the exact wrong thing, but I needed to apologize. I'm sorry, Megs. I'm going to make this right, and I need you to know I never meant to cause harm. Cause harm. That was so clinical. Gideon pressed send anyway, then dropped his phone on the seat next to his bag. Pressure built behind his eyes as he drove home and took the stairs 2 at a time to his apartment. It felt good to do something physical. He'd been so busy the past few nights, he hadn't made an effort to get to the gym. He should have time to do that in the morning since the final audition with Oscar wasn't until that night. He was surprised at the relief he felt at knowing the competition was almost over. He hadn't been lying when he told Allie he was glad they'd all gotten back together again. It had almost felt like a summer camp. He wondered if Matt felt like it had been worth it. Based on the orange sticker next to Oscar's book online, he guessed it had at least worked in one respect. Heartsong was in the top 10 on at least the few online stores Gideon had checked out of curiosity. And while he hadn't straight up asked Oscar whether he was happy with sales, that had to be good. Gideon made himself a quick sandwich, no energy for grilled onions, and sat down at the counter with his laptop. He filled in the information for his department head, then started to type. Chapter 22. Gideon opened the door to the building with the address Matt had emailed out and had to yank it closed when the wind caught it. He smoothed his hair and took in the room. Simple office space with chairs, a desk that sat unoccupied, and a water cooler in the corner. Randall and Cassie were already there, as was Melissa, but it looked like the others hadn't arrived yet. He glanced down the hall and saw Matt exiting a room that must have been the studio. Matt looked up and smiled. You made it. I thought I was heading to a logging mill or something. Matt chuckled. It's in a strange location, but the equipment's good. He strode to the cooler and filled up a cup that looked like a mini ice cream cone with water. How did you find it? Matt took a drink. From a reader, actually. They emailed me when they read about the competition in the newspaper. Gideon nodded. Supporting local businesses. Well played. Exactly. The door whooshed open, letting in a gust of wind along with Allie. Her glossy black hair was tousled on top of her head, and she quickly worked to put it back in order. Behind her came Layla and Sean. They all made small talk for a few minutes, and Gideon waited for one last gust of air from the door. But it never came. Megs hadn't responded to his text the night before. He hadn't gotten an email back from his department head either, which meant his entire body was filled with a delightful concoction of nervous energy and dread. All right, let's get started. Matt threw his cone cup in the trash and walked to the hall. We'll go one at a time. Gideon, I was hoping I could have you with me in the booth, in case there are any issues with the equipment. Gideon nodded, and Melissa raised her hand to go first. I have to get to my daughter's play rehearsal tonight. Matt pointed to the others. Figure out who's next. Doesn't matter to me which order you go in. And remember, I only want you to have fun with this. Bring it to life. When Melissa was standing at the microphone and Gideon and Matt were alone in the booth, Gideon asked, Didn't they provide an engineer for your session? They offered, but I knew you'd be better. Gideon shot him a look. I'm flattered. You should be. Most of the settings were as they should be, but Gideon made a few last adjustments, then piped into the studio to let Melissa know she could start. He wasn't sure if he should stay or go, but Matt didn't shoo him out, So he sat and listened. Melissa was good, even in her pacing and consistent with her projection. Her male characters felt a bit contrived, but he was sure someone could say the same thing about his female voices. When she finished, Matt lavished her with praise, then welcomed Sean into the studio. Gideon adjusted settings to handle a deeper bass sound. On second thought, they probably should have had Allie go second so he wouldn't have to switch back and forth. Sean strutted up to the microphone with a confidence Gideon wasn't sure he could back up. The guy was good-looking, he'd give him that. Audio narration might not be playing to his strengths. "Ready when you are." Sean shook out his hands like he was getting ready to run a marathon. Matt gave him a thumbs up, and Sean's rich voice filled their headphones. It was nice to listen to, but he was overreaching. Too dramatic for Gideon's taste, and he'd listened to a fair number of audiobooks. Next up was Allie, and Gideon tuned in when Matt asked her if Megs had arrived yet. Allie shook her head, and Matt frowned. It took him a minute to tell her to go through the door into the studio. As Allie started, Gideon pulled out his phone. Where was she? His level of concern was ratcheting up by the minute. She'd left the fall festival in a rush, hadn't shown up at class, and now wasn't here at the audition, which he knew was important to her. Skipping class, he understood. He'd had high blood pressure sitting at his desk and thinking about what happened on Monday. Gideon texted again. "Megs, please just let me know you're okay. We're at the studio." He set his phone next to the mixing board and listened as Allie finished. It was a solid audition. He wouldn't have expected anything less. He smiled and gave her a thumbs up as she exited the booth. Randall and Cassie filed in one after another, and Gideon watched his phone screen as he adjusted the settings. Finally, Matt put a hand on his shoulder. "Your turn." Right. He had to audition. For a minute, he'd dropped into recording mode and had forgotten why he'd shown up in the first place. "I don't have to. I think you have some great options. I want you to, if you're willing. I know you didn't want to enter this competition, and I hope you know how much it means to me." Gideon adjusted the sliders for his voice, then stood and stretched. "Is this your pre-audition routine?" Gideon ignored him and pointed to the red circle. "Just press that button before I start, and again when I'm done." Matt chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. Here went nothing. This was not an ideal time to record, considering his heart felt like it was going to lift off. What if something happened to her? He wasn't normally anxious, but zero contact? That didn't seem like Megs, even if she was angry or upset. Gideon stepped up to the microphone and held out the script on the tablet Matt brought. He cleared his throat and started. Elena's eyes darted around the park, finally settling on the familiar figure of Nathan sitting alone on a concrete bench. She hesitated, but her feet refused to turn back. "Nathan?" Her voice trembled as she approached. "After all this time, you show up out of the blue?" He looked up, and the anguish in his eyes was a chisel to her heart, cracking a line through the center. "I had to see you. I had to explain." She bit the inside of her cheek. "Explain? Do you have any idea how much pain you caused? How many nights I cried myself to sleep wondering what I did wrong?" Nathan's voice cracked. "I never wanted to hurt you, Elena, but I had my reasons." "Reasons? What reasons could possibly justify leaving without a single word, leaving me to pick up the pieces?" He flowed through the piece, getting lost in the rhythm of it, but the ticker tape never stopped streaming across his consciousness. Where was Megs? He blinked when he realized there was only white space left on the page. Finished. Gideon took a step back from the microphone and lifted the tablet from the stand. Matt opened the door before he could reach for the handle. His friend's eyes were glassy. "Wow. Gideon, that was... wow." "Thanks." Gideon barely registered the compliment. He slipped past Matt and grabbed his phone, then stepped out into the hall and dialed Megs' number. The ringing seemed to go on forever before it finally cut off to her voicemail. "Hi, this is Megs. Leave a message and I'll ring you back." "Hey, Megs," Gideon started after the beep. "It's me. Please call me when you get this." He hung up and ran a hand over his face. "It's me?" Would she even recognize his voice over the phone? "What's going on?" Matt stood in the door to the studio. Gideon dropped his phone into his pocket. "Nothing." You were calling Megs? Gideon couldn't stand still. He turned and stalked into the other room to get a drink from the water cooler. Yep. You have her number? Gideon squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them to fill his cup. Long story. It can't be that long, can it? You met at auditions. Megs and I met before the auditions, at a coffee shop. Then she ended up in one of my classes. Gideon's chest was so tight, he thought it might crack. Matt clicked his tongue. She's your student, and you have her— Don't even start with me. Gideon turned and took a drink. I met her before she was my student. Matt held up his hands. Sorry, I didn't mean to insinuate anything. Gideon crumpled the cup and threw it away. I don't understand why she didn't show. Matt sucked in a breath and held it. I might have an idea. Gideon froze. Did she send you a message or something? Oh, she sent me a message, all right, Matt muttered, and Gideon frowned. At the festival, I may have explored whether she was interested in me, and it didn't go well. Explored? Gideon's blood started to simmer. Nothing terrible. I thought there was something between us, so I did the thing, where you break the touch barrier, and then when she seemed into it, you tried to kiss her? Matt cringed. Try is a strong word for what I— Gideon ran his hands through his hair and started for the door. Where had he put his jacket? Matt, seriously? What? It's not like you are her boss right now. You're offering her the chance to win $5,000 and a narration contract, and then you tried something like that? Gideon found his coat and snagged it from the corner of the desk. What was she supposed to do? Matt opened and closed his mouth like a guppy. Did you do it in the corn maze? The look on Matt's face told him all he needed to know. You tried to reenact the scene from your novel? It just happened. I wasn't planning to— Do you have her address? Blood rushed in Gideon's ears. What? From her audition materials. Do you have her address? We had to fill out those audition forms, and I think— Isn't she your student? Matt stalked across the room to grab his phone. Couldn't you just look up her record? No, Matt. I can't just pry into a student's personal information. Matt stared at his screen, tapping and swiping, then finally turned the screen toward Gideon. There. She lives on Redbud Avenue. Gideon took a screenshot and spun toward the door, but Matt grabbed his arm. Gideon, I want you to do the narration. You're excellent, and Megs hasn't auditioned yet. Matt's lips flattened into a line. I don't think Megs hasn't auditioned yet. Gideon gave his friend a final look, then stormed out the studio door. Megs curled up next to her mom on the bed under a flannel blanket, their lone island in a sea of boxes. The widescreen illuminated their faces as they watched Arachnophobia with Bobby through the laptop. Oh my gosh, the blowtorch? Bobby groaned. Megs laughed. How? How does that not kill it immediately? Or burn the house down? This was perfect. It had been months since the three of them had a girls' night, and Megs didn't realize how much she missed it. On Monday, they'd leave this house. It already looked nothing like home, with all the pictures off the wall and the shelves emptied. Megs reached down for her phone and realized she'd left it charging in her room. Gideon had texted her the night before, and she'd tried to come up with a response, but couldn't. So, she was avoiding it. Her special superpower. You okay? Her mother rubbed her shoulder. Mm-hmm. Megs nodded and focused on the exterminator's on-screen battle with the 8-legged monsters. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes. If she cried during Arachnophobia, Bobby would never let her live that down. She wasn't sad about what she'd said in the admin office. That had been easier than expected. Almost a relief, if she was being honest. She was sad because she missed him. It had only been a couple of days, and already her body felt starved. Meg saw his face when she closed her eyes. The way Gideon's eyes focused when he explained something in class, or the dimple on his cheek that only appeared when his smile was wide, or when he sucked on a straw, which still didn't make sense to her. She missed his sense of humor, and how easy it was to talk to him, to be herself. Remember when you girls built a fort in the living room and broke the chandelier? Her mom asked. Bobby snorted. You weren't that chill about it when it happened. Hey, I was a single mother with $23 of wiggle room in my budget. Megs turned to her. How did you replace it? Sylvia smiled like she had a secret. Frank had an extra. Bobby leaned into the camera and her face distorted on the screen. Mom, that was 15 years ago. How did it take you so long to finally get together? Their mother scoffed. Oh, as if you can lecture me on taking too long to get together, Bobby. Megs burst out laughing. Where is Ben tonight, by the way? He's on a backpacking trip. You didn't want to go? Sylvia raised an eyebrow. Mom, it's going to be -20 tonight. Meg sighed. Are you really already talking in Celsius? Bobby started to defend herself, but a banging sound made Sylvia and Megs perk up like house cats. Is that the door? Megs asked. Her mom was already throwing the blanket off. It might be Frank. I told him I didn't need to take another load over to the house, but he's an overachiever. Megs turned back to the screen and took another sip of her herbal tea. Muffled voices wafted down the hall, but she didn't pay any attention until her mom called her name. Yeah? She called back. Can you come out here? Meg sighed and set her tea on the nightstand, then stood and wrapped the blanket around her since she was braless in a soft cotton pajama shirt. She walked out into the hall and stopped dead in her tracks when she looked up. Gideon was standing in the entryway. Chapter 23. Hey. Meg swallowed hard, pulling the blanket tighter around her. Hey. I called, but you didn't answer your phone. Megs's heart picked up speed. He'd called her? I didn't know my phone was charging. It sounded lame even to her own ears. This had to be about the last audition. She should have told someone she wasn't planning to attend, but after what happened with Oscar, she didn't feel like it. Not that she wasn't willing to confront the issue. She was, eventually. But with everything else going on in her life at the moment, she didn't have the strength to stand up to Oscar's cajoling. Gideon's brow furrowed. I was worried. You weren't in class and then you didn't answer. I'm sorry. I should have texted back. She motioned at the mess of boxes. It's been a lot. Her mom took this as her cue to exit. She mumbled something about needing to get back to the movie and left them alone in the front room. Gideon shifted on his feet. When do you move out? Should she invite him in? She wasn't dressed, and she didn't have any idea what he wanted. Monday. Why are you here? Gideon pushed up his glasses, ignoring the bluntness of her question. You didn't show up for the audition. Because I'm not doing it. Megs crossed her arms over her chest. She thought back to that moment with Oscar in the corn maze. How every compliment Oscar had given her, every word of encouragement, every invitation, was instantly soured by him leaning in close. Had any of it been real? Or had he only been searching for his own romantic storyline? She looked up at Gideon and was already formulating her arguments for when he inevitably said, You're too good to quit, or you can't give up on this. But what left his mouth left her slack-jawed. Matt told me he tried to kiss you in the corn maze. He wasn't thinking about the fact that he's the gatekeeper for you making a lot of money and securing a narration contract, and that's on him. It was wrong, and I'm sorry. Megs's throat worked. The tears that had been sitting behind her eyes during the entire movie broke free and puddled. She swiped at her eyes. I did the exact same thing to you. Gideon looked affronted. No, you didn't. Megs groaned and stepped over a line of boxes to sit on the couch. Yes, I did. You told me what your boundaries were, and I crossed them. Megs, you're not my boss. You didn't— Don't pretend I didn't do anything. I heard you in the maze. You told Allie there was a complaint filed against you. She dropped her head in her hands. Gideon rounded a stack of crates and sat in the chair across from her. They sat a few moments in silence, besides Megs trying to swallow her tears and not break out into full-on sobs. Finally, Gideon said, There was a complaint filed, but it was filed before. He stopped and cleared his throat. It was filed before that moment in the classroom. That moment. When Megs accidentally killed the lights and kissed him. Her stomach dropped through the bottom of the cushion she sat on. If the complaint had been filed before that, then everything she'd told the Title IX coordinator was superfluous. That woman hadn't given her any indication that she didn't know what Megs was talking about. Gideon rubbed his hands on his slacks. The claim has been dropped anyway. I think the professor who filed it had a problem with me meeting with students one-on-one, and the student who was listed in the claim went in and cleared things up. Megs's mouth went dry. Gideon thought a professor had filed the claim? He thought Jennifer was the student in question? They hadn't told him then. The claim had been filed by a student, and she had been the student listed as the victim. They wouldn't tell her who had filed, but Megs had her money on Jennifer. She'd seen them together in the parking lot, and after all her efforts to capture Gideon's attention, that must have rankled. In the office, Megs had told them how she'd lied to Gideon about not being a student, then how she'd kissed him without consent. She told the coordinator that Gideon had clearly stated the boundaries. He'd repeatedly informed her that he would not engage in a relationship with a student, and Megs had ignored it. They'd expelled her immediately. Gideon must have seen that she was off his roster. Maybe that was why he'd been so worried about her tonight. Maybe. Megs cleared her throat and looked around for her tea. She'd left it in the bedroom. I'm so glad to hear that. Megs, about what happened. You don't need to apologize, Gideon. You didn't do anything wrong. I was the one who couldn't. She shook her head and tightened her grip on the blanket. Who couldn't stop thinking about you? Who couldn't maintain an ounce of self-control? She couldn't bring herself to say it. Gideon had seen her text to Haley. She'd kissed him when she shouldn't have. He knew how she felt. And if he felt the same way, he needed to be the one to admit it. Though how he could have feelings for her after she stomped all over his boundaries was beyond her. Either way, her heart couldn't handle another rejection, especially not after he had every reason to want to keep his distance. I know Matt screwed up, but I still think you should do the audition. Gideon's voice was low. Megs shook her head and curled her legs up on the couch. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of trying to make acting happen only to find out that I'm not the right height, or I have the wrong eye color, or the progress I thought I was making wasn't real, because the men at the top only want to get with me. And I'm not lumping Oscar into that category. I get that people make mistakes, but I have a good job. I'm moving into my own place, and I just think I need some time. Gideon considered. Megs, if you're telling me that you honestly don't want to do this narration, I'll believe you. I'll leave, and I won't push you on it. But I don't think that's true. How would you know if that's true? Gideon leaned forward and rested his arms on his knees. I told you. I've been paying attention. Megs's insides felt like a lit sparkler. You do this thing with your fingers where you mimic them sometimes, like you want to know what it feels like to move like another person. He was a good teacher. She couldn't tell him she didn't want to do the narration. Of course she wanted it. But wanting it had always been the problem, hadn't it? I already missed the audition, Gideon. Gideon pulled his phone from the pocket of his coat. We can record it right now. Megs barked a laugh. Here? Do you see how not sound-treated this room is? Do you think Matt will care? He might be an idiot when it comes to real-life women, but he cares deeply about his fake ones. All he wants is for this manuscript in this series to come to life. Gideon, I've barely talked to anyone today. My voice isn't warmed up, and I don't think I can lower it for... I'll do it with you. I'll read Nathan's lines. And Oscar would be okay with that? She shot him a skeptical look. Why was he so insistent she submit something? Especially crappy audio where she wasn't even voicing both characters. Gideon straightened and set his phone on the table. I want him to hear you, before he makes his decision. Megs held his gaze even when the tips of her fingers started to tingle. It's late, Gideon. It won't take long. I have the script right here. Why do you care so much about this? Gideon drew a slow breath and exhaled. Because you're good, Megs. Megs's throat tightened. She wanted to say that didn't matter, that no matter how good she was, things weren't going to work out for her in acting. She wanted to tell him Oscar had plenty of options for this narration, and it wouldn't matter if she submitted. She wanted to tell him no. But something in his eyes forced every argument back, and the only word that came out of her mouth was, okay. Why do you care so much about this? The question echoed in Gideon's head. Because you're good was the most obvious answer, but he could have replied with others that would have been closer to the truth. Because you doubt yourself and you shouldn't. Because you want it, and you deserve to get something you want. Because even though you won't admit it, you care about this. Because even though I can't admit it, I care about you. That was the last thing he could say to her right now, not only because he was still her professor, but after what Matt did in that corn maze, Gideon couldn't do the exact same thing to her now. She needed to know that his opinions regarding her talent and worth came without an ulterior motive. He stood and pulled up the recording app on his phone, then opened to the script. I'll press record, and then we can read off of this. He sat next to her on the couch and showed her his screen. Is the text too small? Meg shook her head. I can read it. Her face was clean and she had no makeup on. Not that she wore much anyway, but her eyelashes looked soft without mascara, and in the dim light of the lamp, her skin looked almost dewy. She pulled her arms from the blanket and wrapped it around her middle. You'll read Nathan's lines? Gideon nodded and pressed record, then swiped back to the manuscript. Ready when you are. This might sound terrible, Gideon. It won't. Megs drew a breath as she read over the first sentence. When she started narrating, it felt like every molecule of matter in the room paused its vibration. Nathan, after all this time, you just show up out of the blue? He looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of guilt and longing. She paused for Gideon to take the next line. Elena, I had to see you. I had to explain. Megs continued. She took a deep breath, trying to hold back her tears. Explain? Do you have any idea how much pain you caused? How many nights I cried myself to sleep, wondering what I did wrong? Nathan's voice cracked. Her voice sounded heartbreakingly vulnerable, and it took Gideon a moment to remember it was his line. I never wanted to hurt you, Elena, but I had my reasons for leaving. Elena's anger flared. Reasons? What reasons could possibly justify leaving without a word? Leaving me to pick up the pieces of my broken heart? Nathan stood up, taking a step toward her. Gideon sat up a little straighter. It wasn't about you, Elena. It was about me. About the demons I was fighting. I thought I was protecting you. She threw out her hands in frustration. You left me, Nathan. You left and didn't say a word. He dropped his head, his voice filled with regret. Megs delivered the lines with angst, but not too much that it wasn't believable. She was obnoxiously good at this. Because there was too much to say. I was scared, Elena. Scared of how much I loved you. Scared of how much I could hurt you. He sucked in a breath, surprising himself with the energy behind those lines. I was scared. Gideon felt Megs's eyes on him and stared at the lines of text more intently, pretending he didn't notice. She continued. Elena's eyes filled with tears. You should have trusted me, Nathan. Trusted us. We could have faced those demons together. Nathan reached out, gently touching her face. I know, and I'll regret that decision for the rest of my life. Megs took over, her voice sinking into the intimacy of the scene. Elena tilted her head, and as Nathan's mouth pressed closer, the room seemed to fade away, leaving only the pulsating energy between them. His lips pressed against hers in a searing kiss, obliterating the dam of pent-up desire she'd built brick by brick, and sending fire through her veins. Elena's fingers tangled in Nathan's hair, Their tongues danced with reckless abandon, and she couldn't pull him close enough, couldn't press her body against his hard enough. "I've waited too long." Her breath caught in her throat as Nathan dragged his hands over her and lifted her from the floor. She wrapped her legs around his waist as he buried his mouth against her neck. They sat there inspecting the screen of his phone until Gideon remembered to stop the recording. But pressing the red button didn't kill the charge that had built up between them like static. If anything, it only made it worse. Gideon shifted a few inches away from Megs on the cushion. That was perfect. He saved the file and labeled it, then attached it to an email to Oscar. "You're submitting it without editing?" Megs asked. He paused. "Is that okay?" She hadn't made any mistakes, and he didn't relish the idea of listening back to himself. He'd done that plenty on his first audition, and still hadn't recovered from the trauma. Megs dropped her eyes and tugged the blanket back over her shoulders. "You're the expert." Gideon rested his phone in his lap. "It was good, Megs. The audio quality won't be perfect, but that's not really the point." She nodded, and he pressed send, then stood from the couch. "Thank you." Megs looked up through those soft lashes, and Gideon was suddenly a hand warmer exposed to oxygen. He wanted to tell her he'd wanted that kiss in the classroom. He'd been practically begging for it. He wanted to tell her about his plans for December 6th, how he was already working on an alternate final schedule. He wanted to tell her that she was beautiful and funny, and he couldn't stop thinking about her. Instead, he turned to the door and mumbled, "See you in class." "Good night, Gideon." He pulled on the door handle. "Good night, Megs." Gideon woke the next morning feeling like he'd slept in a matchbox. That or chewed through a pound of carrots in his sleep. He rubbed his jaw and rolled out his neck, then checked his phone. There still wasn't a message from Matt. Disappointing. He'd hoped to hear back instantly after sending Megs' audition to him. If Matt didn't see that she was right for this book, he was deluded. Gideon's voice wasn't terrible to listen to, but Megs had the background. When she voiced her characters, Gideon forgot he was listening to a piece of fiction. That was the highest compliment he could think of. Gideon made a quick trip to the gym downstairs, then showered and dressed for his 10 o'clock class. He'd finally gotten an email from his department head, and she said she could meet with him briefly before she took her lunch at noon. He still didn't know what he was going to say, or how he'd explain this situation. He still wasn't convinced he hadn't done something wrong, even though on paper he couldn't think of a rule he'd broken knowingly. He only knew that he couldn't judge Megs' work with the way he felt about her now. He'd have to trust his superior with the rest. The world glittered with frost when he walked out to his car. The moisture made the roads slick, but it was almost worth it to live in a magical version of the world for a few hours before the sun melted the ice crystals. He wasn't ready for winter, but for once he felt like he'd actually experienced fall. He had Matt to thank for that. Hiking in the burnt yellows and oranges and drinking cider by an open fire had elevated his life, even if it was more effort to make it happen. He wondered what else he was missing out on because he'd gotten out of the habit of looking past his normal routine. He parked in his usual spot, taught his class, and then had 40 minutes before he needed to walk down the hall for his meeting. Gideon sat at his desk and opened his teacher portal. He hadn't finished putting in his notes for the midterms, but he did have them all written up at this point. He pulled up his portal and began copying and pasting. Though he had feedback from Megs, he wasn't going to enter it. That would be part of his upcoming meeting. He pulled out a protein bar and took a bite, then continued down the rows. Eric was going to be thrilled with his grade, almost 10 points higher than when he'd taken this class for the first time. Gideon was almost finished with his bar when he realized he'd reached the end of his student list. He frowned. None of the rows were missing midterm grades, which didn't make any sense. He hadn't entered in any feedbacks for Megs. He changed the filters and scrolled through his student list. Then he started again at the top. When he reached the bottom a second time, his mouth went dry. No Megs. Her name and record had been removed from his student roster. Chapter 24. Gideon scanned the screen. The last time he'd stared this hard, he'd been looking at Megs's name, hoping it would disappear. Now, he couldn't figure out why it wouldn't be showing up. He picked up his phone and dialed the admin office. A secretary answered. Hi, this is Professor Adams. There's a student in my intro to recording class who isn't showing up on my student list. Could you take a look for me? Of course. What's the name? Megs DeBose. The woman's fingers clicked over keys. All right, I'm seeing a Megs DeBose, but it looks like that student profile has been deactivated. Deactivated? What does that mean? Well, let me see. It looks like, yes, there's been a disciplinary decision made. Miss DeBose has been expelled from Champlain. Gideon sucked in a breath. The conversation he'd had with the Title IX coordinator flooded his mind, and he scrolled back through his student list. Jennifer was still there. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome, Professor. Anything else I can help you with? No, that's it. Thanks again. He set his phone on the counter, trying to connect the dots. Jennifer had left class early before he got the call, letting him know that his review had been canceled. The coordinator said that the student listed on the complaint had come in and admitted to harassment. But it didn't make sense. The complaint was filed before Megs kissed him. Gideon packed up his laptop and stalked into the hall, then hurried to Donna's office. Her door was propped open, so he knocked and pushed in. Professor Adams, what can I do for you? She looked up from a book. A fork sat in a rice bowl next to her. Did you file a complaint against me? After you approached me about being in the recording studio with my female student? Donna adjusted her glasses. No, Gideon, I didn't file a complaint, though I still think— Thank you. Gideon bolted back down the hall. If Donna didn't file the complaint, then who did? It didn't matter at this point. Whatever had been said in that office, Megs had been the one to go in and admit fault. Don't pretend I didn't do anything. She felt responsible. That was the only thing that made sense. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his department head letting her know he had an emergency and would have to reschedule their meeting. Gideon pushed through the doors and headed to his car, scrolling for Megs's number. Megs glanced around the coffee shop, her heart sinking a little. It was almost closing time, but today it seemed like the universe was conspiring against her. Green Mountain was still bustling with customers. When did it become popular for high school students to cram for their midterms here instead of the library? She couldn't blame them, though she wondered how they had enough disposable income to pay for pastries and designer coffee. She needed to get home tonight to finish packing and take a load over to the new place. Frank had loaned them the truck to use for the entire weekend, but she was trying this thing in her life called not procrastinating. So far, it felt like it was more trouble than it was worth. Megs took and fulfilled another order, then grabbed a microfiber cloth to wipe down the counter. She could start pulling out the mop and make it obvious that people needed to wind down and leave, but she had plenty to do here in the kitchen area. In a few minutes, she'd actually remember to lock the door and flip the sign, and then she'd let people stay a bit longer if they needed to. It would both make them happy and possibly bring in a few extra tips. Win-win. The bell above the door jingled, and her head snapped up out of habit. Her hand froze mid-swipe. Gideon wiped his shoes on the mat. He looked unfairly handsome in a simple gray sweater that hugged his muscular frame. He pushed up his glasses and looked toward the counter. Megs forced her mouth to close before straightening and cleaning the last half of the laminate. Gideon approached the counter. He didn't have his bag. He didn't have anything with him. He was just there. Can I help you? Megs couldn't keep the wobble from her voice. Gideon exhaled, never breaking his gaze. A latte, please. Full of dairy products, right? The corner of his mouth twitched. Exactly how I like it. Megs turned away from him, her cheeks heating. She worked to keep her hands from shaking as she filled his order. Gideon waited patiently, and when she turned and handed him his coffee, he thanked her. Do you need me to finish this and leave, since you're closing? Megs shook her head, a lump forming in her throat. As long as you don't mind me cleaning around you, you can enjoy the not so peace and quiet. The corner of Gideon's mouth curled as he walked toward the booth in the corner. It was taken, so he took a two-top along the wall. Meg swallowed hard, then strode to the door, locked it, and flipped the sign. That was all it took for some patrons to get the hint. As expected, a couple stood to leave, and Megs motioned to the back exit by the bathrooms. I locked the front door, but you can still go out that way. They nodded and followed her instructions. Meg spotted a $5 bill on their table. She tried not to have a panic attack as she bustled around, clearing and wiping down tables and restocking napkins. Why was Gideon here? The finalists hadn't been announced, and the claim had been dropped. Had he realized her name was no longer on his student list? She wondered how long it would take him to figure that out. When she left her meeting with the Title IX coordinator, she was crystal clear on what her admission meant for her schooling. She would receive an incomplete grade for her class that semester, and her student account would be deactivated. She wouldn't be able to take classes again at Champlain. But that was fine by her. Maybe it was short-sighted on her end, but it wasn't her career she was worried about. The coordinator couldn't give her any details where Gideon was concerned, so hearing from his own lips that the complaint against him had been dropped had given her peace. But it hadn't made her stop thinking about him. Meg snuck a glance across the shop and found Gideon looking at his phone as he drank his coffee. The high schoolers in the corner booth were the only ones left in the shop besides him, and she was willing them to get the hint and take off. Gideon met her eyes, and she nearly pushed her cloth off the edge of the table and face-planted. The anticipation of what conversation she and Gideon would have once they were alone made her clean at double speed. Within 15 minutes, the shop was put back together, and she pulled out the mop. A girl with curly hair puffing out the bottom of her beanie looked up and noticed the bucket. She poked her friend and motioned to the boys sitting across from her to wrap it up. They goofed off and flirted while Meg started in the corner, but once she'd turned over the chairs at the table, they were on their way out. "Thank you," the girl called back. Megs gave her a wave, and as the door shut behind the girl's half-open backpack, Megs's heart turned into a metronome clicking past 100. She couldn't force herself to turn around and face him. What would she say? What would Gideon say? If he knew she wasn't on his roster, did he think she quit, or had he realized that she was the one that went to the administration? She should finish mopping, shouldn't she? Megs. Gideon's voice was like molasses, smoothing through the now empty shop and coating her skin. Megs leaned on the mop handle for support as she turned. "Professor Adams?" "That name is only for my students, and it doesn't look like you're in that group anymore." He set his coffee cup on the table. "Were you planning to tell me why you weren't in class on Wednesday?" Chapter 25. He knew, then. At least that was one answered question. Megs picked up the mop in an effort to have something to do with her hands. "I didn't want to make things more complicated." "What did you say to them?" "I told them the truth." It hadn't been easy, but she'd word-vomited the whole thing to that woman behind the desk. "The truth about what?" Meg scrubbed the tile floors with more gusto and stated it simply. "That I kept information from you and then kissed you without consent." Gideon stood up and walked toward her. "Megs, that complaint was filed before that happened. You didn't need to admit—" "I did!" Meg slammed the mop on the floor, leaving a puddle of murky water next to her feet, then leaned on the handle against the booth. "I needed to admit it because the guilt was eating at me from the inside out. If you lost your job over—" "I wasn't going to." "You don't know that." She picked up the mop, but Gideon reached out and took it from her hands. "Can you stop cleaning and talk with me for a second?" Meg stared up at him, her body humming with nervous energy. She didn't want to stop cleaning. It was the only thing keeping the dam up on her emotions. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but this is exactly why I avoided saying anything." Gideon's brow furrowed. "Because you knew I'd have an opinion on it?" "Because you'd blame yourself. Yes, I get that you're in a position of power, theoretically, but Gideon, I never cared about my grade in that class." "It seemed like you cared when you had an F." Megs let out an exasperated sigh. Of course he would bring that up. "That was out of principle, But it doesn't matter. I stayed in that class because I enjoyed what I was learning. And for the first time, I wasn't worried about checking something off a list or impressing someone with an accomplishment. I liked it. I liked listening to you in class, and I enjoyed the assignments. But you weren't holding anything over my head or making me feel like I had to be anything other than what I was. You were honest and— No, Megs, I wasn't. Gideon rubbed his forehead. What are you talking about? It felt like he was dragging an ice cube down her spine. What had he not been honest about, and why did the idea of him hiding something from her make her insides solidify? I should never have been grading your work. Megs' stomach flipped inside out. An image of her standing in front of her first acting coach flickered in her mind. When she'd told him she didn't want to be together anymore, he'd had no more reason to hold back the truths he'd apparently been hiding for a good part of a year. Truths like, "You're a terrible actress," and "I only said those things so you'd want me," or "This industry requires you to be a lion and you're a groomed house cat." Please don't say it, Megs whispered. Gideon frowned. Say what? Pressure built behind Megs' eyes. If you're about to tell me that you gave me high grades because you felt bad about what happened at Sammy's or— What? No, Megs. Gideon's fingers brushed hers, and Megs froze as the volume sliders on every part of her body except for those fingers dropped to 0. I shouldn't be grading your work because I think you're brilliant. Megs blinked. He told her before how impressed he was with her, but saying it again didn't reconcile with him admitting now that he hadn't been telling her the truth. I don't understand. Gideon took a step closer. From that first night in the studio when you recorded your first audition, I was mesmerized. You have this ease when you record, like you're telling a story to someone sitting beside you. I don't see how loving my work would make you a partial judge. Yeah. The problem is that it's not only your work. I love everything about you. And I couldn't tell you that for so many reasons. What reasons? The question popped out before Megs had fully processed what he'd said. I love everything about you. It suddenly felt like she'd gulped down boiling hot coffee. First, that I was your professor, and for the first time in 15 years, I wished I was worse at my job so that when you walked into class Monday afternoon, you would have hated it and decided to take the E on your transcript. You wanted me to lose $300? Honestly, Megs, if I would have had any idea how incapable I'd be at seeing you as just another student, I would have transferred you the money that second and insisted you drop the class. Megs' mouth felt as dry as if she'd just run 6 miles. Second? Yeah, that's second. No, you said that was the first reason. Gideon watched her, now so close she could feel the heat radiating from his body. Second, because I wasn't going to be Matt. Matt. Oscar. Megs thought about the corn maze, about what Oscar had said to her there, how his compliments became empty husks once she realized what he was working toward. Gideon tugged her closer. I didn't come to your house because I wanted you to be flattered, or because I hoped. Gideon clenched his jaw. I came and asked you to submit that audition because it was important to you. Important enough that you signed up for a class you didn't need so you could use the studio. That might have just been me being impulsive. Maybe. But I happen to think that's inspiring. I didn't tell you how much I loved that you sat outside the admin building for almost an hour and a half when the door was locked, just because there was an off chance someone might see you there and open it. Or that you were willing to try my recommendations at Sammy's even though it was probably 2,000 calories and you can't eat it without looking sloppy. Did I look sloppy? Focus, Megs. I didn't say that it kills me when you bite on the end of your pen or laugh to yourself in the middle of my lecture when I know I didn't do or say anything remotely funny. I didn't mention how much I love that you're kind to Eric, or that you weren't always perfect at reading my assignment instructions, but somehow that led to better, more creative submissions, or that you lit up every event during Matt's auditions and that it killed me that you never agreed with something just because you thought it would make a good impression. Gideon paused, out of breath. Megs's chest felt like an overfilled tire about to pop. He noticed her. He thought about her. He liked things about her. What about Allie? Gideon frowned. What about Allie? You seemed close. She followed you around like a lost puppy and obviously isn't over your non-breakup. You've said that before, and I've already— Does she know? Gideon tucked a curl behind her ear and let his finger linger on her cheek. She knows now. Megs nodded, her skin tingling from his touch. Why are you telling me this? Gideon gave her a look of exasperation and gripped the mop handle so hard she thought it might snap. Because you're not my student anymore, and you already turned in your audition, so you can't quit. Megs's lungs felt like they were vacuum sealed. I'm not your student anymore, she repeated. Truthfully, she hadn't been his student for a few days now, but he hadn't known that. Gideon set the mop against the booth and trailed his fingers up her arm. I know it's shocking, but I don't normally kiss women in parking lots. Even if they're missing a shoe? Hardly ever. Megs breathed a laugh. I don't normally kiss professors in the back of their classrooms. Even if they're holding your charger hostage? Megs's heart stuttered. Hardly ever. Gideon slipped his other hand over her waist and pulled her close, squeezing out all the air between them. Meg searched his eyes. I'm a bit of a mess, Gideon. You've seen it firsthand. I don't know what I want to do, and I'm barely moving into my own place, which is a loft bedroom barely bigger than Harry Potter's closet, and I don't have any savings or— Stop. I thought I knew what I wanted to do. I have a bigger place and savings, and maybe a bit of a mess sounds like exactly what I need in my life right now. I've done the same thing every day for years, and it's only made me half happy, remember? Megs took this in. That was the goal, wasn't it? To commit to a life path that made sense, to be consistent, to give up what you wanted now so you could have what you wanted later. But how many people in her life had done that and were only half happy? How many people had checked the boxes and ended up wishing they could make a mess of things? She wasn't fooling herself. Living her life the way she had been wasn't making her happy either. It felt good to have accomplished something. It felt good to be making better money and to have a skill beyond making lattes and wiping tables. But more than that, it felt good to want something, to want someone. I can't trust this, Megs whispered as she finally allowed herself to touch Gideon. She folded her arms around him, fanning her hands over his back. He felt exactly as she thought he would. Strong, solid. It sent her stomach into a loop-de-loop. Trust what? Me? Megs shook her head and pursed her lips. I get this feeling. Whenever there's something I'm really excited about, it's like my brain goes from being Main Street in Sugar Creek to the Las Vegas Strip. You get excited about gambling and strippers? Megs pushed against his chest and Gideon chuckled. Seriously, though, why would lighting up be a bad thing? It's not. It's an incredible thing, but then I'm like a moth heading straight for those lights, and I don't take a second to think about the fact that it could be a bug zapper. You're focused. Megs laughed. No, I'm a seagull that just discovered something shiny. Gideon frowned. I'm not following. Megs knew she was already sounding like a crazy person, but she couldn't keep the words from tumbling out. It usually ends up badly, Gideon. Look at the current scenario. I was so excited about the audition, I spent money I didn't have. I nearly cost myself a job and a place to live, but you didn't. Because of you. You helped me get back into that certification course, and you helped me finish the audition. Megs trailed off as an image coalesced in her mind. A strong branch. An aimless vine. And maybe a bit of a mess sounds like exactly what I need in my life right now. You're the shiniest thing, Gideon. He chuckled. Most unique compliment I've ever been given. His hand moved over her shoulder and up the side of her neck. Megs had to work to keep her head from dropping back to give him more skin to work with. She couldn't believe he was standing there, pressed up against her just like that night at Sammy's. All the lights were blazing for Gideon. I don't want to mess this up. Gideon smoothed his thumb over her skin. Good thing it doesn't only depend on you. He lowered his head and kissed her, and Megs was immediately angry. Not at him, but at her own memory. She'd relived that kiss with him 1,000 times, and every fantasy had paled in comparison to this. She arched into him, pressing her fingertips into his back and feeling the flex of his muscles under his shirt. He tasted like coffee and smelled like that hike they'd taken in the woods. Gideon slid his fingers into her hair, and Meg sighed against his lips. I should have dropped your class. Gideon's voice sounded dragged over gravel. Yeah, you should have. He pushed her back until she nudged the stool at the edge of the counter, then lifted her up onto it. Megs curled her legs around him and looped her arms over his shoulders. But then I wouldn't have seen you twice a week. I thought that was torture. Megs' eyes widened. I knew you saw that text. Gideon laughed and pressed his lips into the hollow of her neck. Megs flashed back to the last minutes of their drive from Sugar Creek. How she thought he'd been upset about her YouTube proclivities. I thought I'd made you uncomfortable. It seemed like you couldn't look at me after that. Gideon cleared his throat. Because if I looked at you, I was right back in that parking lot. Once I knew you were still thinking about it, you don't know what that did to me. He murmured the words against her skin and sent tingles shooting down her spine. Megs traced the curve of his ear, then slipped the tips of her fingers under the collar of his shirt. Exactly what she'd wanted to do in that tractor. Gideon lifted his head, and Megs pulled his mouth to hers. She melted against his lips, memorizing the taste of him. Her hands took on a life of their own, pressing against any part of him she could reach and tracing each line she'd fantasized about discovering. Gideon's heart sped against hers, and Megs couldn't force herself to go slow. How many nights had she lain awake in bed imagining this? How many times had she been sitting in class with her insides writhing because of that dimple in his cheek or his tongue flicking across his lips? Now, it was flicking across hers, and she couldn't get enough of it. Gideon slid his hands along her hip bones and tugged at the strings of her apron. Megs had just reached for the loop around her neck when someone banged on the glass. Gideon stiffened just as Meg startled and pulled his head against her chest. It took him a moment to orient himself, but once he did, he was more than happy to stay put. Haley? Megs gasped. Gideon pulled back reluctantly, and she hastily let go of him with a panicked look on her face. I'm sorry, I flinched. Gideon gave her a sly smile. Don't apologize. He rubbed the back of his neck and turned to see what Megs was gaping at. The friend that had been at the coffee shop the first time he'd walked in was standing outside the glass, her eyes wide. Megs jumped off the stool and ran to the door. What are you doing here? She asked as she flung it open. Haley stood there with her mouth hanging open as she looked between the two of them. Megs lowered her voice, but he could still hear her. Spit it out. I'm sorry, I was just a bit distracted by what I saw happening. Is that Haley? Megs hissed. Gideon chuckled. It felt good to know Megs had been so hot and bothered that she'd complained about him to her friends. Seeing that text had made his decision today simple. He still couldn't believe Megs had gotten herself kicked out of school, but more than that, he couldn't believe that every barrier to wanting her had been swept from his path in under 24 hours. Haley gave an exasperated sigh. Fine, but I better get details. She pulled her phone from her jacket pocket. I was trying to call you, but it seems you were otherwise engaged. Haley held out her phone screen in front of Megs' face. He won. Megs looked up. Gideon won. Gideon blinked. Had he heard her right? He won? The only thing she could be talking about was the narration competition, but those results weren't supposed to be posted until tonight. Haley dropped her arm holding the phone. I'm so sorry, No! This is incredible! Thank you so much, Hales! Megs rushed back into the shop, tearing off her apron and throwing it over the counter. You won! Megs threw her arms around Gideon, then pulled back to see his face. Oscar announced the winner! Gideon frowned and pulled out his phone. I'm so happy for you. Megs bounced on her heels and waited for him to see it for himself. How could she be so excited? He typed in Matt's website and waited for it to load, then stared at the screen. Winner of the Heartsong audio narration contest. The text was large enough it took up nearly the entire screen, but right at the bottom, there it was. Gideon's name. "What's wrong?" Megs asked. He looked up. "I shouldn't have won. Your audition was better." Megs put a hand on her hip. "If you remember, I didn't even show up for mine." He turned off his screen and was about to put his phone back in his pocket when he thought better of it. Gideon pulled up his messages and typed a text to Matt. "You know Megs is better than me. If this is about what happened in the corn maze, I can't get on board." He pressed send. It probably sounded snippy, but Gideon didn't care. He'd submitted Megs' raw audition and had all but told Matt he'd be an idiot not to choose her. He could decline, couldn't he? Tell Matt he refused to do the project? Megs rested a hand on his chest. "Gideon, I'm fine. I learned a lot through—" His phone buzzed and he checked the screen. A message from Matt. Gideon swiped it open and read. "Of course she's better than you. Not sure how to take that last comment. Here I thought I was being the perfect wingman." Wingman? Gideon stared at the message. Megs waited impatiently for an explanation, but before he could give one, another message came through. "Let me guess. You're on the mobile site? One tip. Scroll down." Gideon's heart jump-started between his ribs. He flipped over to Matt's website and brushed his thumb over the screen. His face broke into a wide smile. "Gideon, if you don't say something, I swear—" Gideon turned the phone to her and got a front row seat to her emotional roller coaster. Her eyes narrowed, then blinked, then opened so wide he worried she'd pull a muscle. Megs looked up, her eyes searching. "We both won?" Gideon set his phone down on the closest tabletop and swept Megs into his arms. He pushed her curls back from her face and reveled in the way her eyes fluttered when his fingers grazed her skin. "We both won," he repeated. Gideon didn't think he'd ever heard a more perfect summation of anything in his life. Epilogue. Meg scanned the line graph in front of her and almost giggled. She cradled her laptop in her arms as she ran into the kitchen where Gideon stood at the counter. His headphones were slightly askew, which meant he was editing something. He looked up from his screen. "Something good?" Meg set the computer on the counter and spun it toward him, then watched his face as he scanned. A slow smile spread across his face. "Have you been checking these?" She nodded. "Haven't you?" Gideon had released 2 tracks earlier that week, and his following was skyrocketing. She had to think her reels were helping, but she wouldn't take all the credit. At least not out loud. Gideon leaned over the counter and kissed her. Megs ran her hand over the stubble on his jaw and drank him in, then rounded the edge of the counter and pulled him close. No over-the-counter nonsense. Gideon laughed and scooped her up, careful not to set her on his laptop as he set her down. "What about on-the-counter nonsense?" Megs grinned. "That's definitely more my style." He moved in, then stopped an inch from her mouth. "I thought you had to record." She ran her hands through his hair. It was longer now, and she wasn't shy about telling him how much she loved it. "I could record later." Gideon kissed her cheek, then whispered, "Don't let a shiny thing distract you." Megs groaned. She wanted Gideon to distract her, especially because the next 2 chapters she needed to narrate were almost entirely made up of arguments and tears. "If you're frustrated, your acting will be better." Gideon waggled his eyebrows and Megs laughed. She hopped off the counter and smacked his hip. "You better be right here when I come out." "Yes, ma'am." Megs flashed him one last look, then grabbed her laptop and stalked across the room to their pop-up recording studio. Gideon still wouldn't break college rules and allow her to use the recording studios at Champlain, so this was their workaround. After dating for a year while they recorded 3 books in Oscar's Heartsong series, they'd driven past the courthouse, and Megs had screeched to the curb when that lights-up feeling had exploded through her. That feeling still caused a pit of dread to open up in her midsection, but it had gotten smaller and smaller as she learned which questions to ask before going full steam ahead. That day, she had no questions left, as she turned to Gideon and said, "Let's get married." Gideon had stared at her a few seconds before stretching across the console and kissing her soundly. Her mom and Frank were annoyed that they'd eloped, of course, but not surprised. Gideon's family, on the other hand, was shocked. The two of them were already planning a backyard celebration in the spring to assure his parents of their sanity. Meg sat down in the booth and opened her script, then took a sip of water and began. Within a few minutes, she'd dropped into the characters and the rest of the world faded. That was why she'd always loved acting. No matter how fast her brain was spinning, when she sank into a new voice, the world went blissfully quiet. She finished her 2 chapters, then ended with an easy one with mostly internal point of view as a reward. That was something she learned from Gideon. If she planned her reward in advance, she wouldn't get desperate and drive 10 miles for good donuts. Meg stepped out of the booth, and Gideon slid a plate across the counter without looking up from his screen. He'd made her a sandwich. Because romance came second. Meg set her computer on the coffee table and blew him a kiss as she picked it up. She'd just taken a bite of the sourdough BLT when her phone buzzed in her back pocket. Megs chewed and swallowed and picked it up. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" "Megs, are you and Gideon free next weekend?" "Which night?" "Saturday. They're doing the tree lighting and Bobby and Ben are coming into town for his dad's retirement party. I thought we could make a night of it." Bobby had already called and they'd planned to go to dinner and a concert in Burlington earlier that week, but they hadn't talked about the weekend. "I think we're free. Just a second." She motioned to Gideon and he pulled off his headphones. "Hey, next weekend, how do you feel about going to the tree lighting in Sugar Creek on Saturday?" Gideon picked up his phone. "I only have recording hours that evening. I could move them up. Be done by 5. "Is 5:30 okay for us to be there?" Megs asked. Her mother's grin was audible. "Of course. See you then." Megs hung up the phone and sighed. "Thank you for this." Gideon smirked as he pulled his headphones back over his ears. "You're welcome." Megs gestured for him to wait. "Once I finish the sandwich, I'd like to be distracted." Gideon chuckled. "I have to finish grading." Megs took a bite. "How long?" He held up his hands to show 10 minutes. "I'm going to hold you to that, Professor." Gideon rolled his eyes, and Megs watched him unabashedly as she ate. He was still the most shiny thing in her life, and she was more than proud to have started and ended her short-lived second college career getting sidetracked by him. It wasn't like the last year had miraculously been filled with success. She was still failing regularly, though that didn't feel as scary as it used to. Megs often wondered if all adults felt like this, if nobody knew what they were doing, even if their life looked like it sparkled from a distance. Someone was surely looking from the outside and thinking Megs had it all together, which couldn't be further from the truth. Though that idea of normalcy, of gliding through life, had never really been the goal anyway. Like the notions that adults can buy everything they want, or work is like school but more fun. That fallacy had faded with time. She'd been glad to watch it shrink in the rear-view mirror. Done. Gideon took off his headphones and snapped his computer closed. Megs leaned over the counter and set her plate in the sink. Perfect timing. She stood as Gideon rounded the island and pulled her into his arms. She breathed him in. "I missed you." He chuckled. "You were only in the pop-up for an hour and a half." "Mm-hmm. Too long." Gideon ran his hand through her curls, tugging her head back until their eyes met. "Far too long." This was life. Together. More grounded. Still a bit of a mess. This was whole happy. We hope you enjoyed this production of Love in Audio. Written and narrated by Cynthia Gunderson. Discover more in the Seasons of Sugar Creek series with One Last Christmas, written and narrated by Cynthia Gunderson. Copyright 2023, Button Press.